Chapter 301. A terrifying qi was emitted from Lin Feng's body, stirring the qi in the surroundings. A huge sword steel appeared above his head. It was engraved with sword marks and emitted a terrifying sword intent. Suppress! Lin Feng shouted. The sword steel fell from above, tearing the air apart. Qi rolled on both sides, forming an endless gale. This momentum was enough to kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Lin Feng didn't even move, he only opened his mouth and released such a terrifying qi. That kind of power had already surpassed the power of a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Even if it was compared to a real harmonious spirit expert, it wouldn't be much weaker. Worthy of being the #1 genius of Sword Lake Prefecture. Young Master Lin Feng will definitely be famous in Daxia in the future. Many elders congratulated him. The sword steel fell, forming a terrifying pressure that drowned Lin Xian. Many martial artists exclaimed. They were worried for Lin Xian. Don't tell me he will be killed in one move. This is too boring. Lin Rong and others mocked. Just when they were mocking, a silver light suddenly flashed on the stage, followed by a violent thunder qi. The silver light covered Lin Xian's body, making him look like a thunder god. Looking at the sword steel above his head, Lin Xian sneered and threw out a punch. Boom! Lightning tore through the sky. The punch fiercely hit the huge sword steel, creating an earth-shattering sound. The whole martial arts arena trembled. Many martial artists felt dizzy and some of the weaker ones fainted. Everyone looked at the ring in horror and sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian's body was covered in silver light. His right fist seemed to have turned into a silver dragon, twining around the sword steel. With a low shout, silver lightning rushed out, shattering the huge sword steel into countless pieces. On the huge stage, the elders looked dignified. Lin Xian's performance was completely out of their expectations. Being able to shatter Lin Feng's attack with one punch meant that he was at least a half-step harmonious spirit expert. However, this punch didn't have much spiritual energy fluctuation. It didn't even move the qi in the air. It was completely relying on the strength of his body. This Lin Xian, is he a body cultivator? No matter what, if he can block Lin Feng's attack, he's definitely not simple. Two peerless geniuses have actually appeared in the sword pool manor at the same time. What heaven-defying luck! Many forces were envious and at the same time felt fortunate. Fortunately, the two of them were sworn enemies. Otherwise, the entire Great Xia country would belong to the Sword Pool Manor's Lin clan. The first elder looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. Beside him, Lin's face was also gloomy. He had already decided that regardless of the outcome, he would eliminate Lin Xian. On the fighting stage, Lin Feng's facial expression was ice cold. He was releasing an extremely sharp qi which made the ground around him crack. Show me what you've got, Lin Xian shouted. Interesting. I hope you can make me get serious. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with red sword lights. Sword steel great palm. Lin Feng waved his hand and a gigantic sword appeared in the air. The qi in the air started to condense into a sword. Compared to the last time, this sword steel was even more solid. Black clouds rolled on top of it, emitting an astonishing aura. Let's see how hard your body is. Lin Feng took a step forward and the gigantic sword steel crashed down. The terrifying pressure was like the weight of Mount Tai, causing the entire sky to tremble. Seal of mountains and rivers. Lin Xian stretched out both of his palms. A black mountain condensed in his left hand and a dazzling silver river appeared in his right hand. The clouds in the sky trembled as if they were boiling. The black mountain peak filled the sky, emitting a dazzling silver light. Boom! The blood-red sword steel and the silver river collided, causing a violent explosion in the sky above the fighting stage. The dazzling energy waves spread in all directions, blowing everything in the surroundings away. The cultivators around the fighting stage were blown away, many of them groaning in pain. Activate the defensive formation. The first elder shouted coldly. The ground trembled as the defensive formation was activated, forming a 1,000-meter-wide fighting stage. It not only ensured the safety of the crowd, but also satisfied the needs of the battle. Only then did the crowd relax and watch the battle. A terrifying energy exploded. Lin Xian and Lin Feng were both blown away. Lin Xian's body was covered with silver lightning marks, looking incomparably mysterious. Lin Feng also used his spiritual energy to form a blood-red armor. His entire body was filled with powerful energy. Seal of Sun and Moon. Lin Xian's body swayed, condensing the sun and moon in his hands, emitting dazzling light as he quickly rushed forward. The sun and moon were in the sky. One side was unbearably hot and the other was as cold as ice. The two sides of ice and fire fused together and bombarded Lin Feng. Lin Feng's black hair fluttered in the wind. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the sun and moon in the sky. His 5 fingers were like 5 long swords, emitting a blood-red sword chi that was as thick as a mountain, piercing through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. 5 sword chi condensed into a red maple sword intent. Its power was terrifying, piercing through the sun and moon in the sky. However, Lin Xian's attack was not just for show. The ice and fire energy of the seal of sun and moon also attacked Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng's face was expressionless, his eyes were filled with sword chi. His arms swayed and the sun and moon in the sky smashed towards Lin Xian. Silver ripples. Silver lightning twined around Lin Xian's palm, enveloping his palm, forming a strange energy wave. A terrifying power formed, like a rainbow, rushed into the sky. In the sky, the gigantic palm formed by the 5 sword chi was pierced through. A black hole the size of a house appeared. After the attack, Lin Xian took the initiative to move forward. Like a silver lightning, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Feng. The two of them started to fight in close quarters. The air rumbled, thunder and lightning surged. The two of them changed positions, unceasingly exchanging blows, each attack containing a terrifying power. Boom, boom. The two of them intertwined their palms and bombarded each other. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them quickly retreated, leaving countless deep holes in the ground. The silver lightning mark on Lin Xian's chest spread to both sides. The blood-red energy collided, mercilessly tearing apart the lightning mark. Fortunately, the silver lightning body was abnormally strong. Lin Xian had also consumed the great earth elixir which made his body even stronger. In the end, the blood-red light disappeared. It didn't completely tear apart the silver lightning mark. The silver lightning in front of Lin Xian's chest surged, once again forming a solid defense, enveloping him. In front of him, Lin Feng's armor was broken, his chest was charred black, mixed with blood. In terms of physical strength, he still couldn't compare to Lin Xian. What? Lin Feng is actually injured? Impossible. Is Lin Xian really that strong? The crowd was discussing. They hadn't expected this result. Damn it, he was actually able to injure little Feng. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. The opponent is a body-refining cultivator. Competing with him in terms of physical strength is not a wise choice. The great elder slowly said, I hope little Feng can understand. You were actually able to injure me. It seems like I really underestimated you. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. A terrifying sword energy suddenly burst out. Behind him, a blood-red gigantic sword appeared, like a maple leaf, illusory and illusory. Sword energy, it's the red maple sword energy. It seems like Lin Feng is serious. Chapter 302. Feng are actually used sword intent. It seems like there's no suspense. Lin smiled in relief. He knew that Lin Feng's sword intent had already reached the peak of 40%. Even a harmonious spirit realm cultivator might not be able to achieve such an achievement. What a sharp sword intent. Brother Lin has a good son. A group of people congratulated. Second Master Lin was secretly anxious. He cautiously looked at the arena and kept praying in his heart, hoping that Lin Xian would be fine. The terrifying sword intent enveloped the entire area, suppressing everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. Sword intent. Lin Xian smiled. Daring to compete with him in sword intent, he was really courting death. His gaze condensed as the dragon sword intent in his body vibrated. Soon after, a deep dragon roar sounded. Behind Lin Xian, A huge sword shadow also appeared and instantly broke through the blood-red aura. This aura was berserk and restless with an insufferably arrogant attitude. It was even stronger than Lin Feng's red maple sword intent. How is this possible? What kind of sword intent is that? It's so terrifying. Everyone was stunned and looked at the sky in horror. Originally, they didn't think highly of Lin Xian, but unexpectedly, he also had sword intent. Moreover, this sword intent was even stronger. Impossible, how can this kid have such a strong sword intent? Lin couldn't sit still and clenched his fists tightly. Steady, the great elder coldly shouted, although the enemy is very strong, don't forget Feng's trump card. Hearing this, Lin calmed down, but the killing intent in his eyes became even thicker. Lin Feng, in front of me, you're just a joke. Lin Xian sneered. Use the earth rank martial art, or else you won't have a chance. On the opposite side, Lin Xian's face darkened and his body trembled slightly. He was suppressed by Lin Xian twice in a row. This was unacceptable to the proud him. His eyes were filled with killing intent as the huge red sword behind him slowly rotated. You want to see the earth rank martial art? As you wish. The long sword swayed and the wind and clouds in all directions changed as if there were countless blood-red long swords piercing through the void. Everyone was far away and had the protection of the defensive formation, but they could still feel the terrifying killing intent. Many people had fine sword marks on their bodies. This is the earth rank martial art? How terrifying! Even the Sword Pool Mansion's defensive grand array is unable to block it. It's too terrifying. Just a single strand of aura is enough to make me unable to breathe. This level of martial art can even kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Lin Xian is dead for sure. So what if his sword intent is strong? So what if his body is unparalleled? So what? In front of an earth rank martial technique, everything will be annihilated. Lin Xian is dead. Brother Lin Feng is the most dazzling genius of Sword Lake Palace. Second Master Lin and the others had a drastic change in expression. It was also their first time seeing an earth rank martial art. The aura emitted from the front made them feel a kind of palpitating feeling. Elder Song's eyes flickered as all the muscles in his body tensed up. Lin Zheng, it was for his own good that we didn't allow Lin Xian to participate in the competition, but you didn't listen. If this sword goes down, I'm afraid even bones won't be left. Lin said slowly. Second Master Lin didn't say anything, but his hands were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. The sword qi in the surroundings became denser and denser, as if a peerless weapon had been unsheathed, carrying with it the aura of annihilation. This is an earth rank martial art? It is indeed very strong. Lin Xian felt the killing intent in the surroundings, his expression grave. But if you want to kill me, this is still not enough. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Lin Feng, I will let you know that even if you have an earth rank martial art, you are still a joke in front of me. After saying that, he took out the autumn scar sword and drew a strange trajectory in the air. The spirit qi in the surroundings gathered as the wind whistled. A gigantic sword appeared in the sky, oppressing all directions. Oh my God! What kind of martial art is this? I can't breathe. Could it be an earth rank martial art too? It is so terrifying. Why do I feel that it is even more terrifying than an earth rank martial art? The surrounding warriors were like a boiling pot, extremely excited. This was a battle between geniuses, a battle between dragons and tigers. On the huge grandstand, all the elders' expressions changed. At this moment, they were all looking at the sky, where the gigantic sword was becoming more and more solid. It has the same power as an earth rank martial art. Could it be another one? This kid has a great opportunity. The Lin clan is incredible. Lin Xian looked at the gigantic sword in the sky and was about to go crazy. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that Lin Xian would also have an earth rank martial art. Damn it, this is impossible. The head elder's face darkened, his body emitting a killing intent. In front of him, the two huge qi collided, shaking the heaven and earth with each collision. Lin Xian's face was ferocious, and his heart was abnormally irritated. Lin Xian was actually able to resist his earth-rank martial art. This made him feel like he was dreaming. Impossible. 10 directions sword remnant light, destroy. In all directions, in the sky and on the ground, everything was covered by the blood-red sword qi. The entire training ground seemed to have turned into hell. Every sword aura was capable of splitting mountains and piercing through the earth. These sword auras gathered together and slashed towards Lin Xian. Sword of gale and lightning, sword of mountains and rivers. The gigantic sword slashed down. The whole sky was filled with violent wind and lightning. As the sword flashed, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and a black storm appeared. Rumble. The gigantic sword and the blood-red sword qi collided, creating an apocalyptic collision. The 1,000-meter-long arena was covered by the blood-red and green light. The terrifying energy collided with the defensive formation. Ka-ka-ka. The defensive formation made a sound as if it was about to collapse. Maintain the formation. The third elder shouted. Dozens of elders attacked together, releasing a vast amount of spiritual energy, constantly changing the defensive formation. The terrifying storm was still going on. Dozens of elders' faces were dripping with sweat, and their bodies were trembling. In the end, they managed to maintain the formation. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had been reborn after a calamity. If the formation was broken, the terrifying storm would definitely devour everyone. At that time, perhaps only the harmonious spirit realm warriors would be able to escape. Outside the defensive formation, the violent energy gradually disappeared. Everyone's heart was in their mouth. Everyone stretched their necks, trying to see the situation inside. Would Lin Xian amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? Or would Lin Feng remain undefeated? This was the question that everyone was concerned about. The storm dispersed, and the dust in the sky gradually settled. The scene on the arena slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The first thing that came into view was the miserable ground. There were thousands of ravines, and all of them were blood-red sword marks. Each of them was 100 meters long, and the bottom couldn't be seen. There was a terrifying crack in the middle of the arena, which was more than 1,000 meters long. It split the ground in half, and there were still remnants of the wind and lightning qi in the crack. 2 figures were standing on the ground, facing each other. The silver light on Lin Xian's body was dim, and many parts of his body were broken. The terrifying sword marks had turned his flesh, and blood was dripping. In the distance, Lin Xian's hair was disheveled, and he looked even worse than Lin Xian. He didn't have a strong body like Lin Xian, and his top profound level armor had been split open. There were still remnants of the wind and lightning qi in many parts of his body. There was a terrifying sword mark on his chest, which exposed his bones and internal organs. Lightning exploded on Lin Feng's body, worsening his injuries. Chapter 303. Most people didn't expect this result at all. The whole place was eerily quiet, only the sound of blood splashing could be heard. Hee ha! Lin Feng suddenly laughed and looked up at the sky. Lin Xian, I really underestimated you. I don't know what kind of luck you have in the past 2 years. You're better than me in body refining, sword intent and martial arts. But do you think you can win like this? I was saving this move for the True Dragon competition, but it's good. I'll let you know the real difference between us. You can die in peace. Lin Xian frowned. He had the feeling that Lin Feng wasn't crazy and talking nonsense. No way, does Lin Feng have another trump card? He even used his Earth rank martial arts. Does he have more powerful moves? The crowd was stunned. They couldn't understand. Their doubts didn't last long. Soon they started to shout. Lin Feng slowly stood up and formed a strange seal. A maple leaf mark appeared between his eyebrows. Sealbreak. With a shout, the maple leaf mark emitted a blood-red light. The qi in the surroundings started to gather and flow into his body. Everybody was astonished. Lin Feng's silhouette gradually rose up into the air and floated in the air. This was a skill that only harmonious spirit realm cultivators could use. Lin Feng had broken through to the harmonious spirit realm. Oh my god, he's only in his 20s. Such a young harmonious spirit realm cultivator. What a monster! The whole arena was boiling. Lin Feng was like a huge mountain, pressing down on everyone's hearts. You're still a worm if you don't break through to the harmonious spirit realm. Now I can kill you with one hand, said Lin Feng looking down at Lin Xian from above. Lin Xian was also shocked. No wonder Lin Feng was his opponent. What a genius! However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. No matter what Lin Feng's cultivation level was, he would crush him under his feet. So what if you're a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Lin Xian looked like a demon. The crowd was trembling and their minds went blank. This guy said that he had killed a harmonious spirit warrior before. Is he alright? Even if you want to brag, you shouldn't brag like this, right? No one believed him. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. Even though Lin Xian was strong, he was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm expert. In their hearts, a harmonious spirit realm expert was like a god. You're about to die and you're still so stubborn, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He didn't believe such nonsense. With a flip of his palm, the spiritual energy in the surroundings began to vibrate, forming a mountain-like palm that struck downward. This strike felt as though a real mountain was crashing down on Zhang Xian. It was more than twice as powerful as before. Lin Xian's body surged with lightning, connecting heaven and earth. He punched out, and the lightning in the sky formed a silver lightning dragon that soared into the sky. Boom! The silver dragon claw tore apart the huge mountain peak. Like I said, you are not the first harmonious spirit realm warrior that I have killed, and you will not be the last. Dragon counter-step. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he took several steps forward. The air vibrated, like water ripples, and waves of ripples appeared. Lin Xian's body soared into the sky as if he was climbing a ladder to heaven. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, who was in the sky. Oh my god! What kind of footwork is that? He can actually walk in the air. He actually took the initiative to rush towards Lin Feng. Is he not afraid of death? What a terrifying chi! Could it be that Lin Xian has really killed a harmonious spirit realm expert? This thought was like a nightmare that was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, and they couldn't get rid of it. Second Master Lin's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the silver dragon that was rising into the sky. Lin Xian had given him too many surprises. Every impossible situation had happened to him. At this rate, defeating Lin Feng was no longer a dream. Big brother, did you see that? Little Xian is as mighty as you were in the past. In the distance, Lin and the great elder's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Lin Xian was like their nemesis, slapping their faces again and again. That little bastard, we can't let him live. Lin was going crazy. Capture him and everything he has will be ours. The great elder smiled evilly. Body refining techniques, earth-level martial arts, and amazing footwork. If we have these, who can stop us? Little Feng will also become a real peerless genius and step onto a bigger stage to compete for the true dragon ranking list. At that time, our Sword Lake Palace will become the overlord of Tiannan region. While the great elder was thinking about the future, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Annihilation. Lin Feng had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. His sword had the power to split mountains and cut rivers. Dragon counter-step 7 steps. Lin Xian's body flickered and his speed increased again. At the same time, he took a step forward and his silver dragon claw grabbed towards Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng released a huge amount of sword chi which collided with the silver dragon claw, creating a metallic sound. Red maple sword technique. Lin Feng shouted and waved his long sword. His sword chi was like a huge maple leaf. It carried a terrifying sword intent and spiritual chi in the surroundings as it cut towards Lin Xian. The sky was filled with red sword chi and everything within 100 meters was covered. Oh no, Lin Xian can't stay in the air for too long. He's in danger. Lung Yidao exclaimed. Indeed, Lin Feng had seen through this and chose to use a large area sword attack. As long as Lin Xian lost his balance, he would be a human target in the air. He would only be able to take a beating then. However, He had underestimated the power of the dragon counterstep. Dragon counterstep 7 steps. Facing the dense sword qi, Lin Xian naturally knew what Lin Feng was planning. His body flickered and shuttled back and forth in the terrifying sword qi. Although it was very dangerous, he could safely avoid the attack every time. Boom! Under his feet, the silver dragon claw appeared again and violently attacked Lin Feng. Lin Xian quickly stepped forward like thunder, his momentum vast and mighty. The air trembled and the earth rumbled. It was as if there was a strange rhythm that made everyone sink into it. The silver dragon claw above Lin Feng's head made him crazy. How could he allow Lin Xian to step on his head? With a swing of his sword, a huge cross-shaped sword qi appeared in the air. It carried a strange suction force and enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, the spiritual qi in the surroundings gathered and formed the illusion of a huge tree. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian continuously stepped forward. Under his feet, the illusion of a real dragon gradually appeared. The huge cross-shaped sword qi could kill countless half-step harmonious spirit experts. Even some weak harmonious spirit experts wouldn't dare to face it directly. However, this kind of terrifying attack quickly turned into a rain of light fragments under the power of the dragon counterstep, disappearing in the air. 5th step. The dragon under his feet condensed and bombarded the huge tree shadow. Rumble! The air exploded and countless clouds rolled. The sky seemed to be torn apart. The dragon claw disappeared and the huge tree shadow also became dim. However, the 6th step quickly followed. With a dragon roar, the silver dragon claw covered the sky as if it could tear everything apart. Boom! Boom! The huge tree shadow was torn apart. Lin Feng slashed out with his sword and sent Lin Xian flying. The silver thunder mark was also torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. The attack of a harmonious spirit expert was too terrifying. Moreover, Lin Feng wasn't like Elder Lu, who was heavily injured. Each of his attacks was at full strength. Lin Xian's long life chant was madly circulating in his body. At the same time, he decisively swallowed a drop of great earth spirit liquid. The black cloak behind him fluttered, and he turned into a black afterimage. Chapter 304. Lin Xian's body was bleeding profusely, but he still endured the pain and performed the 7th step. This step was like the finishing touch. The silver dragon under his feet came to life. The dragon roared as if it was real. Its roar shook the whole area. The gigantic silver dragon rushed towards Lin Feng. The red maple tree shook. The maple leaves turned into thousands of blood-red swords and pierced the sky. In a flash, the silver lightning dragon was pierced by the countless blood-red swords. The sword intent of the red maple tree stirred, trying to tear it apart. The dragon roared. Lin Xian's sword intent gushed out and merged with the silver dragon under his feet. The air trembled as if the sky was about to collapse. The silver dragon seemed to have a soul. Sword light flashed in its eyes. The dragon claw rushed forward, shaking the wind and clouds. The silver dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it collided with the red maple tree. Crack, crack, crack. Like a mirror, the huge maple tree cracked. The silver dragon claw hit Lin Feng and sent him flying. Boom! Lin Feng crashed into the ground. The whole arena shook violently as if there was an earthquake. When the smoke disappeared, a deep hole appeared on the ground as if a meteorite had hit it. Ah! In the deep hole, Lin Feng roared. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Lin Xian landed on the ground and humphed. "Harmonious spirit realm is only SOS. Let's fight. I'll let you know how powerful harmonious spirit realm is." 10 directions sword remnant light. Within 1,000 meters, spiritual energy violently fluctuated. 108,000 blood-colored swords formed in the air, bringing with them a terrifying baleful aura that struck fear into anyone who looked at them. Even a harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to withstand this kind of chi. Gale lightning sword, mountain river cleaving sword. Lin Xian waved his sword and formed the heaven sword again. "It's useless. This attack is 3 times stronger than before. You won't be able to withstand it." Lin Feng sneered. 108,000 blood-red swords clashed with the heaven sword. A terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. In a flash, the heaven sword in the sky dimmed as if it could disappear at any time. Hadai. Lin Feng laughed loudly and controlled the 108,000 swords to attack Lin Xian. The void trembled and emitted a sharp whistling sound. Lin Xian felt the air around him solidify and he was unable to move. Seeing the sky full of blood swords about to pierce through Lin Xian, Frost Fairy and the others closed their eyes, not daring to watch. On the huge spectator stand, Second Master Lin's eyes were bloodshot and cracked as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. His body swayed and he was about to rush forward. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air and stopped him. Lin Zheng. During the competition, no one is allowed to interfere. Lin sneered. Get lost. Second Master Lin slashed out with his sword, forming a sword chi that was hundreds of meters long. Boom. Lin's palm swayed, forming a hexagonal sword screen in front of him. It blossomed with light and blocked the fast sword chi. At this moment, the blood-red sword chi that filled the sky had already enveloped Lin Xian. Little Xian, surrender now. Second Master Lin roared. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 10-direction remnant light swords. His face was abnormally solemn. Do you want to admit defeat? He heard Second Master Lin's roar. He thought about how he had walked step by step from the Black Heaven sect in Yunzhou. He had never frowned, all for the sake of defeating Lin Feng when he returned to the family one day. Therefore, he would not admit defeat. His eyes emitting a shocking light, Lin Xian raised his sword intent to the extreme. At the same time, he crazily circulated his spiritual energy, and the long sword in his hand drew a strange arc again. No, it's too difficult for you to use the second sword now. Wine Lord shouted. However, the light in Lin Xian's eyes grew brighter and brighter. His long sword danced, and a deep voice sounded. Gale Lightning Sword, Double Sword Star Annihilation. In the sky, next to the Tsang family's huge sword, a divine sword shadow condensed again. This time, the sword's aura was even stronger than before. The spiritual energy in the surroundings gathered crazily, forming simple inscriptions on the sword body, emitting a mysterious aura. The two swords merged and crushed the surroundings, forcibly tearing apart the 10-direction remnant light swords. What? There's another sword. Oh my god, what kind of martial art is this? It's too terrifying. The smile on Lin Feng's face disappeared and was replaced with madness. Impossible, how can he condense another sword shadow? This aura is even more terrifying than my 10-direction remnant light swords. I don't believe it, block it for me. Lin Feng circulated the spiritual energy in the surroundings, increasing the power of the 10-direction remnant light swords. The two swords in the sky were blocked, and the two were facing each other in the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. The two swords in the sky became illusory again, and blocked the 10-direction remnant light swords. Using this kind of martial art, you must have consumed a lot of spiritual energy, right? Lin Feng sneered, I have the spiritual energy in the surroundings, I can exhaust you to death. He raised his head to the sky and laughed, his face was full of arrogance. Everyone sighed. Lin Xian's battle with a half-step harmonious spirit realm was already shocking enough, but it was still too difficult for him to defeat a harmonious spirit realm expert. Lin Xian's spiritual energy was indeed depleted. Inheriting martial arts consumed too much of his spiritual energy, and he was only a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator, so he couldn't use the spiritual energy in the surroundings. It was already very difficult for him to maintain his current state. Lin Feng obviously wouldn't let go of this opportunity to suppress him. His palm moved, and the 10-direction remnant light swords became even more powerful. Little Xian, don't persist anymore, your body won't be able to take it. Wine Lord said in a heavy voice, I can help you use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, I want to defeat him alone. The silver lightning marks on his body started to crack. If he continued to persist, His body would be completely destroyed. However, Lin Xian didn't give up. His eyes were shining with an astonishing light. His eyes were unyielding, stubborn, and confident. He never thought that he was worse than Lin Feng, and the fact was that his talent was not worse than anyone else's. So what if I don't have any spiritual energy? As long as I have a sword in my hand, it's enough. Lin Xian held his long sword tightly. The dragon's sword intent in his body resonated, as if it was roaring with excitement. A swordsman should have a sharp edge. A swordsman should be strong and unyielding. At this moment, Lin Xian understood the true meaning of the sword intent. The dragon sword intent seemed to come alive, turning into a huge dragon that revolved around his body. Divine dragon protection. Oh my God, what kind of technique is this? The crowd went crazy. Lin Xian's aura was too strong. It was like an unsheathed divine sword, nothing could resist him. Lin Feng's red maple sword intent was trembling, and Lin Feng himself also felt a sense of fear. Impossible, I am a harmonious spirit cultivator, why would I be afraid of him? Lin Feng roared, and 108,000 swords fell at the same time. Cut! Lin Xian took a step forward, and his long sword fell. The two huge swords in the sky seemed to have a sword spirit, and became solid again. Boom boom boom. The whole space was shaking and rumbling. The two huge swords fell, and the sky and earth were all torn apart. The blood-red sword chi that filled the sky, under such power, turned into blood-red fragments and exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 305. The terrifying energy waves made the surrounding cultivators tremble. In front of such power, they were as weak as ants. They had no way to resist. Even the elders in the stands were shocked. The two gigantic swords in the sky were enough to threaten them. Lin Lin and the great elder were extremely nervous as they stared straight ahead. Not good. The great elder's face turned black as if he had seen something terrifying. What's wrong? Could it be that Lin Feng? Lin Lin didn't dare to think further. The great elder humphed and waved his sleeves. Suddenly, a strong wind appeared in front of them. A terrifying force emerged and tore apart the red sword chi. The great elder surprisingly made his move. Could it be that Lin Feng lost? The elders in the stands were shocked when they felt the terrifying chi in the air. They were all harmonious spirit cultivators, and the great elder was a spirit transformation cultivator. He was one level higher than them. The overflowing chi was enough to frighten them. Second Master Lin looked at First Elder's figure and frowned. If the great elder wanted to stop them, they really couldn't do anything. After all, he was a spirit transformation cultivator. His strength was outrageous. Fortunately, the clan leader's prestige was still there. Otherwise, the great elder would have already killed them. In the sky, it was as if a pair of invisible hands had torn the violent energy into two halves, revealing the figure inside. The crowd looked over and gasped in surprise. There were terrifying sword wounds on Lin Feng's body. He had almost been cut in half. His left arm had been cut off and blood was gushing out. On the opposite side, Lin Xian was holding a broken sword. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He could fall down at any moment. He had used a martial skill that surpassed the limits of his body. He had suffered a serious internal injury. Fortunately, he had taken the Great Earth Elixir in advance. Otherwise, he would have been crippled. However, compared to Lin Feng, he was much better. The crowd was stunned. Lin Feng had displayed the strength of a harmonious spirit cultivator and even used an earth-level martial skill. Even an older harmonious spirit cultivator wouldn't be able to block his attack. However, he had lost. Not only was he seriously injured, but he had also lost an arm. If he didn't have a heaven-defying elixir, he wouldn't be able to reattach his arm. Lin Lin looked up to the sky and roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Lin Feng was his only hope. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become an overlord in the future. He could also rely on his son's strength to increase his status. But now, Lin Feng had lost an arm and his body had almost been cut in half. Even if he recovered in the future, his strength would be greatly reduced. Besides, the most important thing was that Lin Feng could become a demon in his heart. The first elder's face darkened as an endless amount of killing intent emanated from his body. He condensed a sky full of sword chi that pierced in all directions. The entire grandstand was pierced into a sieve. All the elders retreated in fear. The attack of a spirit transformation realm martial artist was not something they could resist. A terrifying pressure enveloped Lin Xian, causing his body to sway and vomit blood. Ha! Lin Xian laughed loudly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The young one can't beat me, so the old one came out to bully me. How capable! Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Make your move, I'll take it. Little trash, you dare to talk back to me? The great elder roared angrily, and the aura on his body grew even stronger. Trash? Lin Xian's body was bleeding from the pressure, but he was still laughing madly. If I'm trash, then what is Lin Feng? Top quality trash? What are you, old trash? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Lin Xian actually dared to talk to the great elder like that. The great elder was a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Lin Feng had just regained some consciousness when he heard Lin Xian's ridicule. He immediately vomited blood and fainted again. Little bastard, I'll kill you. Seeing Lin Feng's miserable state, the great elder couldn't bear it anymore. He pointed his finger at Lin Xian. Like a sharp sword light, he charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian suffered severe internal injuries and couldn't move at all. If it was a normal person, they would have already fainted. It was only because of his strong willpower that he was able to maintain a clear mind. However, this didn't mean that he could dodge the attack of a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Lin Xian's dragon sword intent condensed and formed a divine dragon around his body. His eyes were filled with madness. No! In the distance, Second Master Lin rushed over and slashed out 100-meter-long sword chi, trying to save Lin Xian. The great elder didn't turn his head. He waved his hand and smashed the thick sword chi. He even sent Second Master Lin flying. The sword light was like lightning, and it was about to pierce through Lin Xian. The giant dragon phantom on Lin Xian's body roared to the sky. At this time, the surrounding air trembled violently. The spiritual energy in the sky condensed into a house-sized shield in front of him. Immediately afterward, there was a shocking roar. Who dares to touch my grandson? The voice was like thunder, knocking everyone to the ground. Countless people looked in all directions in horror. The great elder's face was gloomy. He suddenly turned his head. His gaze was like a sword, dozens of meters long. Lin Quan, you are getting more and more shameless. You dare to attack my grandson. The voice was full of murderous intent. A terrifying scene formed behind the great elder. He roared with a trembling voice, Lin Yuan, you came out. A figure crossed the sky and landed quickly. The wind on his body blew the surrounding rocks away. It was a gray-haired old man. He was tall and powerful with an oppressive aura. He was the patriarch of the Lin clan, Lin Yuan. Grandpa! Lin Xian shouted excitedly. Good grandson, you fought a beautiful battle. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Father, you can't let them hurt Xian. Second Master Lin shouted in the distance. Yes. The old man nodded and protected Lin Xian by his side. He said in a clear voice, Lin Xian defeated Lin Feng. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Do you still want to deny it? As the patriarch, I announce that the first person in this family meeting is Lin Xian. The loud voice spread in all directions, as if it was announcing to the world. It was believed that in a few days, Lin Xian's name would be heard all over the Great Xia. The great elder felt the aura on Lin Yuan's body. He was uncertain. The old man's aura is strong. In the end, he snorted coldly. This matter will not end like this. After that, he quickly left with Lin Feng, who was seriously injured and unconscious. The arrival of the patriarch, Lin Yuan, once again made a shocking turn of events. Lin Xian defeated Lin Feng and became the first person in the younger generation of the Sword Lake Mansion. He also obtained a precious opportunity to enter the ancestral land of the family. The Lin clan meeting is held once every 10 years. Only one person can enter the ancestral land of the family each time. That is the forbidden area of the Sword Lake Mansion. Being able to enter means that the person is likely to become the heir of the Sword Lake Mansion. Under the envious eyes of everyone, Lin Xian was taken by Second Master Lin to recuperate. After that, the Lin family once again arranged a banquet for everyone to enjoy. After 3 days, everyone gradually left. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lin Xian had the earth spirit liquid. Coupled with the magical effect of the longevity secret art, he quickly recovered. On the same day, Lin Yuan summoned Lin Xian and Second Master Lin. "Grandpa!" Lin Xian saw the old man, and his eyes were moist. Chapter 306. The atmosphere in the room became solemn because of the old man's expression. Lin Xian looked expectant, not knowing what the old man was going to say. "Xianer, you have to take care of the next thing," Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. "First, you have to enter the ancestral land as soon as possible. I can't hold on for too long. Second, I think it's necessary to explain to you about your parents. Third, after coming out of the ancestral land, leave the state of Great Xia as soon as possible." These 3 things were like a clap of thunder that made him dizzy. Lin Xian was a little dazed. He had countless questions in his heart that he wanted to ask. The old man sighed and continued, "This is an incarnation of mine. I can't stay in the outside world for a long time. I'm afraid that Lin Quan and the others will see through it." "Incarnation?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "Grandpa, you haven't come out yet?" "Sigh, it's not that easy. The higher the cultivation, the harder it is to break through." The old man shook his head slightly. "Now that my real body has reached a critical moment, I can't come out at all. As for your father, I don't believe that he's dead, and it turns out that he's not dead. Some time ago, your mother was wandering around the ancestral land. She seemed to have found something and hurriedly left the Sword Pool Mansion, saying that she was going to find your father." "What? My father is not dead. My mother went to find him." Lin Xian was stunned. This news was too shocking for him. Ever since he came into contact with Wine Lord, he didn't believe that his father was dead. Now that he received the news, Lin Xian was so excited that he shed tears. A man doesn't cry easily, but Lin Xian couldn't control himself when it came to his parents. "Where did they go?" "There's a letter here. It was left by your mother." Second Master Lin took out an envelope. Lin Xian quickly opened it, and then his brows gradually furrowed. He didn't know any of the names on it. There was even a Baiqing continent among them. However, the continent they were on was called the Lingwu continent. Is there a continent outside the Lingwu continent? Lin Xian couldn't help but guess. "Wine Lord, do you know about this Baiqing continent?" He placed his hopes on Wine Lord. "I have an impression of it, but I can't remember it clearly." Wine Lord sighed. "I need some time. Maybe I can remember it." Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect to find his parents so quickly. However, having a goal and hope was better than nothing. "By the way, Wine Lord, my grandfather is currently in seclusion. Can you help him? With his talent, breaking through to the spirit detecting realm will be very difficult," the Wine Lord said. "However, since he is your grandfather, I will do my best to help him." After saying that, Wine Lord sent some information to Lin Xian. "If I copy this into the jade slip, it might be able to help him." Lin Xian discovered that all the things Wine Lord had given him were things related to breakthroughs. To a martial artist, this was far too precious. He took out a blank jade slip, copied all the information, and handed it to the old man. "Grandfather, I obtained a jade slip when I was outside. Can you see if it can help?" The old man took the jade slip. He didn't have much hope. After all, no one in the entire Xia could help him break through to the spirit-detecting realm. However, when he saw the information in the jade slip, he jumped up. "Xian, where did you get this?" The old man's face was filled with excitement. "This is the experience of breaking through to the spirit-detecting realm. If this gets out, the entire Xia will fall into chaos. With this, I have at least a 50% chance of success." 50% was already a lot. Before this, the old man didn't even have a 10% chance of success. On floating island. Oh, and some earth essence liquid. After saying that, Lin Xian took out a dozen drops of earth essence liquid and gave it to the old man and his second uncle. Such dense life essence! The second master exclaimed. Xian, this is too precious. Second uncle, you two are the closest people to me. Why are you saying this to me? Zhen, accept it. The old man said, I have a good grandson. He will definitely be famous in the future. Seeing the two of them accept the items, Lin Xian smiled in relief. By the way, grandfather, why are we leaving Xia? This is not only a crisis for the Sword Pool Manor, but also for the entire Xia. The old man said in a deep voice, you should have heard of the Nether Hall. According to reliable information, the Nether Hall will fully recover in the next 6 months to a year. At that time, they will very likely control the entire Xia. Nether Hall. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Not only had he heard of it, but he knew even more. The Nether Hall was already very scary, but there was an even bigger force behind it, the Black Dragon sect. That was an existence that could make the entire Tianan region panic. Then where are we going? Lin Xian asked. We're not going. You go by yourself. The old man said in a deep voice. I won't. Lin Xian shook his head. If we're going together. Little Xian, don't be impulsive. Second Uncle Lin said, the information we received shows that there is a terrifying force behind the Nether Hall. It's not something we can fight against. Yes, after you come out of the ancestral land, immediately leave Xia. The old man said in a deep voice. You are our hope. Only if you live can you save us. Lin Xian was silent. He couldn't help much if he stayed, but he was unwilling to leave just like that. All right, let's go to the ancestral land first. The old man said quickly. Lin Xian knew that the situation was urgent and immediately followed the old man to the ancestral land. On the other side of the Sword Pool Manor, where the great elder lived, Lin Feng had already woken up. His life was saved, but one of his arms was broken. If he wanted to take it back, he would have to pay a price. Grandfather, I can't take this lying down. Lin Feng's eyes were red. He was a proud son of heaven and had great luck to be able to obtain such a heaven-defying earth-rank martial art. However, he had still been defeated by someone he had once regarded as an ant. Don't worry, little Feng. Grandfather will avenge you. The great elder's eyes twinkled. I have already contacted the elders of the Nether Hall. When they arrive, the Sword Pool Manor will be ours. There were 2 forbidden areas in the Sword Pool Manor. One was the place where the patriarch cultivated in seclusion, and the other was the ancestral land. These 2 places were protected by a terrifying array. Even a spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to trespass. As the patriarch, the old man naturally had a way to enter. Lin Xian followed behind him carefully. He had only heard of the ancestral land, but had never entered it. This is the place where our ancestors are buried. There are countless treasures inside. What you can obtain will depend on your luck. Lin Xian nodded and walked through the simple stone door. The old man sat cross-legged on the side and waited quietly. After Lin Xian walked in, he looked around curiously. He had learned from the old man that this was actually a cemetery where the patriarchs of the past were buried. Chapter 307. As Lin Xian walked, he saw many tombstones. Each tombstone had something different in front of it. Some were glowing weapons, while others were yellowed martial arts manuals. There were also some that had martial arts manuals engraved on the wall beside them. The words were extremely messy. These should have been left behind before his death. Wine Lord said with a voice transmission. It's no wonder everyone wants to enter the ancestral land. This is truly a land of treasures. Lin Xian exclaimed. Ignoring the weapons, just the martial arts manuals alone were enough to tempt countless people. However, although Lin Xian was tempted, he could still restrain himself. The main reason was that he had been taught by an expert like Wine Lord. His knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. Therefore, he did not immediately study the martial arts manuals. Instead, he wandered around. No one had ever been as calm as him. The disciples that entered in the past never wandered around. They quickly studied the martial arts manuals on the tombstones. After all, The time they spent here was limited. This is father's handwriting. Lin Xian looked at the words engraved on the wall and became excited. Evidently, Lin Xian's father had also entered the cave and left behind some inscriptions. It's not a manual. It looks like it was casually written. Lin Xian looked carefully and realized that some of the words were already blurred. Great Dragon, the other 5-sword heritage. I can't stay in Spirit Void Island any longer. Head to the White Azure Continent. Lin Xian was astounded when he finished reading. Although the words were incomplete, it was obvious that his father knew about the Great Dragon Sword. He suddenly recalled the mysterious sword in his body. It was given to him by his father. From the looks of it, your father is stronger than you imagine. Such a figure cannot perish easily. Wine Lord said slowly. Let's see if there are any other clues. Lin Xian reached out his hand to touch the words, but when he touched the words on the wall, the words suddenly suffused light. The words on it vanished as an illusory figure condensed. Father! Lin Xian exclaimed. Child, when you see this, I may have left for a long time, but you must believe that we will meet again one day. Our Lin family has some connections with the Great Dragon Sword. In this ancestral land, there is a mark that records the location of the Great Dragon Sword. Find it and go to the White-Green Continent to find me. The illusory figure gradually disappeared, turning into a rain of light. Divine Sense Image, what a powerful technique. Wine Lord said in a deep voice, it seems that there are clues to the Great Dragon Sword here. Lin Xian tried his best to calm himself down. Although he knew that it was just a soul imprint left behind by his father, he was still reluctant to part with it. When he heard Wine Lord's words, he calmed down. Only by obtaining enough power would he be able to reunite with his family. Closing his eyes and calming his mind, he channeled the Great Dragon Sword will in his body, wanting to use this opportunity to sense the existence of the other Great Dragon mark. A moment later, a dragon's roar resounded from the depths of the ancestral land. It carried with it a sense of vicissitudes of life, as if it had traveled through countless years. It is indeed here. Lin Xian was overjoyed. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed over. On the huge stone tablet in front of him, there was a ferocious and roaring dragon, looking down on all living things. At this moment, the dragon pattern seemed to have come alive as it swam around the stone tablet. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded as the surrounding air vibrated. A huge dragon claw formed above and slammed down. This attack was enough to kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Sush! Lin Xian did not take it head-on. He used the dragon reverse steps and quickly dodged. It was different from what he had imagined. He thought that it would be easy to get the Great Dragon mark, but now it seemed that he was too naive. The Great Dragon Sword mark is an item without an owner. Only those with strength are worthy of it. Wine Lord said, whether you can subdue it or not, it will depend on you. Lin Xian's eyes were sharp. He had even defeated Lin Feng, who had mastered an earth-rank martial art, let alone a mark without a soul imprint. He pulled out the Autumn Scar sword that was broken in half and quickly rushed over. Cloud slash. The sword light tore through the air like a misty cloud as it slashed towards the dragon pattern. The stone tablet glowed and also slashed out a sword chi. It was 70 to 80% similar to the cloud slash, but it was sharper and more misty. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. This technique was very similar to the one he had used in the Inscription Tower competition. However, back then, Yufei's bloodline mirror could only be duplicated. Its power was the same as the original, but this stone tablet was obviously more powerful. Not only was its attack the same as Lin Xian's, but it was also more powerful. As expected of an offensive saint art. It can even modify martial arts. Lin Xian was even more delighted. If he could get this Great Dragon mark, then his sword intent would be even more powerful. He began to use all kinds of techniques to attack the stone tablet. In a moment, the sword light surrounded him, creating a terrifying scene. Lin Xian kept attacking the stone tablet. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed, but he still had not succeeded. However, compared to when he started, he had made substantial progress. Outside the ancestral land, Second Master Lin hurried to the side of the patriarch. Father, Shinner is still not out yet? The old man shook his head, but he did not look too worried. It's been more than 20 days. Will something happen? Second Master Lin asked worriedly. If something happens to the person inside, the stone door will turn blood red. This way, the people outside will know immediately. But now, the two stone doors have not changed. This means that Xian is very safe. As expected of father and son. I remember that Jean also stayed for nearly a month last time, the old man said slowly. Father, the situation in the mansion is not right recently. I feel that Lin Quan and the rest are planning something, Second Master Lin said. No matter what, we must delay until Xian comes out. In the Sword Pool Mansion, Lin walked into the room excitedly and whispered, Father, things are almost done. In about 5 days, the people from the Nether Hall will take action. This day has finally come. The Great Elder's eyes had a trace of madness. Lin Yuan, the Sword Pool Mansion will eventually be mine. Father, I heard that Lin Xian has entered the ancestral land. It's been more than 20 days, and he hasn't come out yet. So what? Didn't Lin Zhan also enter for a month back then? Where is he now? The Great Elder sneered. With the Nether Hall's masters taking action, not to mention Lin Xian, even Lin Yuan won't be able to escape death. Father is still wise. Lin said, the people from the Nether Hall have replied. As long as they are allowed to enter the ancestral land, they will agree to repair Feng Er's severed arm. Father, what exactly is in the ancestral land? Is there some heaven-defying treasure? But even if it's an earth-rank martial art, they did not ask for it. I don't know. The ancestral land is the burial place of the patriarchs. At most, there will be some martial arts and weapons. Their value will not exceed that of an earth-rank martial art. We will listen to the Nether Hall, the Great Elder said in a deep voice. Understood, Father. Lin chuckled. 5 days passed in a flash. Lin Xian entered the final stage of subduing the dragon seal. On this day, a shocking change happened in Xia country. Chapter 308. The Nether Hall, a dark force that had disappeared for hundreds of years, appeared once again. The worst part was that there were many people from the Nether Hall among the top forces like the Snow-Seeking Sect. They kept killing those who resisted, causing the sects to fall into chaos. The whole Xia was in chaos. Battles were everywhere. In the Snow-Seeking Sect, all the disciples were stunned when the sect master announced that they were going to join the Nether Hall. Some of the disciples raised their hands to surrender, but more of them fought back. The battle broke out. Yidao Lung, Ice Fairy and the others refused to surrender. They were surrounded and killed. Yidao, Ice Fairy, run. Don't come back. Elder Snow, what about you? Ice Fairy cried. Don't worry about me. As long as you are here, the Snow-Seeking Sect will not be destroyed. Elder Snow killed the enemies that rushed towards them and helped them escape. In the Sword Pool Mansion, a group of black-clothed people descended from the sky. The defensive formation did not work at all. Lord Nethery, thank you. The Great Elder went up to her with a smile. Elder Lin Quan, let's begin. Lord Nethery smiled. No, I should call you Mansion Master Lin Quan now. Haha. A proud laugh sounded. The Great Elder slowly rose into the sky, his voice spreading everywhere. Disciples of the Sword Pool Mansion, listen up. From today onwards, we are members of the Nether Hall. We will follow Lord Nethery's lead. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. The terrifying voice spread to every corner of the Sword Pool Mansion. At this moment, other than the disciples of the Great Elder, the rest of the people were stunned. They were the top forces in Xia. Since when did they submit to someone, especially a dark force like the Nether Hall? Lin Quan, what are you doing? Why would we submit to the Nether Hall? That's right. You are betraying the clan. You should be punished by the clan rules. The third elder shouted coldly. We will not submit. You are courting death. The Great Elder snorted. He raised his palm and pressed it down. The void trembled as the terrifying palm pressed down. The third elder resisted with all his might. However, the surrounding spiritual energy was like an invisible cage, binding him tightly. Before the huge palm could reach him, the third elder's spiritual armor was crushed by the violent spiritual energy. This was the strength of a spirit transformation realm warrior. A casual attack from a spirit transformation realm warrior could render a harmonious spirit realm warrior powerless. Just as the third elder was about to be crushed into a bloody mist, a fist the size of a mountain quickly formed between heaven and earth and smashed towards the terrifying palm. Boom! Above the sword pool mansion, the two forces collided, forming a terrifying energy wave that spread out in all directions. Lin Quan, this is not the place for you to behave atrociously. A dignified voice sounded. It's the Patriarch is here. The disciples of the Lin clan below were excited. Lin Yuan, today is the day you die. Lin Quan trembled with anger. Lord Nethery, I hope that you can help. The black-robed man beside the great elder cackled. That's good too. Let me see what the palace master of the Sword Pool Palace is capable of. Set up the defensive formation. Second Master Lin shouted coldly. Beneath the Sword Pool Manor, tens of thousands of sword beams lit up like starlight, rushing in all directions. A mighty sword formation quickly took shape. This sword formation is useless against me. The great elder sneered and quickly rushed over. That's not necessarily true. Second Master Lin waved his long sword and controlled the sword formation to form 12 mountain-like sword beams that condensed into the shape of a green lotus and slashed towards the great elder. Green lotus sword formation, you actually set up this kind of sword formation? The great elder's expression changed drastically, and he didn't dare to take it head-on. Damn it, when did you set it up? Second Master Lin controlled the sword formation to form terrifying sword beams that swept in all directions. Lin Quan, you don't deserve to be a disciple of the Lin clan. Don't even think about controlling the Sword Pool Mansion. You're courting death. The great elder snorted coldly and waved his palm continuously, forming a terrifying palm shadow that slammed downward. At the same time, fierce battles broke out in other places of the Sword Pool Mansion. In the ancestral land of the Lin clan, Lin Yuan stood up and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. There were dozens of black figures there, and the one in the lead was Lord Nethery. Old thing, I'll give you a chance. Submit to the Netherworld Hall, or die. Cut the crap, this old man will not bow to you. Lin Yuan shouted coldly and raised his hand to release a terrifying sword beam. Netherworld Heaven Imprisonment. The black-robed man emitted countless black chi that covered the surroundings. Streaks of black chi with a strong murderous aura rushed toward Lin Yuan together with the surrounding spiritual chi. Boom! A great battle was about to break out. The battle between martial artists of the spirit transformation realm was extremely terrifying. Every move had the power to split mountains and break rivers. You guys, go and take a look inside the stone door. Lord Nethery ordered. Suddenly, 6 black-robed men rushed toward the stone door quickly. The killing array here was activated, forming a dazzling sword beam that instantly pierced through 2 black-robed men. You two are responsible for breaking the array. You must enter the stone door. Lord Nethery said coldly. The remaining black-robed men also got busy. In the ancestral land, Lin Xian sat cross-legged facing the stone tablet. The dragon mark on the stone tablet emitted a gentle light that enveloped Lin Xian, forming an inexplicable connection between the two. As time passed, the dragon mark on the stone tablet became weaker and weaker, and Lin Xian's aura became stronger and stronger. In the end, the mark on the stone tablet disappeared, and the brilliance was like a mirror. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A dragon-shaped shadow flashed across Lin Xian's eyes, looking extremely deep. A dragon roar filled with pressure rang out from within his body. On the mysterious small sword, the dragon pattern became clear again, and half of the dragon's body was formed. Although Lin Xian's sword intent did not improve, his strength had increased by a lot. What a strong power! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt that his strength had improved in all aspects. Now, he would not be so embarrassed if he fought against Lin Feng again. He was even confident that he could kill Lin Feng before using the earth-level martial arts. It's time to go out. Lin Xian tidied up and headed outside. His figure swayed, and he quickly ran toward the stone door. Outside, Lin Yuan and Lord Nethery were fighting fiercely, and the rest of the black-robed men were trying their best to break the array. Suddenly, the stone door trembled as if it was about to open. Is it Xianer? Lin Yuan was anxious and wanted to break through Lord Nethery's defense. The black-robed Lord Nethery thought that his men had broken the array, and he was overjoyed, and his moves became more fierce. At this critical moment, he naturally did not allow Lin Yuan to destroy the array. The stone door slowly opened, and the 4 black-robed men were full of expectation. They were just waiting for the stone door to open completely before rushing in. Cut. Finally, the stone door opened completely. However, the 4 black-robed men were stunned, because they saw a figure coming out of it. Naturally, it was Lin Xian who came out of it. Because of the special existence of the ancestral land, he did not know what was happening outside. But the moment he opened the stone door, he sensed that there was a battle within a kilometer of the Sword Pool Mansion. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Quan is rebelling? Lin Xian was puzzled. Chapter 309. As soon as Lin Xian walked out of the stone gate, he saw the black-robed men in front of him. At the same time, he sensed a very strong qi fighting with the old man. The black-robed men were stunned when they saw Lin Xian. Kid, who are you? When did you enter? Xian run. Without waiting for Lin Xian's reply, the old man Lin Yuan's urgent voice came from the sky. Lin Xian instantly understood what was going on. He was very familiar with these black-robed men. Nether Hall, they are attacking Sword Pool Prefecture. He was not an indecisive person. He knew that he was useless here. Moreover, the old man had told him to run away before entering the ancestral land. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian wanted to leave. Stop him. Anyone who has entered the ancestral land must not be let go. Lord Yu waved his hand and shouted loudly. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk 4 black-robed men quickly rushed toward Lin Xian, blocking the path around him. 2 of them were early Harmonious Spirit Realm experts, while the other 2 were half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm experts. This formation was more than enough to capture a Harmonious Spirit Realm expert, not to mention a half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm brat. The 4 of them laughed sinisterly and pounced toward Lin Xian. The surrounding black fog surged and formed black chains in the air, entangling him like spirit snakes. Get lost. Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly as he shouted angrily. The sound waves spread out like water ripples. There was also a strong soul force that attacked people's souls, making it impossible to guard against. Ever since he merged with the second dragon mark, Lin Xian's soul force had increased a lot. He was now very close to the level of a 3rd-grade inscription master. The water ripples were like sharp swords, easily cutting the black chains around him and then rushing toward the 4 black-robed men. Asterisk puff. Asterisk the 2 half-step Harmonious Spirit black-robed men were severely injured. They vomited blood and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. The 2 Harmonious Spirit Realm experts beside them also suffered a loss. Their faces were pale and their pupils blurred. Soul force? Their faces changed slightly. Be careful of your soul defense. Yu-E and Yu-Air blocked his path, approaching step by step. Overflowing netherworld. Their black robes fluttered and the surrounding spiritual energy trembled, forming a black ocean. 100-meter-tall wave surged and rushed towards Lin Xian. Wind and thunder sword wave. Lin Xian took out his crimson flame greatsword and slashed out, creating a terrifying sword wave within 100 meters. The 2 severely injured half-step Harmonious Spirit black-robed men didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies were cut into 2 halves, forming 2 clouds of blood mist and exploded in the air. The black waves were split apart and turned back into black mist. The sharp sword waves rushed towards Hades E and Hades Air. What a terrifying sword intent! Their expressions changed again. Black fog rolled around their bodies, forming pitch-black battle armor. It carried a sinister baleful aura as it wrapped around the 2 of them. Clang, clang. The dense sword waves collided with the surface, emitting the sound of metal colliding. Lin Xian's sword intent had already surpassed an ordinary 50% sword intent. Coupled with the terrifying attack power of the Great Dragon Mark, this sword wave became extremely strange. The black battle armor was cut open, and the silver lightning quickly seeped into it, destroying it continuously. There's still lightning? Yue and Yu Er looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their expressions were filled with unease. Damn it, who is this brat? Why does he have so many terrifying things? Why do I feel like he's born to suppress us? The two of them were frightened. Their bodies turned into black mist and quickly retreated. Indeed, Lin Xian's attack power was stronger than an ordinary early harmonious spirit realm expert. The terrifying Great Dragon Sword intent allowed him to break their defense, and the silver lightning was their nemesis. Yue and Yu Er didn't dare to face it head-on, but they could still surround him if they wanted to. As long as Lin Xian couldn't run away, their mission would be considered a success. In the sky, Lord Yu, who was fighting fiercely, naturally sensed the situation below. He was also surprised by Lin Xian's strength. Did he get the item? Lord Yu was puzzled. Thinking of this, he waved his sleeve downward. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk, this wave of his sleeve changed the weather below. Countless black mist surged, forming a pitch-black demonic palace that pressed down on Lin Xian like a mountain. The terrifying aura it contained was enough to make an early harmonious spirit realm expert despair. When Lin Xian saw the black chi demonic palace, his scalp went numb. He quickly used the dragon rebel steps. At the same time, the cloak behind him fluttered, pushing his speed to the extreme. A black light flashed and quickly rushed to the side. The void trembled. The pitch-black demonic palace seemed to have locked onto Lin Xian. It kept spinning above him, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, Yue and Yu Er helped him from the side, using all their means to trap Lin Xian. Bang! Lin Xian took 2 palm strikes from the two, but was forced back. His opponent was very cunning. He only focused on defending and stalling for time. What should I do? Lin Xian was anxious. Use the array formation. Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. Do as I say. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The array here was extremely terrifying. Even a spirit transformation realm expert would not dare to break through it. If Wine Lord could activate it, it would definitely be a great help. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared all around. Sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. This astonishing aura made Lin Yuan and Lord Yu in the sky change their expressions. Why is the array activated? Lin Yuan was puzzled. He was afraid of hurting Lin Xian, so he only activated a small part of the array. But now, the array below was completely activated. Lin Yuan focused his gaze and saw Lin Xian's dexterous movements below. It was as if he had mastered the array. Only then did he feel relieved. Lord Yu's eyelids twitched wildly. He still underestimated the strength of Sword Pool Mansion. This array was enough to threaten him. Just as the two were shocked, the battle situation below changed dramatically. With the help of Wine Lord, Lin Xian temporarily mastered the terrifying array. Rays of dazzling sword chi swept across all directions. The aura was enough to kill any harmonious spirit realm expert. The sword chi surged and rushed toward Yue and Yu Er. The two tried to escape, but they triggered more sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the two were penetrated by 8 rays of sword chi. They were dead. Under the attack of the sword array, the pitch-black demonic palace in the sky quickly disintegrated and turned into a cloud of black mist. Xian, I will delay the black-robed man. You leave quickly, Lin Yuan said. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His expression became very tragic. His eyes were filled with pain. He retreated with tears in his eyes. Want to run? Lord Yu's face darkened. He quickly attacked. The black mist formed dozens of huge black pythons, constantly twisting in the air. Your opponent is me. The dazzling sword light flashed, and the black pythons were cut into pieces. Lin Yuan held the giant sword and cooperated with the sword array below to stop Lord Yu. Everyone, pay attention. Capture this kid with all your strength. Lord Yu looked up to the sky and roared. The black mist surged all over his body, forming a portrait of Lin Xian in the sky. This portrait was 100 meters tall and clearly visible within a radius of 10,000 meters. Chapter 310. Lin Xian's head was condensed, and he became everyone's target. The disciples of Nether Hall and Lin Quan's faction were all chasing after Lin Xian, wanting to capture him. However, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. With the Dragon Rebel Step and the Black Cloak, his speed was faster than an ordinary early-stage Harmonious Spirit Realm warrior. Sword Qi swept out horizontally, cutting off the path in front of him. Lin Xian stood in front of him with a ferocious expression. "Little bastard, let's see where you can run to." Moonbreak. Lin Xian didn't say much. He swept the red flame greatsword in his hand, and a crescent-shaped sword Qi quickly rushed out. The air seemed to be split in half. The crescent-shaped sword Qi carried a terrifying dragon sword intent and quickly rushed forward. "Insignificant skill, die for me." Lin Xian shouted coldly and slashed out with his long sword. The surrounding air seemed to be boiling, constantly tumbling. The sword Qi rushed into the sky and collided with the crescent-shaped sword Qi, causing a shocking explosion. The crescent-shaped sword Qi was split in half. Lin Xian's sword Qi slashed forward in an even more arrogant manner. However, there was nothing in front of him, no one was there. The moment the crescent-shaped sword Qi slashed out, Lin Xian used the black cloak to hide his aura and quickly escaped in another direction. "Little bastard, come back!" Lin Xian was so angry that he stomped his feet. "Wanna run? Go back." At this moment, a terrifying voice sounded, and an old figure quickly approached. Feeling this terrifying aura, Lin Xian frowned. That figure was naturally Lin Quan. Without the deterrence of Old Master Lin Yuan, he was now like a ferocious beast, rampaging in all directions. Spirit Transformation Realm Expert, you can't fight head-on, quickly retreat. Wine Lord quickly said. "Stay, I won't kill you." Lin Quan's voice was cold. "I will let you taste all the torture in the world, and let you struggle on the verge of death every day. You old pervert, this young master won't play with you." Lin Xian shouted coldly. "It's useless to say anything." Lin Quan remained unmoved. He stretched out his palm and mercilessly pressed down. The terrifying palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth like 100,000 mountains, converging on Lin Xian. A blood-red light flashed, and Lin Xian disappeared. What? Lin Quan was shocked. His gaze was like sword Qi as he looked around. However, there was no sign of Lin Xian's aura within 1,000 meters. A few thousand meters away, Lin Xian's figure appeared. His face was somewhat pale. Without any hesitation, he quickly ran into the distance. At the critical moment just now, he decisively used the blood sacrifice cloak to escape. Lin Quan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. An ant-like brat had dared to play with him and escape from his grasp. As a spirit transformation realm cultivator, he could not tolerate this. Moreover, the person who ran away was the one he hated the most. The spiritual energy on his body burned like a divine flame. Lin Quan was like a huge fireball as he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! A green lotus, composed of 12 sword Qi, intercepted Lin Quan with an aura that could destroy everything. "Old thing, I won't let you chase after Xian." Lin Quan's face was resolute. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to disappear into the horizon, Lord Yu in the distance suddenly let out a terrifying howl. Half of the sky was shrouded in black fog, forming a terrifying demonic cloud. Boom! Lin Yuan was blasted away and flew out upside down. Lord Yu quickly came to Lin Quan's side, looking very dignified. "You go after that brat, leave this to me." But Lin Quan nodded. His body bloomed with light as he was about to leave. At this time, a sword Qi shone in all directions like the sun. Old Master Lin Yuan floated in the air, his body exuding a blue light. Although it was dazzling, it carried a chill that reached the soul. "Ice sword." Lin Quan lost his voice, as if he had thought of something terrible. "He is not Lin Yuan, he is just a clone." "Clone?" Lord Yu was also stunned. He hasn't come out yet, but he used the Sword Lake Mansion's most precious treasure, the Ice Sword, as a medium to condense an incarnation. I was wondering why this old thing didn't use the Ice Sword. It turned out to be a substitute. Just as Lin Quan was explaining, Lin Quan suddenly gave up stopping him and led his people to gather at the place where Lin Yuan was in seclusion. Sword Lake Mansion will not surrender, let alone fall. If it can't exist forever, then it will become eternal. Lin Yuan's voice spread all over the place. Not good, run. Lin Quan's face turned green with fright, and he turned into an afterimage to escape. Rumble. The blue light in the sky exploded, forming a terrifying ice chi. The entire Sword Lake Mansion was wrapped in blue sword chi and quickly froze. Crack, crack, crack. Everything in the sky and on the ground was frozen into ice sculptures at this moment. Lin Yuan, Lin Quan, and the others looked into the distance with hope in their eyes and gradually turned into ice sculptures. Lin Quan still maintained his fleeing posture, but his body was frozen in midair, and there was a frightened expression on his face. Next to him, Lord Yu also became a statue. At this moment, the entire Sword Lake Mansion turned into an ice palace, flashing a cold light under the sun. In the distance, Lin Xian looked at the building that had turned into ice, and he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Don't look, it's just frozen. When you are strong enough, you can completely remove the ice. Wine Lord advised, the most important thing now is to escape. Otherwise, who will save Sword Lake Mansion in the future? Lin Xian's eyes regained their light. Yes, only when I am strong can I save Sword Lake Mansion. Grandpa, second uncle, wait for me to come back. Lin Xian turned into a black electric light and quickly ran into the distance. His crisis was not over yet. Lord Yu had previously formed a portrait of him in the sky, and everyone within a radius of tens of thousands of meters saw it. Countless black-robed people chased after him, and a terrifying aura attacked him. Wind, Slayer, Thunder, Lightning, Storm. Lin Xian kept shooting silver thunder, shaking the black-robed people around him. Fortunately, he had enough spirit wine, which allowed him to maintain his spirit energy. The chase continued. During this period, a few mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors arrived, and Lin Xian escaped by a hair's breadth. 10 days later, he arrived at the Qing province. Disciples wearing Tsang family's uniform followed the black-robed people to patrol the area, looking extremely arrogant. Obviously, the Tsang family had joined the Nether Hall. This is Lin Xian's portrait. You must look carefully. We can't let him escape. The disciples of the Tsang family sneered. Lin Xian was their archenemy, and they would be happy if they could kill him. The entire Qing province formed a terrifying investigation. On the 5th day, Lin Xian was discovered. The great elder of the Tsang family led a group of people to surround him, including the disciples of the Tsang family and the people of the Nether Hall. "Ah, Lin Xian, it's time for us to settle our debt with you." The great elder of the Tsang family laughed sinisterly. Lin Xian had killed many disciples of the Tsang family and even humiliated him. Today, he could personally capture Lin Xian. This was the happiest thing in his life for the great elder of the Tsang family. Chapter 311. Lin Xian unleashed a terrifying sword intent, and streaks of sword chi slashed in all directions. Everyone retreated in fear. That sword intent made their hearts tremble. Don't think that we're unprepared. The Tsang clan's grand elder sneered. He flipped his palm, and a pitch-black chain appeared in his hand, rattling loudly. At the same time, a black-robed middle-aged man stepped forward and stood beside the Tsang clan's grand elder. In his hand, he held a black flag with a terrifying ghost head painted on it. The two of them stepped forward with a sinister smile. The other disciples moved quickly and formed a formation. Lin Xian's body swayed, and his long sword swayed, drawing a strange trajectory in the air. Gale Lightning Sword, Mountain Break Sword. He immediately used his strongest sword technique. The clouds in the sky tumbled, and a gigantic heavenly sword was formed. A terrifying aura crushed everything in its path. Rumble. The gigantic heavenly sword slashed down, and rows of clouds were sent flying. Strong winds blew in all directions. With one slash, the mountains and rivers were shattered. The Tsang clan's grand elder's face was filled with fear. His body trembled and he wanted to escape. No. This is impossible. He couldn't believe that Lin Xian, who was just an ant half a year ago, could unleash such a powerful attack. The gigantic heavenly sword fell mercilessly, and everything in front of it was drowned. The ground cracked, mountains collapsed, rivers surged, and the power of wind and thunder roared. When everything calmed down, the people who were chasing after him were all turned into minced meat. The Tsang clan's grand elder's head was buried in the ground, and his eyes were filled with fear and regret. Lin Xian put away his long sword, turned around, and left. The appearance of the Nether Hall was like a disaster, and a bloody wind blew in the land of the Xia. Some factions sent people to the neighboring countries to ask for help. In the end, they found that it wasn't just the Xia. Even the neighboring countries were in chaos. In the Shadow Country, the Purple Demon Palace was the first to start the war. They called themselves the Purple Demon Hall and cooperated with the Nether Hall to occupy the Shadow Country. Not long after, everyone received even more despairing news. The Purple Demon Hall and the Nether Hall were both halls of a certain faction, and this terrifying faction was called the Black Dragon Sect. A month later, a figure quickly landed in the Xia. He had a terrifying aura, and it covered the entire sky. At this moment, the experts of the various factions felt a shocking aura. Spirit Detecting Realm. A Spirit Detecting Realm expert has actually arrived. The Spirit Detecting Realm was a realm above the Spirit Transformation Realm. Their methods were heaven-defying. There wasn't a single spirit detecting expert in the entire Xia country. Now that one had appeared, how could they resist? A few days later, a 2-star family in the Fire Province vowed to fight to the death. In the end, that spirit detecting realm martial artist arrived and destroyed that family with a single palm strike. A crater that was a few thousand meters deep appeared on the ground. The entire clan had been razed to the ground, and not a single person had escaped. This news seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread throughout the entire Xia country. The various forces sighed and felt a strong sense of powerlessness. That 2-star aristocratic family had 6 harmonious spirit realm warriors, and one of them was very close to the spirit transformation realm, reaching the peak of harmonious spirit realm. However, even so, they were unable to escape. All of them died under that terrifying palm. The various forces surrendered one after another and were quickly taken over by the Nether World Hall. One person was enough to intimidate the entire country. This was the power of a spirit-detecting expert. Longzhou, Sword Pool Mansion. The current Sword Pool Mansion had turned into a huge ice palace, emitting a terrifying cold air. A few black-robed men stood nearby. One of them had a strong aura, causing the surrounding air to distort. Is the ghost general sealed inside? The black-robed man with the terrifying aura asked. Sir Yen, the ghost general is indeed sealed inside. A black-robed man beside him quickly replied. His aura wasn't any weaker than the ghost general who had attacked the Sword Pool Mansion. A spirit transformation expert was actually speaking in such a humble manner. Anyone who saw this would be shocked to the point that their jaws would drop. Needless to say, that Sir Yen in the middle was the spirit-detecting expert who had made the entire Xia country submit. Only such an expert could make a spirit-transforming realm martial artist be willing to be his subordinate. What a pure frost energy! I didn't expect such a method to appear in such a remote area. Sir Yan's tone was slightly moved. Sir, you can't open it? The Nether General beside him was shocked. I can't open it. Sir Yen shook his head. I can't even forcefully destroy it. I'm afraid only the Hall Master can do it. Hall Master? The Nether General sucked in a breath. He didn't expect a small sword pool mansion to be so difficult to deal with. Then what about the item that the Hall Master gave us? The Nether General asked. Sir Yan's gaze gradually turned cold. I heard that someone came out of the Lin clan's ancestral grounds and successfully escaped from the Ghost General. This person might have gotten what we want. So, we must find him. As he said this, Sir Yan's aura suddenly became fierce. The demonic clouds behind him churned and transformed into countless ferocious evil spirits. Everyone's heart trembled. They quickly agreed, afraid that they would anger this temperamental Sir Yen. In the following days, the search for Lin Xian became even more intense. Not only Xia country, but all the neighboring countries were also anxiously searching, forming a terrifying net. And such a tight search was effective. 10 days later, within the borders of Rain country, someone discovered Lin Xian's tracks. Immediately, people from the Purple Demon Hall and the Nether Hall quickly moved out to capture Lin Xian. If they could capture Lin Xian, it would definitely be a great merit. At that time, if Sir Yen could reward them with 1 or 2 treasured tools or martial arts, then they would be rich. Rain country, in the primeval forest. A golden figure was moving quickly, like a small mountain. On top of the golden figure, there was a blurry figure sitting. This figure was Lin Xian, and the figure sitting on top of him was Xiao Jin. According to Lin Xian's plan, since he was going to escape anyway, he might as well go to the Pill King Valley. Moreover, he still had a half-year agreement with the old man de Quebec. Thus, he followed the path he had taken to come here, but he didn't expect to be discovered. There were 2 groups of people chasing after him. Among them were people from the Purple Demon Hall. Their purple demon eyes were working, and they could always find Lin Xian's tracks. Fortunately, the people chasing after him were at the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian was still able to deal with them. However, as time passed, more groups of people appeared around him, forming a circle and gathering around him. And there was also a group of people in the direction Lin Xian wanted to go to the Sky Eagle country. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He planned to make the first move and seize the opportunity. Putting away Xiao Jin, Lin Xian's cloak fluttered, and he turned into a black light and rushed out. In front of him, a young man with a strange appearance sneered. In his eyes, there was a blood-red color. Bloodline power, purple demon bloodline. 2 blood pillars spurted out from his eyes like divine spears, extremely fierce. This young man was Ziyi. After coming out from the floating island, he finally advanced to the harmonious spirit realm with the advantage of his bloodline. This time, when he heard that they were going to capture Lin Xian, he was the first to sign up, and he was very enthusiastic. Chapter 312. The purple-haired Ziye's eyes turned red when he saw Lin Xian. Without saying a word, he used his powerful bloodline martial technique. He had already seen through Lin Xian's cultivation with his purple demon eyes. In his opinion, a half-step harmonious spirit realm was not worth mentioning. Moreover, he didn't know what happened in Sword Pool Prefecture. Therefore, Zi thought that this attack could take away Lin Xian's life. Lin Xian naturally noticed Ziyi. Seeing that Ziyi had used his strongest bloodline martial technique, he didn't dare to be careless. Sword of Soul. He moved forward quickly. Inscriptions appeared in his right eye as he continued to merge with the great dragon sword intent in his body. When after 12 times, the 2 merged perfectly. A translucent sword chi covered in dragon scales and even emitted a dragon's roar as it charged towards the crimson light. The Sword of Soul was originally a forbidden technique. It was powerful and strange. With the addition of the great dragon sword intent, its power had reached its peak. This attack was enough to kill an early harmonious spirit expert. Two blood-colored light beams collided with the Sword of Soul, causing countless cracks to appear. Then, under Ziye's horrified gaze, the Sword of Soul shattered. Impossible! Ziye screamed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a harmonious spirit expert. His bloodline light beam could easily kill an expert of the same level. However, this powerful light beam was weaker than glass in front of Lin Xian. Swoosh the Sword of Soul shattered the blood-colored light beam and quickly pierced toward Ziyi. Before the fear on Ziye's face faded, it was replaced by endless pain. His entire face was distorted. Sword of Wind Emperor. Sword light flashed. The power of wind and lightning surged. The sword seemed to have turned into a thunderclap. The cold sword edge cut through Ziye's skin. Ziye's head flew up. Before he died, he was still thinking about one thing. Why was Lin Xian's Sword of Soul so powerful? He was just a second-grade inscription master. From the moment Ziyi attacked to the moment his head flew up, It was only a blink of an eye. When the disciples of Purple Demon Hall regained their senses, Lin Xian had already arrived beside them. Purple Demon Eyes. Unparalleled illusion. Everyone's eyes flickered, forming a soul force. Lin Xian squinted his right eye. The soul sword just now had caused him to feel a piercing pain in his right eye, so he didn't dare to use any forbidden attacks. However, these illusions could not harm him. A dragon's roar resounded within his body. Lin Xian ignored all illusionary attacks. At the same time, silver lightning runes appeared on his body as lightning surged around him. Sudden thunder. The long sword was raised high. Silver lightning flickered on the edge of the sword as it flew into the sky. Suddenly, small dark clouds appeared in the sky. Under the control of Lin Xian's long sword, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and struck the crowd. Rumble. Everyone was struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled, and many of their spirit armors were shattered. Some of the weaker ones were directly turned into charcoal. The rest of the warriors were alarmed. Just who were they chasing? How terrifying was he? He had actually killed Ziyi, who was so powerful, with just a raise of his hand. For a moment, these martial artists felt fear in their hearts and did not dare to make a move. However, Lin Xian obviously did not intend to let them go. After the lightning strike, Lin Xian moved quickly and used the 7 steps of the dragon counterattack. Silver lightning flickered on his body as Lin Xian took a step forward. Bang! Like a sudden clap of thunder, everyone's heart unconsciously pounded. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 3 consecutive steps, Lin Xian's feet seemed to have a magical power as they stepped on everyone's hearts. Suddenly, 3 warriors' hearts shattered into pieces as they vomited blood and died. The remaining 4 were also pale and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. However, the horrifying footsteps continued. The 4th step, he stepped on a warrior's head and directly crushed him. The 5th step, Lin Xian's feet stepped between 2 people like a heavenly blade, sending them flying. At this moment, there was only one harmonious spirit realm warrior left in the group who was struggling to hold on. The 6th step, the shadow of a silver dragon formed under his feet. Purple evil void shattering. That warrior resisted before his death. He punched out with both of his fists, creating a purple light. Bang! The silver foot landed like a dragon claw, tearing the purple light apart. That harmonious spirit realm warrior was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He stood straight, but his eyes had lost their light. In an instant, the group that intercepted Lin Xian was all dead. The cultivators behind him sucked in a breath of cold air. Many of them subconsciously slowed down their pace. It was too terrifying. One man with 1 sword actually slaughtered the entire group. One had to know that there were 2 harmonious spirit realm warriors in the group. One of them even had the power of the bloodline. Lin Xian did not stop. His body was like a silver dragon as he quickly ran into the distance. What should we do? Should we still chase? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Everyone was silent. They did not want to meet such a ruthless person again. During this period of time, they had been chasing and killing all day long. They had chased many sect geniuses, but none of them were like Lin Xian, who could slaughter a group of people in the blink of an eye. Chase. At least within the borders of Rain Country, we cannot give up. Someone said in a deep voice. Failure to complete the mission and failure to complete the mission are 2 different results. Hearing this, everyone trembled and chased after Lin Xian again. However, their speed was 3 times slower than before. A few days later, Lin Xian finally left Rain Country and arrived at Sky Eagle Country. After entering Sky Eagle Country, the number of people chasing after him decreased significantly. It was obvious that the forces of Netherworld Hall and Purple Demon Hall were still in the middle countries near Xia Country. A big country like Sky Eagle Country had not been invaded yet. After more than 3 months of running, Lin Xian was physically and mentally exhausted. He wanted to find a place to rest. Arriving at an uninhabited mountain range, Lin Xian opened up a cave and went in. Xia Country, Long Province. When Lord Yen heard that the group had returned without success, His face was gloomy. You are saying that Lin Xian entered Sky Eagle Country? Hearing Lord Yan's question, the warrior answered with a trembling voice. We chased after him all the way and indeed saw that kid enter Sky Eagle Country. Lord, that kid's attacks were fierce and he even had a demonic beast as his mount. We really couldn't catch up to him. Trash. Lord Yan's eyes focused on the black-robed man kneeling on the ground. That warrior felt his body tighten as if an invisible force was tearing him apart. A moment later, he was torn into pieces and his blood evaporated in front of Lord Yan's eyes. There were only red bloodstains on the ground and nothing else was left. The surrounding warriors of Netherworld Hall trembled. That was a harmonious spirit realm warrior and he died just like that. Not even a bit of flesh was left behind. This method was too terrifying. I don't want to hear the reason. I only want the result. That kid can't be caught. You guys go to the Hall Master and explain. Lord Yen snorted. Hearing the two words Hall Master, everyone lowered their heads even more. Lord, Sky Eagle Country is not one of our forces yet. If we attack recklessly, it might cause Sky Eagle Country to retaliate. Chapter 3:13. Not only was the Netherworld General curious, but the other warriors were as well. Logically speaking, Lin Xian wasn't an important person and there was no need for them to put in so much effort to capture him. Lord Yan's face darkened as he looked coldly at the Netherworld General without a shred of emotion. The Netherworld General's heart skipped a beat. He felt as though a sharp sword had pierced through his heart. Lord, please calm down. I'll instruct them to do it now. The Netherworld General lowered his head and said, You just need to know that this item is wanted by the higher-ups. Even the Hall Master is only following orders. Following orders? Hall Master? Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to make any wild guesses. Lord Yen, don't worry. We will do our best to capture that brat. The group of people quickly said. In the forest of Sky Eagle Country, Lin Xian opened his eyes. After a day and night of recuperation, his body had completely recovered. Keeping the red flame sword, Lin Xian summoned Xiao Jin and ran into the distance. 3 days later, he was surrounded again. This time, the battle ended quickly. However, Lin Xian restrained a warrior and used his eye technique to check for information. Spiritual detecting realm warrior. When he found out that a powerful warrior had descended upon Xia Country, his heart was in his mouth. Xia Country has completely fallen. It seems like I won't be able to return for the time being. Lin Xian's face darkened. What made him even angrier was that the spirit-detecting realm martial artist had actually given the order to capture him. Damn it. Why is he spending so much effort to capture me? That day, those people from the Nether Hall also wanted to enter the ancestral land. Could they be looking for something? Lin Xian was puzzled. Don't forget where you got your first great dragon seal. Wine Lord reminded him. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Of course, he wouldn't forget that he had gotten his first great dragon seal from the bronze coffin. The people buried in the coffin were from the Black Dragon sect. Could it be that they know that there is a great dragon seal in the ancestral land? Lin Xian guessed. Yes, that must be it. It seems like they are after the great dragon sword. Lin Xian put all the clues together and came to this conclusion. You have to be careful, you can't leak the news of the great dragon sword, or else you'll be in big trouble. Wine Lord said, and you can't let anyone know that you have the great dragon mark. Lin Xian nodded. He naturally understood this. Just the Nether Hall alone was enough to give him a headache. If others were to find out about it, there would probably be no place for him in this world. I can't stay here any longer, I have to get to Pill King Valley as soon as possible. After patting Xiao Jin, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of golden light and shot into the distance. Xiao Jin grew very quickly. He was now 3 meters tall and his body was covered with golden lines. He looked like a small golden mountain. Its speed was comparable to a mid-harmonious spirit warrior, and as a demon beast, its stamina was even stronger. Wuji, the little white monkey, sat on top of Little Gold's head, constantly giving out orders. The group left quickly and headed towards Sky Mountain Country. In fact, other than Lin Xian, The disciples of other sects in Xia and the surrounding countries were also fleeing. Lung Yidao, Ice Fairy, and the others were also being chased out of Xia, fleeing to a stronger country. 1.5 months later, Lin Xian finally arrived at the border of Sky Eagle country. The profound Yin River was gloomy and terrifying, emitting a terrifying aura. Standing on the riverbank, one couldn't see the other side at all. All he could see was the murky yellow river water. On the riverbank, there was a majestic pier with dozens of people waiting inside. This was the official ferry, guarded by Sky Eagle country's guards on both sides. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to go to the private ferry, but he didn't know why there were so many people waiting at the nearby private ferry. If he wanted to queue up, he might have to wait until next month. Lin Xian was being chased. He couldn't wait. Rather than waiting, he might as well take the official ferry. At the border of Sky Eagle country, there were no people from the Nether Hall for the time being. Moreover, it had been half a year since what he did in Sky Mountain country. Those people might have already given up. After paying the ferry fare, Lin Xian entered the waiting area. He retracted his aura and acted normal, not attracting anyone's attention. Standing at the side, Lin Xian glanced at the martial artists nearby. He found that there were a few harmonious spirit realm martial artists. The rest were half-step harmonious spirit realm or ordinary sea of spirit realm martial artists. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Xian closed his eyes and pondered. Not long after, the surroundings suddenly became noisy, as if something had happened. Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked around. On the continent behind him, there was a big bird with a body as red as blood flying quickly. Its wings flapped, stirring up the wind and clouds. So terrifying, this bird can actually mobilize the spirit chi in all directions. Could it be a 6th-rank demonic beast? 6th-rank demonic beast, isn't that the same as a harmonious spirit realm martial artist? Look, there are people on it. Everyone looked over and sure enough, they saw several figures sitting on top of it. Puff puff. The fiery red feathers were like agate, crystal clear. The terrifying demonic bird slowed down and finally landed on the ground. With a flap of its wings, a wave of heat spread out like a sea of fire. Everyone felt their faces become hot, as if they were in a molten lava. The terrifying temperature was roasting their bodies. Many of the martial artists quickly circulated their spirit energy to form a spirit armor and subconsciously took a few steps back. This temperature was nothing to Lin Xian. He didn't dodge, but curiously looked at the big fiery red bird. It's a vermilion bird. An older harmonious spirit realm martial artist recognized it. Legend has it that the vermilion bird has a thin bloodline of the vermilion bird. It's an extremely precious demonic bird. Everyone understood, and their eyes became even more envious. 3 martial artists walked down from the back of the vermilion bird. The one in the middle was a beautiful girl in red. Her body was graceful, her skin was white, and her appearance was unparalleled. However, her expression was arrogant, and she didn't put the people in her eyes. Beside the girl were 2 old men, one tall and one short. The tall one was as thin as a bamboo pole, and the short one was as fat as a ball. It was very strange. However, no one dared to look down on them, because they were emitting the terrifying aura of a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. The 2 strange old men stood beside the girl, looking like her servants. Who is this girl? Not only does she have a strange demonic bird, but she also has a harmonious spirit realm subordinate. I don't know, she should be a disciple of a big power who came out to play. Everyone was discussing, and many of them secretly looked at the girl in red. Unexpectedly, the girl in red turned her head and glared at those peeping disciples. Those peeping martial artists felt a stinging pain in their eyes, as if their bodies were being roasted by fire. They knew how powerful the girl was, so they all lowered their heads, not daring to look again. Lin Xian saw clearly that the girl in red had also entered the harmonious spirit realm. She wasn't a simple character. However, this had nothing to do with him. His main task now was to cross the river. Chapter 3:14. The black ship was getting closer and closer, and everyone looked over. Lin Xian also raised his head. It was a large ship that was completely black. The hull of the ship was glowing, and there were complicated inscriptions carved on it. It was obvious that this ship was supported by a powerful array to be able to travel on the mysterious Yin River. Rumble. The huge black ship docked, and dozens of martial artists walked down and left quickly. Behind these martial artists, a martial artist who looked like a captain walked out and said loudly, "There are only 40 seats this time, and everyone will have to pay 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Hurry up if you want to board." 40 seats? Didn't we have 60 seats before? Why are there so few seats this time? That's right, even the price is twice as high. That's not how business is done. A group of people clamored, and they were very dissatisfied. Get lost if you don't want to board. Whoever dares to drag their feet, I'll throw them into the river to feed the fish. The captain shouted coldly. The group of people fell silent, but their eyes were filled with unwillingness. At this moment, the thin and tall old man walked out and threw a bag of mid-grade spirit stones over. "We want 4 seats. Aren't there 3 of them? Why do they want 4 seats? Are there more people coming?" Just as everyone was puzzled, the young lady in red and her 2 companions walked toward the black ship with the big red vermilion bird. The captain was also slightly stunned, but judging from the aura of the 3 people, he guessed that they were also disciples of a big family. He explained, "To avoid increasing the load on the ship, please put the demonic beast in the demonic beast bag." "How dare you talk to us like that? Do you want to die?" The short and fat old man laughed sinisterly. The captain frowned. "We are a ship of the alliance of 2 countries. Do you want to cause trouble?" After saying that, he pointed at the armored guards on both sides, and the warning was very obvious. The nearby guards quickly walked over and took out their icy weapons, pointing them at the young lady in red and her companions. "Kiki, someone actually dares to threaten us. They really don't want to live." The thin and tall old man took out an octagonal yellow token and sneered. "Medicine Emperor Courtyard." The captain's expression changed drastically, and the surrounding guards also frowned. "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." The captain and the guard captain immediately put on a smiling face and bowed to apologize. "Please come in, there is no need for spirit stones." The captain smiled and returned the bag of spirit stones. "Don't cause any trouble." "Let's go," the girl in red said. TSK, consider yourself lucky. Hurry up and thank my family's young miss." The short and fat old man snorted coldly. "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." The captain of the martial artist escorted the 3 people and the bird onto the ship. Then he stood up straight and said with a ferocious expression, "What I said just now doesn't count. Now only 30 people can come up." "What? Why are there 10 less people?" Everyone was dissatisfied. His eyes were filled with disdain. "To tell you the truth, the wind on the Yinshin River is very strong today. It can't carry too many people. Hurry up and decide." I'll go. Immediately, several warriors rushed forward. Among the crowd, a few harmonious spirit realm warriors snorted. An enormous spiritual pressure enveloped them, pressing down on them like a mountain. The scene suddenly quieted down. It was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on a bonfire, extinguishing the fire in their hearts. After the 3 harmonious spirit realm warriors went up, the other warriors became lively again. One after another, they rushed forward. 200 mid-grade spirit stones, not cheap at all. Lin Xian was speechless. Ordinary people couldn't afford to sit on such a big ship. Of course, it was still much cheaper than a private ship. After taking out 200 mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Xian walked over. At this moment, more than half of the people had gone up. The remaining people fought even more fiercely. "There are only 5 people left." The captain of the martial artist shouted. "Damn it, I'm a disciple of the Wang family in Guang City. Who dares to compete with me? Get lost, I'm a disciple of the Li family in Southern Ridge. Go away. Get lost. I'll pay 500 mid-grade spirit stones." Jiang Taopam art. The whole scene was very chaotic. Some people even started fighting. Lin Xian's body swayed and was about to rush over. Who is this kid? Get down here. Someone tried to grab Lin Xian. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was heard. That martial artist painfully retreated. It's broken, it's broken. The Li family disciple screamed. Kid, how dare you hurt me? I just want to get on the ship. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian said indifferently. Nonsense, who here doesn't want to get on the ship? Looking at your mediocre strength and ordinary attire, you must be an ordinary warrior. I advise you not to participate. Someone said coldly. Kid, quickly kowtow and apologize. The Li family won't let you go if you offend me. Suddenly, a few people walked up with evil grins. Lin Xian's identity was special. He didn't want to attract attention. He ignored them and quickly walked toward the ship. How dare you ignore me? The Li family disciple was angry. Take him down and throw him into the river. 3 martial artists pounced forward, forming a fierce attack that grabbed at Lin Xian's vital points. The other warriors on the ship were watching the show. Even the guards on both sides didn't care. Sigh, offending the Li family. That kid is dead for sure. Yeah, 3 martial artists at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. They won't really throw him into the river, right? A group of martial artists discussed. They didn't think Lin Xian would win. It was no wonder. Lin Xian was alone and hid his cultivation. He looked ordinary and easy to bully. 3 gusts of wind sounded behind him. Lin Xian sighed and suddenly turned around. Inscriptions flickered in his eyes. He used the extreme purple illusion and covered the 3 people. The 3 martial artists who were originally grinning stiffened and quickly stopped their attacks. Their eyes were blurred as they stood there blankly. Lin Xian turned and walked onto the ship. What happened? Everyone didn't understand. Fight, you guys, fight. The Li family disciple held his wrist and roared, I raised you for nothing. However, the 3 people still stood there blankly, their faces showing pain. Hiss, how strange. Everyone was shocked. They were afraid that the Li family disciple had kicked an iron plate this time. Seeing Lin Xian walk over, the group of warriors couldn't help but make way for him. After a while, the last 4 people won and boarded the ship. With a tremor, the black ship raised its sails and quickly left the riverbank, leaving behind some of the warriors who didn't board the ship sighing. The ship was quite spacious. Lin Xian found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. At this time, countless inscriptions lit up on the ship, forming a strong defense to protect the ship. From everyone's conversation, he knew that they would reach the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom in about 5 days. He held his chin and pondered about the future. He couldn't return to the Xia Kingdom in a short period of time. If he wanted to save the Sword Pool Manor, he needed to have powerful strength. At least he couldn't be afraid of spirit-detecting realm warriors. And the only thing that could increase his strength quickly was the Great Dragon Sword. When he obtained the 2nd Great Dragon Mark, he also obtained some information about the Great Dragon Sword. According to it, the Great Dragon Sword seemed to be in the Tianan region. However, he needed enough qi of a true dragon to be able to sense it. Chapter 315. Then what should I do? Lin Xian asked. You need something feminine to protect your body. Only then will you have a chance to subdue the Great Dragon Sword. Otherwise, even if you find it, you won't be able to get it. Feminine? What's that? Heart of Een Jade, Demon Crystal of a rank 8 Water Attribute Demonic Beast, White Dragon Ascension Pill, or a top-grade crystal. These are all possible, Wine Lord said. Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. He had never heard of any of these things. However, the Demon Crystal of a rank 8 Demonic Beast gave him a fright. That was a demonic beast equivalent to a body completion realm martial artist. From this, one could imagine how precious the other things were. In addition, the true dragon chi will not only allow you to sense the location of the Great Dragon Sword, but it will also increase your intimacy with the Great Dragon Sword. These are indispensable things. These 2 things are the most basic. If you can't get them, don't even think about the Great Dragon Sword. All right, I'll wait until we reach the Tianshan Kingdom. I'll find out where these things are. Lin Xian took a deep breath. As long as there was a chance, he would not give up. Wu-ji, the little white monkey poked its head out and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked around curiously. What a cute little monkey. Many martial artists noticed it and praised it. The little white monkey turned into a white light and disappeared. Fuck, don't run around. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. He was afraid that the little white monkey would cause trouble. When he saw that the snow-white little monkey was only jumping onto the martial artists around to play tricks, he immediately felt relieved. Are you selling this monkey? I'll pay 300 spirit stones. I'll pay 500. Junior sister would definitely like it. Many people asked Lin Xian about the price, but Lin Xian decisively refused. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and closed his eyes to rest. Half a day later, a scream suddenly came from the ship. The sound was very sharp, as if it could pierce through the void. It also carried a soul-stirring pressure. Along with the terrifying sound came a monstrous wave of heat. Isn't that the rank 6 vermilion bird? Why is it screaming so miserably? I don't know. Could it be that some idiot angered it? Everyone was guessing in their hearts. Lin Xian also woke up from his meditation. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. A white light flashed, and the little white monkey appeared in front of him. Its big eyes kept rolling, and finally, it patted its chest with its little paw, looking scared. The little guy heaved a sigh of relief. Wait, what is this? Lin Xian frowned. In the little white monkey's hand, there were actually 2 palm-sized feathers. They were as red as blood and were sparkling and translucent. Even from afar, he could feel the astonishing heat coming from it. Why does it look so familiar? Lin Xian was puzzled. Where did you get it? Wu-ji, the snow-white little monkey began to gesture, and in the end, it even revealed an aggrieved expression. Lin Xian's face was filled with black lines. He finally understood that this feather actually belonged to the 6th-order monstrous beast vermilion bird. No wonder it was screaming so miserably just now. You little guy, hurry up and get in. Lin Xian picked up the little white monkey and was about to throw it into the monstrous beast pouch. A delicate shout, like a terrifying flaming sword, pierced through the void. The red-clothed girl in front of them was fighting with her hands on her waist. Her full chest rose and fell due to her anger, which attracted a lot of attention. You dare to hurt my little red. The red-clothed girl gritted her teeth and said, Little red? What little red? Lin Xian played dumb, and at the same time, quickly pressed the little white monkey down. Everyone quickly looked over, and many of them had a gloating expression on their faces. Screech! Screech! The vermilion bird flapped its wings and stared at the little white monkey fiercely. Wu-ji! The little white monkey jumped up, waving the red feather in its hand and making all kinds of faces. Damn monkey, what are you doing? Lin Xian glared at it. Even if you want to catch it, you can't grab the feather on its head. The little white monkey rolled its eyes at Lin Xian with dissatisfaction. It stuck the feather on its head, and then shook its head and started to explain. It meant that the opponent wanted to catch it, and it had no choice but to fight back. This is so infuriating. The red-clothed girl was going crazy. This man and monkey were too despicable. Brat, quickly get over here and kowtow, then hand over the monkey, or you will die. I'll count to 3. If you don't come over here, I'll throw you down now. The 2 old men beside the red-clothed girl showed a ruthless expression, and at the same time, they released the powerful aura of the harmonious spirit realm. This brat is really dead this time. This girl is not a trash like the disciples of the Li family. Not to mention the others, just the 2 harmonious spirit realm experts are enough to kill him 1,000 times over. The group of warriors hid far away, afraid of getting involved with Lin Xian. Gentlemen, can't you talk nicely? It's not good to take someone's life so easily. Lin Xian didn't want to cause trouble. This is my fault, I didn't take care of it, I sincerely apologize. He showed a righteous expression. Then he knocked on the little white monkey's head. That's it? I said kneel down and apologize. Also, hand over the monkey. The 2 old men's expression became even more gloomy. In their opinion, Lin Xian's actions just now were not considered an apology. If he wanted to apologize to them, he would have to kowtow a few hundred times. Gentlemen, don't you think this is a bit too much? Lin Xian's expression became gloomy. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. He saw a trace of greed in their eyes. Obviously, their target was the little white monkey. You, hand over the monkey, and I'll spare your life. The girl in red coldly said. Sorry, I can't do that. Lin Xian shrugged. The little snow-white monkey sat on his shoulder and nodded heavily. It rubbed its furry head against his face. You dare to refuse me? The girl in red was angry. Do you know who I am? Not interested. Lin Xian curled his lips. The surrounding warriors were surprised. They thought that Lin Xian would obediently kowtow and apologize, who knew that this would be the result. Kid, where are you from? Tell us your name, we don't want to be attacked. The short old man said suspiciously. Those who dared to talk to them like this either had a strong background or were fools who didn't want to live. The short old man could only make a move after he asked clearly. So you have people you're afraid of? Lin Xian sneered. No need to ask, I have nothing to do with you. If that's the case, then you're courting death. The tall old man stepped out. His aura was like a ferocious beast that wanted to tear people apart. Stop. Sirs, please stop. The captain of the ship ran over with a bitter face. You dare to ask me to stop? You want to die. The tall old man grabbed him. Oh no. This ship is very weak and can't withstand your attacks. If it's damaged, we'll all sink to the bottom of the river. Fine, I'll listen to you this time. The tall old man threw the captain down and looked coldly at Lin Xian. I'll let you live for a few more days. When we reach the shore, it'll be your death. The girl in red looked deeply at the little white monkey, then snorted and turned to leave. The captain of the ship got up, cursed a few times, and quickly left. In the next few days, everyone stayed far away from Lin Xian, afraid that the girl in red and the others would remember them. Chapter 316. During this period, a harmonious spirit realm old man came to persuade him. First, he told him how terrifying the Medicine Emperor courtyard was and that ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors would not dare to provoke them. Then, he asked Lin Xian to hand over the little white monkey and apologize. Maybe he could save his life. Lin Xian refused with a smile. He would not hand over the little white monkey. Plus, he was not afraid of the Medicine Emperor courtyard. Seeing Lin Xian's stubbornness, the old man shook his head and left. 5 days passed by quickly. Everyone could see the shore from the boat. Half an hour later, the big black boat reached the shore. Everyone quickly got off the boat. The short old man was the first to get off the boat. The girl in red and the tall old man stayed on the boat. They did this to prevent Lin Xian from escaping. Lin Xian did not care at all. He calmly got off the boat. Those warriors who got off the boat early did not leave. They waited on the shore. They wanted to see Lin Xian's tragic end. After Lin Xian got off the boat, the girl in red and the short old man also quickly got off the boat. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the little white monkey, kneel down and kowtow 100 times. Then we'll let you go. Lin Xian looked at them expressionlessly. Get lost while I'm still in a good mood. What? Did I hear wrong? He just asked a harmonious spirit realm warrior to get lost? Crazy, he must be crazy. The short old man was also stunned. It had been many years since anyone dared to talk to him like this. But today, an unknown young man dared to scold him like this. Kid, you've angered me. I won't let you go even if you kowtow 1,000 times. Young lady, let me take him down. That monkey will be yours. The short old man quickly said. Then hurry up. Don't waste my time. The girl in red smiled. A monkey that can make Little Red afraid must be a rare demonic beast. It might even have the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast. Sure enough, the girl in red's target was the little white monkey. The short old man walked out with an evil grin. His body emitted a terrifying spiritual pressure. He wanted to make Lin Xian kneel down. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Xian stood there with a smile on his face. He wasn't affected in the slightest. On the other hand, many of the surrounding martial artists couldn't withstand this pressure and fell to their knees. Ignoring my pressure? The short old man was slightly taken aback. He focused his gaze and realized that he could not tell Lin Xian's cultivation level at all. Trying to act all mysterious. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have 1 or 2 artifacts. In his opinion, since Lin Xian did not display a strong cultivation base, his strength must not be that great. To be able to resist his aura, he must have some kind of treasure. Everything is futile in front of a harmonious spirit expert. The short old man stretched out his chubby little hand and pointed. A fist-sized energy ball formed at the tip of his finger. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, causing the surrounding air to distort. Under everyone's horrified gazes, a blue beam of light shot out quickly. Kakaka. The air trembled as if it could not withstand the pressure, and the sky was about to collapse. In a flash, the blue beam of light arrived in front of Lin Xian. But the short old man could already imagine the scene of Lin Xian's head exploding. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He pointed his finger like a sword and a dazzling sword energy gushed out. The power of wind and thunder vibrated like a divine sword being unsheathed, incomparably sharp. Swoosh! The sword light flashed and the blue beam of light was cut in half. What? Everyone was stunned. Even the girl in red's body was slightly stiff. Impossible, what kind of sword energy is that? How could it cut through my attack? The short old man was furious. Kid, go to hell. The short old man bounced his body and rolled out like a meatball. The earth trembled and the air swayed as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. His feet swayed and his body moved at high speed. Like a black lightning bolt, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Even the attack of a harmonious spirit realm warrior like the short old man couldn't touch him. Only now did the crowd realize that they had misjudged him. The owner of this snow-white monkey was clearly a young man with terrifying strength. Fatty, can you do it? If you can't, don't embarrass yourself here. The tall old man shouted angrily. Skinny bamboo, what are you talking about? If you can do it, then do it. The short old man retorted. I order the 2 of you to capture him. The girl in red ground her silver teeth. Don't worry, Mississippi. The tall old man stomped his foot and the ground bulged. Dozens of yellow stone pillars shot out and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed increased and he kept flashing in the air. Except for a few harmonious spirit realm warriors, the others couldn't see Lin Xian's trace. Kid, what's the point of dodging? If you have the guts, then fight fair and square. The tall old man tried to catch him. All right. Lin Xian lowered his body and punched out a fist covered with silver lightning marks. Thunder Tyrant Fist. Bright Demon Palm. The tall old man raised his palm and hit the silver fist. Rumble. The terrifying energy exploded and spread in all directions. The profound river behind them was blasted into hundreds of meters high waves. When the energy dissipated, the tall old man took 5 to 6 steps back. Every step he took cracked the ground. On the other hand, Lin Xian stood still with a smile on his face. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. This seemingly weak young man was actually able to suppress a harmonious spirit realm warrior. The short old man and the tall old man looked at each other. They could see the seriousness and shock in each other's eyes. Let's work together. Both of them had the same idea. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, the Dark Wind Sect's law enforcement team is here. The crowd dispersed and didn't dare to watch any longer. Lin Xian was also afraid of being recognized. His body turned into a ray of black light and ran away. The girl in red looked at Lin Xian's disappearing figure and stomped her foot angrily. The tall old man and the short old man let out a sigh of relief. They didn't know why, but they felt a sense of fear when facing Lin Xian. They couldn't believe this feeling, but it was real. It was their body's instinct. Lin Xian's body swayed and quickly left the riverbank, heading towards the Pill King Valley. Along the way, he sat on Xiao Jin's back and wholeheartedly followed Wine Lord to learn alchemy. 10 days later, Lin Xian arrived at the Pill King Valley. Lin Xian sighed as he looked at the stone tablet that marked the Pill King Valley. Half a year had passed, and he was back here again. Half a year ago, he escaped under the cover of D. Quebec. He didn't know what happened after that. Did DK manage to resist everyone's attack? After calming himself down, Lin Xian put away Xiao Jin and walked forward. Buzz. A light flashed and formed a layer of light, blocking him outside. Lin Xian frowned. Did something happen in the Pill King Valley? Senior DK. He shouted loudly. Ripples appeared on the light screen, blocking the sound waves outside. This is the valley's defensive formation. It seems like the valley has been closed, Wine Lord said slowly. Closed the valley? Lin Xian was stunned. He had come all the way here, but he didn't expect this situation. I hope Senior DK is fine. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. Don't worry. Looking at the valley's surroundings, it doesn't look like a battle happened at all, Wine Lord said. Go to the surrounding cities to understand the situation. Maybe you can find some clues. Chapter 317. Crimson Lunar City, the city closest to the Pill King Valley. The Heavenly Mountain Country was indeed a big country. Even a random city here was larger than the main city of Xia. The city walls were red in color and were tens of meters higher than the Sword Lake Manor's Sword Forge city. Looking from afar, it was a sea of red and looked majestic. After paying the entrance fee, Lin Xian walked in. The architectural style of the city was different from that of Xia. The buildings here were much larger and grander. Not only that, the passers-by were all at the Spirit Sea realm. Even the stall owners were at the Body Refinement realm. This was something unimaginable in Xia. After ordering 2 delicious buns, Lin Xian ate as he walked. The snow-white monkey also jumped out when it smelled the fragrance. Lin Xian bought a stick of candied haws for it, and the little monkey happily ate it. Usually, tea houses and restaurants were popular places for cultivators to stay. News would often spread from there. Lin Xian walked into a very lively restaurant and blended into the crowd to gather information. Most of the cultivators were chatting about all sorts of things, and most of them were about the Pill King tournament. Medicine Emperor Courtyard, Pill Emperor Hall? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He was very familiar with these 2 names. Previously on the black ship, the fierce-looking red-robed girl was from the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. Hence, Lin Xian didn't have a good impression of the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. As for the relationship between the Pill Emperor Hall and the Pill King Valley, Lin Xian was very curious. This big brother, when I first came to the Heavenly Mountain Country, I passed by a valley called the Pill King Valley. May I know what relationship it has with the Pill Emperor Hall? One look and I can tell you are new. These burly men were all very forthright. They pulled Lin Xian aside and explained. The Pill King Valley's Valley Lord is the Pill Emperor Hall's Grand Hall Lord. However, the Grand Hall Lord's temper isn't very good. He stays in the Pill Emperor Valley all year round. You shouldn't go in either. I heard that those who go in can't come out. Now, even if you want to go in, you can't. I heard that the Pill King Valley is closed, and no one knows when it will open again. I guess it must be because of the Pill King tournament. Pill King tournament? Lin Xian was curious. What kind of tournament was that? This is a grand occasion for the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Every 10 years, the Pill King competition will be held to select the strongest alchemist. This is a supreme honor. The group of burly men looked very excited, as if they were the ones who got the title of Pill King. Little brother, you don't know, but just imagining this kind of scene makes me excited. I saw it once 10 years ago, and it was amazing. When will the Pill King tournament begin? Lin Xian asked. Very soon, about 2 months. During this time, you must stay here. When Lin Xian received the news, he contemplated in his heart. If Old Man DK was truly the Pill Emperor Hall's first Hall Lord, there was no way he would miss such an important event. In other words, Pill King Valley would open in at most 2 months. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt relieved. After all, Old Man DK had helped him once. If he couldn't cure Old Man DK's leg, he would definitely regret it. This would be very detrimental to his cultivation. While Lin Xian was in a daze, the surrounding burly men started talking about the Pill King tournament and the auction. After listening for a while, Lin Xian found out that there would be an auction 3 days later. This is a good time to replenish our supplies. There isn't much spirit wine left. You should buy some spirit herbs and try your luck to see if you can find any treasures. Wine Lord said. Lin Xian agreed. He left the restaurant and walked towards the spirit herbs shop. He was very rich now. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors couldn't be compared to him. After buying some spirit herbs, Lin Xian handed them to Wine Lord for him to concoct spirit wine. Of course, Lin Xian would also concoct a portion of it. He had never neglected inscription practice, alchemy, and other matters. Now, his level was not much worse than the 3 ordinary inscription masters. After leaving the spirit herbs shop, he walked towards the weapon shop. During the family meeting, his autumn scar sword was broken. Now that his strength had increased, he wanted a higher grade sword. Moreover, he wanted to repair his black cloak and turn it into a true spirit rank artifact. However, this kind of thing required not only precious materials but also a blacksmith master. Otherwise, it would be impossible to repair his cloak. After visiting a few shops, Lin Xian didn't find anything. He could only place his hopes on the auction. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In Red Moon City, the news of the auction had already spread. It was said that this time, not only the warriors of Red Moon City, but also the warriors of other nearby cities would come. In front of the auction, there was a hubbub of voices. Lin Xian walked in with a trace of hope. 2 days ago, he came to the auction once. He took out some of the profound rank weapons and martial arts that he didn't need. Because there were quite a few of them, he was given the status of a VIP. With a VIP token, he was given a small private room with the number 25. He was considered to have escaped the poverty of the masses. However, compared to those large private rooms and luxurious private rooms, his room was still pathetically small. However, the private room also had its own unique benefits. It could prevent others from looking in, which increased the security by a lot. Sitting in a comfortable chair, Lin Xian waited for the auction to begin. The fan-shaped auction stage was dozens of meters wide. On top of it, there was a 1-meter-tall crystal table for placing items. Everyone, without further ado, the first item is a low-level spirit rank martial art, Wind and Cloud 18 Kicks. A beautiful lady said with a delicate voice. In her hand, there was a jade strip. This Wind and Cloud 18 Kicks was obtained from an ancient ruin. Its power is even stronger than a normal mid-level spirit rank martial art. Moreover, martial arts are different from other martial arts. If one person buys it, it will benefit the whole family. I hope everyone will consider it carefully. The purple-robed beauty paused for a moment and then said, "The auction will begin now. The starting price is 3,000 mid-level spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 100 mid-level spirit stones." Hearing the purple-robed beauty's voice, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He still remembered the last time he participated in the auction. The items that were auctioned were only worth tens of thousands of low-level spirit stones. But now, in just 1 year, he was participating in an auction that required mid-level spirit stones. One should know that mid-level spirit stones were far more valuable than low-level spirit stones. Lin Xian had a few million low-level spirit stones, but he could only exchange them for 50,000 mid-level spirit stones. In addition to the 30,000 mid-level spirit stones he already had, he only had 80,000 mid-level spirit stones. The items that he had auctioned were only worth 30,000 mid-level spirit stones. This amount of wealth might seem small, but it was far more than some harmonious spirit realm warriors. After the purple-robed beauty finished speaking, the whole auction house became lively. After all, spirit rank earth rank martial arts were not cabbages. Moreover, it was something that was obtained from an ancient ruin. The price quickly rose to 5,000 mid-level spirit stones. 6,000 mid-level spirit stones. A voice came from the room next to Lin Xian's. Chapter 318. 6,000 Spirit Stones. As soon as this voice came out, it immediately caused a commotion in the hall. "Who is this?" to suddenly raise the bid by 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. One had to know that before this, the price had been increasing by the hundreds. 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This price scared many people in the hall. They were all ordinary martial artists and did not have many spirit stones. Although the martial artists in the other rooms had plenty of spirit stones, they might not be interested in a low-level spirit-grade martial art. In this way, the whole hall became quiet for a short while. Lin Xian sensed that the voice came from the room next to him, and he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Soon he remembered a person. Mu Rong, that disciple of the Mu clan who besieged Lin Xian and had one of his arms cut off. With one arm missing, his strength was definitely weakened, so Mu Rong went all out to buy a leg martial art. And this Wind and Cloud 18 kicks was the best choice. Shaking his head, Lin Xian did not participate in the bidding, but this matter reminded him that he had to change his voice when bidding, otherwise he would be recognized. The purple-robed beauty asked 3 times, and in the end, no one made a counterbid, so the winner was decided to be the owner of room 26. 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones had already exceeded the purple-robed beauty's expectations, so she had a big smile on her face. In the following auction, the purple-robed beauty put in even more effort, praising each artifact to the heavens. During this time, she also sold 3 items that Lin Xian had consigned for a total of 17,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The next item is a bit special, and for people who have a use for it, it might be a treasure. But for people who have no use for it, it might be worthless. The purple-robed beauty slightly raised the corner of her mouth, paused for a moment, and looked around with her beautiful eyes. What is so magical? Yes, great beauty goo, don't keep us in suspense, hurry up and say it. The martial artists in the hall were impatient. Even Lin Xian was a bit curious. Seeing the impatient mood of the martial artists below, the purple-robed beauty said with a smile, "The next item is a low-level spirit-grade artifact, a Scarlet Dawn spiritual stove from the ruins." After saying that, the purple-robed beauty took out a half-meter-tall red pill furnace from her storage ring and placed it on the crystal platform. A spirit-grade artifact! Everyone exclaimed. Even the cultivators in the private rooms were surprised. One could imagine just how precious a spirit-grade treasure was. However, the majority of martial artists only exclaimed in surprise, but did not have the intention of buying. After all, although the pill furnace was good, they had no use for it. The purple-robed beauty said in a clear voice, "In 2 months, the Pill King tournament will begin. If an alchemy grandmaster can obtain a spirit-grade artifact as a support, then they will definitely be able to shine in the tournament." The crowd exclaimed. This Guyu auction house really knew how to do business, auctioning such a top-quality furnace on the eve of the Pill King competition. The alchemists would go crazy. Sure enough, in some of the large private rooms on the 3rd floor, many alchemists' eyes were shining, as if they had seen a beautiful woman coming out of the bath. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. He stroked his chin and asked, "Alchemy requires an alchemy furnace?" In fact, he couldn't be blamed for his ignorance. The spirit wine he refined was also a type of liquid pill, but he had never used an alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace has a combination of inscriptions that can be easily used. It's much faster than a single inscription, so many alchemists choose to use an alchemy furnace. In other words, it's a type of support tool. Wine Lord explained. A true alchemy grandmaster can use the world as a furnace to refine pills. So it's like that. Lin Xian understood. It was just like him using a movement technique. Although his dragon reverse steps was extremely fast, with the assistance of the black cloak, his speed could still be increased by 30%, making him even faster. The purple-robed beauty stood on the auction stage and slowly said, "The Scarlet Dawn spiritual furnace starts at 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 5,000 higher. 210,000, 220,000, 250,000. From the beginning, the entire hall was filled with endless bids. Those voices carried a trace of trembling. Those who bid were all alchemists, and this alchemy furnace was a treasure in their eyes. Moreover, the Pill King tournament was approaching. If they could use a spirit-grade artifact as a support, it would definitely double the strength of an alchemist. Lin Xian heard the sky full of bids and was secretly speechless. It's worthy of being a spirit-grade artifact. In a flash, it reached 250,000, and the price is still rising. This phenomenon directly stimulated his desire to repair the black cloak. According to Wine Lord, his black cloak was currently a half-finished product, belonging to the category of half-spirit-grade artifact. Once it was repaired, it would very likely become a true spirit-grade artifact. If that was the case, Lin Xian would be rich. Just as Lin Xian was thinking about the black cloak, the situation outside changed again. 310,000. From the third floor came a cold voice, directly increasing the price by 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The martial artists in the hall were somewhat stunned. Just which patron was so bold to suddenly increase the price by so many spirit stones? Many people looked towards the source of the voice, and some discovered that it came from Private Room 10. Private Room 10, isn't that Miss Jian Qian? Is the Medicine Emperor Hall going to make a move? Someone exclaimed. Many alchemists sighed and gave up when they heard that the Medicine Emperor Hall was going to make a move. They definitely couldn't compete with the Medicine Emperor Hall, and they didn't want to offend the Medicine Emperor Hall. The Medicine Emperor Hall was a super force in the Heavenly Mountain country, and it had a close relationship with many 3-star sections. Lin Xian was very familiar with the voice of the owner of Private Room 10. After a brief recollection, the figure of a girl in red appeared in his mind. This girl was the one who wanted to snatch the Snow-White monkey on the black ship. It seems like the Medicine Emperor Hall's reputation is really big, to be able to scare off so many competitors. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. 330,000. 350,000. However, not every alchemist was scared off. Many of them didn't give face to the Medicine Emperor Hall and continued to increase the price. 410,000. Private Room 10 increased the price by 60,000 again, without a trace of hesitation. The whole hall became silent again, and many people secretly swallowed their saliva. That was 60,000 spirit stones, which was equivalent to the wealth of an ordinary harmonious spirit expert, but it was shouted out as if it was water. It seems like Miss Jian Qian is determined to get it. Many people secretly guessed. But that wasn't too surprising. Something like a cauldron could be bought and shared with others for many years. How could the Medicine Emperor Courtyard give up on such a profitable opportunity? 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones was enough to stop many alchemists. They weren't as rich as the Medicine Emperor Hall. Just when everyone thought that this was the end of the matter, a lazy voice suddenly came from Private Room 13. Chapter 319. 420,000. This voice contained a hint of mockery, as though it was spoken casually. The crowd was in an uproar, their gazes all shifted to Room 13 as they tried to guess who it was that dared to challenge the Medicine Emperor Hall. Very quickly, the crowd understood that the person in Room 13 was none other than young Master Wu from the Pill Emperor Hall. Pill Emperor Hall. As expected, only he can contend against the Medicine Emperor Hall. The crowd was enlightened. In the Sky Hill Empire, there was only one power that could contend against the Medicine Emperor Hall, the Pill Emperor Hall. Not only that, the relationship between the Pill Emperor Hall and Pill Emperor Hall wasn't harmonious. Hence, it was very normal for the Pill Emperor Hall to lower the price. In Room 10, Song Qianqian's countenance sank as she coldly snorted, 450,000. Wu Xiaoyu reclined on his rattan chair as a sharp light flashed in his eyes, 460,000, 500,000. Song Qianqian gritted her teeth. She had to obtain this cauldron no matter what. 510,000. Wu Xiaoyu only increased the price by 10,000 each time, but the expression on his face indicated that this spirit-grade cauldron was equally important to the Pill Emperor Hall. The two of them continued to raise the price, and very quickly, the price reached 700,000. 1 million. All of a sudden, an imposing voice drifted over from Room 3. The hearts of the crowd pounded, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Even the purple-robed beauty on the auction stage had an expression of shock on her face. This price had already exceeded the value of a low-grade spirit-grade treasure. However, she recovered very quickly. In room 10, Song Chanqian's face lit up with joy when she heard the voice. "Father, when did you come?" Beside her, the two old men laughed. "With Master's help, this cauldron is ours." In room 13, Wu Xiaoyu straightened his back as a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Damn it, it's the Medicine Emperor Hall again. How much money do we have left?" A gray-robed old man behind him asked in a low voice. "Young master, this has already exceeded our budget." "Bastard!" Wu Xiaoyu smashed the teacup on the table as he stood up in anger. Outside, the purple-robed beauty confirmed the ownership of the spirit-grade cauldron 3 times. This cauldron also became the most expensive item in the auction. Lin Xian was also shaking his head unceasingly. It seemed like alchemists were richer than he imagined. "You want spirit stones? It's easy." Wine Lord curled his lips and said, "I'll just casually write a pill recipe or take out a set of inscriptions and completely destroy this broken pill furnace." Broken pill furnace? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Perhaps only Wine Lord would dare to say such a thing. "Hee hee, I'm not that poor." Lin Xian laughed. "Besides, your item is too frightening. With my current strength, I'm afraid I'll be targeted by many." "It's good that you know." Wine Lord snorted. The auction continued, and Lin Xian's items were all sold for a total of more than 33,000 spirit stones. After deducting the handling fee, it was only about 30,000 spirit stones. His current wealth was 130,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, he still had a few high-grade profound class artifacts that he had yet to sell. The next item has a mysterious origin. The employer called it the cleansing veil. Its specific function is unknown. After our appraisal, we can preliminarily determine that it is a kind of refining material. Unknown function? Preliminarily? The martial artists in the hall whispered among themselves, clearly very confused. The Guyu auction house is fair and rigorous. All the items they put out are appraised. Why is this item unknown? Someone asked. The purple-robed beauty was slightly embarrassed, but she still calmly explained, "It's not that we don't want to explain, but that our Guyu auction house elders are unable to appraise it." However, this item is made of a special material. It can't be broken by swords or blades, and it can't be burned by fire. Moreover, according to the employer, if someone can take out a 4th-grade pill, she's willing to exchange it unconditionally. 4th-grade pill? Unconditionally? The martial artists in the hall were in an uproar. Many of them sneered, "Are you crazy? You want a 4th-grade pill to exchange?" "That's right. You don't even know what it is and you want to exchange it for a 4th-grade pill." They couldn't be blamed for being so angry. The value of a 4th-grade pill was far beyond their imagination. The value of a 4th-grade pill was even higher than a low-grade spirit class artifact. "All right, let's start the auction." The purple-robed beauty took out a translucent veil-like item and placed it on the crystal platform. The starting price is 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000 spirit stones. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, no one made a bid. "Little Xian, this is good stuff." Wine Lord was rarely excited. "Good stuff?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If Wine Lord said it was good stuff, then it definitely couldn't be wrong. "Don't you want to repair your cloak? Just buy this material. I guarantee that it will become a spirit class artifact." "Really? It's that amazing?" Lin Xian was delighted, but he didn't dare to show too much excitement. Many of the martial artists here were old foxes. If he was too concerned, it would attract the attention of others. 11,000 spirit stones. Lin Xian made a bid. Someone actually bought it? 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones was more than a low-grade spirit class martial skill. No one made a bid, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. The purple-robed beauty's eyes moved, and she wanted to say something. At this moment, a bid was called out from private room number 10, 12,000 spirit stones. Miss Qian made a bid? Could it be something good? Many people's eyes moved as they made a bid. 15,000 spirit stones. 16,000 spirit stones. Lin Xian frowned. He paid close attention to the situation and didn't make any more bids. 20,000 spirit stones. Inside private room number 13, Wu Xiaoyu casually called out. Young master, can you tell how extraordinary this item is? The gray-robed elder asked. No, but I won't let the Medicine Emperor Court get what they want so easily. The price kept rising, and soon it reached 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This price was quoted by room 13, and it was the highest price at the moment. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones shocked many martial artists. Even Song Qianqian didn't continue bidding. She just thought that the translucent veil looked good and wanted to buy it to make clothes, but she obviously couldn't accept this price. Although she was arrogant, she wasn't a fool. 50,000 spirit stones, is there anyone else? The purple-robed beauty asked with a smile. She was already very satisfied with this price. Wu Xiaoyu's expression eased a little. Being able to make Song Qianqian stop bidding made him feel a lot better. At least in his opinion, he won this round. As for what he bought, he didn't care. However, just as he was about to enjoy this feeling of victory, a voice came from below. 60,000 spirit stones. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect someone to make a bid, and it was at the last moment. This was simply a slap to Wu Xiaoyu's face. Private room number 25. Who is this person? He actually didn't give young master Wu face? I don't know, but I know he's in trouble. Someone gloated. Indeed, Wu Xiaoyu was furious. He sat up straight and looked down with a sinister look. Chapter 320. Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly a slap to his face, and a slap to the Pill Emperor Hall's face. Wu Xiaoyu couldn't stand it. Young master, it's room 25. The gray-robed old man behind him said. You dare to compete with me? You're courting death. Wu Xiaoyu sneered. 80,000 spirit stones. 80,000? The crowd exclaimed. Raising the price by 20,000 in one go, he really didn't treat mid-grade spirit stones as money. Hearing the envious voices of the crowd, Wu Xiaoyu felt even better. However, Lin Xian frowned. He could tell that the person who made the bid didn't want the material at all, but only wanted to save face. However, this material was extremely important to him, so he wouldn't give face to anyone. 100,000. Lin Xian said in a low voice. For a moment, the crowd fell silent. No one thought that this unknown material would be auctioned for 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 10. Young master, there's another auction in Qingyang City 5 days later. We can't waste spirit stones recklessly. The gray-robed old man reminded. Wu Xiaoyu's face immediately darkened. His body trembled slightly as he stared at room 25 on the opposite second floor. The auction hall was circular in shape, with a total of 3 floors. Lin Xian was on the east side of the second floor, while Wu Xiaoyu was on the west side of the third floor. The two were facing each other. However, the security measures in the room were very good. Not only could they not see inside, even soul force could not be used to probe inside. Number 25, I'll remember you. Wu Xiaoyu's tone was gloomy. After the auction, I'll let you know what regret is. Seeing Wu Xiaoyu stop bidding, the crowd was slightly stunned. It didn't seem to fit his title of Little Tyrant. 100,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to number 25 for winning the cleansing flow muslin. The purple-robed beauty smiled. After Lin Xian heard this, he finally relaxed. However, he was still a little dissatisfied. I actually spent so many spirit stones. Damn it. Wine Lord was so angry that he laughed. Kid, you should be content. This thing is definitely worth more than 1,000,000 spirit stones. For you to be able to buy it for 100,000 spirit stones is definitely a great bargain. Hee hee, Lin Xian laughed dryly and rubbed his chin. Maybe I won't even need to spend a single spirit stone. Didn't he want a level 4 medicinal pill? He probably needs it urgently. Maybe I should meet this employer. Lin Xian did not participate in the following auctions. However, there was a high-grade profound rank sword behind it that was incomparably sharp. Lin Xian didn't have many spirit stones, so he could only watch. For hours later, the auction ended. The crowd began to disperse. Wu Xiaoyu brought the gray-robed old man and quickly walked towards private room 25. This action attracted the attention of many people. Many warriors cast sidelong glances. Some shook their heads and sighed. Looking at young Master Wu's angry face, I'm afraid that the owner of number 25 is going to be unlucky. I told you, the little tyrant won't take this lying down. It has nothing to do with us. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian opened the door and walked out. He had to go backstage to settle the accounts. In the end, not long after, he was blocked by someone. Brat, your guts are not small. You dare to raise the price with me? Do you know who this young master is? Wu Xiaoyu's expression was unfriendly. Seeing that Lin Xian was so young and had such a low cultivation base, he didn't have any misgivings in his heart. The other warriors who passed by were also surprised. They didn't expect that the person who was competing with young Master Wu would be so delicate and weak. Give me the items you bought from the auction and give me 100,000 spirit stones as compensation. If you do, I might consider letting you off. Wu Xiaoyu lifted his chin. If not, I have plenty of ways to play you to death. This is an auction. The highest bidder wins. If you want to throw a tantrum, you found the wrong person. Lin Xian's countenance sank, and his tone wasn't polite at all. You are courting death. Wu Xiaoyu was enraged. There had never been anyone who dared to talk back to him like this. Get the hell out here. This young master will kill you today. After speaking, he grabbed towards Lin Xian, wanting to drag him out. Lin Xian coldly snorted. His body emitted a silvery glow, akin to lightning in the dark night. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to go against young Master Wu. Could it be that he didn't care about the Pill Emperor Hall's revenge? Both of you, please calm down. A figure quickly descended. You can't fight here. I hope both of you can control yourselves. The person who intervened was actually the purple-robed beauty. At this moment, her body was filled with the aura of a harmonious spirit realm warrior. The silvery glow on Lin Xian's body flashed and quickly disappeared. He nodded and walked towards the backstage. Wu Xiaoyu's face was ferocious. He glared at Lin Xian with hatred. I don't believe that you won't come out. As long as you come out, it will be the time of your death. After speaking, he brought the gray-robed elder with him, wanting to leave. The purple-robed beauty heaved a sigh of relief. If Wu Xiaoyu really went crazy and attacked, she wouldn't be able to handle it. He actually didn't put young Master Wu in his eyes. What is his background? The purple-robed beauty revealed a curious expression. Young master, the items you want are here. Please follow me. The purple-robed beauty caught up with Lin Xian. Thank you very much. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He asked, May I know where the employer who consigned the cleansing flow yarn is? I want to meet him. Do you have a 4th grade pill? The purple-robed beauty was surprised. I don't have any pills, but I can try other methods. Lin Xian smiled. Don't tell me you want to rob me? Do I look like a bad guy? Lin Xian smiled bitterly. All right, I'll arrange it for you. The purple-robed beauty quickened her pace. Not long after, Lin Xian was brought to an elegant room. Inside, there was a thin figure waiting with her head lowered. She kept twisting her fingers, looking very uneasy. You are the owner of the cleansing flow yarn? Lin Xian asked. You have a 4th grade pill? The figure raised her head. It's you. Both of them were stunned at the same time. This thin figure was none other than Lin Xian's old friend from the Black Heaven sect in Yun State, Yin Qingyi. This young girl had always looked delicate and weak. It seemed that she had not changed at all. Big brother Lin, why are you here? Yin Qingyi asked softly. Actually, I wanted to ask you the same thing. Lin Xian smiled. Do you really need a 4th grade pill? Yin Qingyi nodded heavily. My grandfather needs it. Can you tell me more about it? Lin Xian asked. My grandfather's movements have been getting more and more difficult. He once asked someone to take a look. That person said that a 4th grade pill can cure my grandfather's illness. I don't have a fourth-grade pill. Can you let me see your grandfather? Maybe I can find a way, Lin Xian said. All right, big brother Lin. Come with me. Yin Qingyi led the way. The purple-robed woman waited outside the door. Lin Xian took out 100,000 spirit stones. After deducting the handling fee, give it all to her. There's no need, big brother Lin, Yin Qingyi said softly. Take it, Lin Xian said. I can't take your things for free. Then the two of them walked out. When they were about to reach the exit, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that Wu Xiaoyu was still waiting outside. This guy is really haunting me. Lin Xian's face turned cold. Chapter 321. Not only can this thing repair your cloak, it also has an invisibility function. Wine Lord said, if you use it together with your cloak, they won't be able to detect you. So magical? Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that this cleansing flowing muslin was indeed a good thing. Wine Lord taught him how to use it briefly. Lin Xian quickly grasped it. He told Yin Qingyi the whole story and said, hold on tight to me and don't make a sound. Yin Qingyi nodded subconsciously. Then she felt a pair of strong hands holding her. Leaning against Lin Xian, Yin Qingyi blushed slightly as she felt his aura. Ready. Lin Xian reminded her. He covered himself with the cleansing flowing muslin and used the method Wine Lord taught him to activate it. An inexplicable force enveloped them. It was as if the two of them had disappeared. Lin Xian hugged Yin Qingyi and quickly walked outside. Because the cleansing flowing muslin was too small, the two of them had to lean against each other. Lin Xian's arm accidentally touched Yin Qingyi's soft body. Yin Qingyi exclaimed. Soon, Lin Xian covered her mouth. The gray-robed old man who was standing beside Wu Xiaoyu was puzzled. He used his harmonious spirit realm ability to sense the surrounding situation. In the end, nothing happened. What's wrong? Wu Xiaoyu asked. Nothing. Maybe it's just my imagination. The gray-robed old man shook his head. Young master, there's not much time left. Let's wait for another 2 hours. I don't believe that brat won't come out. Wu Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and said. Under the cleansing flowing muslin, Yin Qingyi was hugged by Lin Xian. Her mouth was covered by his hand. From time to time, she would feel a strange sensation. Her small face turned as red as a ripe apple. Even the base of her ears and neck were pink. Lin Xian didn't notice this. His nerves were already stretched to the limit. Seeing that the gray-robed old man didn't make a move, he let out a sigh of relief. He took Yin Qingyi far away before removing the cleansing flowing veil. Looking at the blushing Yin Qingyi, Lin Xian finally realized the abnormality in his body. He removed his hand with a smile and rubbed his nose with a bitter smile. Yin Qingyi lowered her head deeply, her small hands fiddling with the corners of her clothes uneasily. By the way, you still haven't told me why you're here. Lin Xian changed the topic. After that, the two of them chatted as they walked, and Yin Qingyi gradually forgot about what had just happened. In fact, not long after Lin Xian left the Black Heaven sect, Yin Qingyi left as well. She had followed her grandfather to the Sky Mountain Kingdom. Recently, her grandfather had suddenly become weak. She had no choice but to take out the things at home to exchange for pills. With this kind of top-grade material, could it be that your grandfather is a weapon refiner? Lin Xian asked. My grandfather is very powerful. Yin Qingyi was a little excited, but when she thought of her sick grandfather, her eyes dimmed again. The two of them left the Crimson Crescent City and arrived at the foot of a mountain 30 li away from the city. There was a small bamboo house with a small courtyard, and it was very quiet. Grandfather, I'm back. Yin Qingyi ran over anxiously. Cough cough, you little girl, you're running around again. An old man with white hair walked out. He leaned on a walking stick made of bamboo, hunched his back, and coughed continuously. Grandfather, it's windy outside. Let me help you in. Yin Qingyi looked worried. Hello, old master. Lin Xian also walked forward. Old man Yin looked at Lin Xian, and an undetectable light flashed across his eyes. This is... Grandfather, he's my friend. Yin Qingyi's little face was slightly red. Hee hee, "Oh master, my name is Lin Xian. I've known Qingyi since we were in the Black Heaven sect." The three of them walked into the bamboo house, and Lin Xian helped old master Yin sit down. "Big brother Lin, can you cure my grandfather's illness? Since I took the cleansing flow yarn, I'll do my best." Lin Xian said solemnly. "What? You took the cleansing flow yarn?" Old master Yin was agitated. "Grandfather, don't be angry. It's my fault." Yin Qingyi did not dare to hide the truth and told him everything. "Sigh, you child." Old man Yin sighed. "Don't do anything stupid in the future. No one can save me. Those quacks in the past were just fooling me. Don't believe their words. If I can see you learn all of my crafting skills before I die, I'll be able to rest in peace." "Grandfather, you'll be fine." Yin Qingyi was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Senior, don't be so pessimistic. Your illness can be cured," Lin Xian advised. Don't try to brush me off. I know my body. Since Qingyi gave you the cleansing flow yarn, I won't take it back." Old Master Yin was obviously not going to let it go. Lin Xian laughed bitterly. "Your illness can really be cured." Actually, Wine Lord had been secretly observing since the beginning. However, the conclusion he came up with shocked Lin Xian. "It can be cured?" Old Man Yin did not believe him. "Then do you know what illness I have?" "I do," Lin Xian said in a low voice. Seeing Lin Xian's serious face, Old Man Yin could not help but ask. "Then tell me." "Actually, Senior is not sick. You don't have much time left," Lin Xian said slowly. Old Man Yin's eyes flashed as he stared at Lin Xian. Yin Qingyi, who was beside him, was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. However, Lin Xian acted as if he did not see it. He continued speaking in a low voice. "I can feel that there is a death aura in your body that is constantly destroying your body." Old Man Yin's body trembled. The bamboo pole in his hand was broken. He stood up shakily, his eyes filled with shock. "You can tell?" "Yes," Lin Xian said. "Moreover, I have a way to save you." "Really?" Old Man Yin grabbed Lin Xian's hand and coughed nonstop. "Senior, calm down." Lin Xian helped Old Man Yin sit down and laughed. "I can help Senior, but I have a condition." "A condition?" Old Man Yin and Yin Qingyi were stunned. "Kid, don't tell me you want to marry my granddaughter?" Old Man Yin narrowed his eyes. "Grandpa," Yin Qingyi called out shyly. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. "Actually, it's something else. I heard from Qingyi that Senior is a blacksmith. I would like to ask for your help." Old Man Yin looked at Lin Xian. His eyes lit up. "A semi-finished spirit-grade treasure. Not bad, not bad. You can tell? Can you repair it?" Lin Xian was looking forward to it. "It can be repaired. However, other than the washing quicksand, I need some other materials." "No problem. I can get them," Lin Xian replied. "If you have all the materials, it can be repaired in half a month." Old Man Yin coughed twice. "Senior, here are 2 drops of Earth Spirit liquid. Take them first. I will slowly explain the way to save you." Earth Spirit liquid. Old Man Yin was excited again. "That's the life liquid. You actually have such a thing." He took the white jade bottle and drank a drop immediately. A faint black aura seeped out of his body and quickly evaporated in the air. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness when he saw the black aura. He felt uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, he thought of the black lotus that sealed the spirit meridian in his body. It seemed to have an aura similar to this black aura. Chapter 322. Sigh. Old Man Yin sighed heavily. "It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it." It seemed like he didn't want to talk about it at all. Lin Xian could only give up and talk about the cloak with him again. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed here temporarily. He passed the black cloak and the washing quicksand to Old Man Yin and went to look for other materials. During this time, he also sorted out the method to treat the death aura in Old Man Yin's body and finally came up with a reliable plan. Lin Xian handed the materials he sorted out to Old Man Yin. The latter was so emotional that he shed tears. After spending 10 days, Lin Xian finally gathered all the materials he needed. The next thing was for Old Man Yin to repair the black cloak. During this process, Lin Xian watched from the side. Old Man Yin didn't have any objections to this. After a few days of observation, Lin Xian felt respect for Old Man Yin. Not to mention other things, just this method of refining was an eye-opener for him. Old Man Yin even repaired the inscriptions on the cloak. Half a month passed quickly, and the black cloak's repair was finally completed. Lin Xian stroked the black cloak happily and found that the dark red patterns on it were clearer. Hee kid, with the washing quicksand, the cloak's quality is better than expected. Old Man Yin laughed. It has the 3 secret techniques you mentioned, and it can be invisible for a longer time. Apart from increasing speed, the black cloak, which had become a spiritual artifact, also had 3 secret techniques. Blood sacrifice cloak. Burning the body's essence blood to activate the cloak and achieve high-speed movement. This secret technique had saved Lin Xian's life more than once. The remaining 2 were new secret techniques. Invisibility. Not only could it hide one's aura, but it could also hide one's body. No one below the spirit-detecting realm or 4th grade inscription master would be able to detect it. However, there was a time limit of 20 breaths. With Lin Xian's speed, it was enough for him to do a lot of things. The 3rd secret technique, doppelganger. It could create 2 doppelgangers that were similar to the real body and could last for 30 breaths. Lin Xian happily put it on. With this cloak, his strength had become even stronger. He estimated that this cloak was one of the top treasures among low-grade spirit-grade treasures. After repairing the cape, Lin Xian still had other tasks to complete, so he planned to leave. That's good too. I also want to leave this place and recuperate somewhere else, Old Man Yin said. If I don't die, I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. Big brother Lin, you have to be careful, Yin Qingyi said with a red face. The next time we meet, I hope you'll become a powerful artificer. Lin Xian smiled. Waving goodbye, Lin Xian left the bamboo cabin. He had already been in the Heavenly Mountain Empire for a month. Seeing that the Pill King competition was getting closer, he decided to make another trip to the Pill King Valley. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and his black cloak fluttered behind him. His speed had reached the pinnacle. The Pill King Valley's surroundings were silent, but there was no longer the previous protective barrier. Looks like the valley has been unsealed. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he walked inside. Not long after entering the valley, he attracted the attention of the martial artists in the valley. Who dares to trespass into the Pill King Valley? Since you're here, don't go back. 4 figures rushed over at lightning speed and surrounded Lin Xian. I'm here to look for Senior D. Quebec. Lin Xian explained his purpose of visit. You're looking for the Valley Master? The 4 of them looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. Why are you looking for the Valley Master? What's your purpose? The 4 of them looked cautious. I can't tell you in detail. Just let me see Senior D. Quebec, Lin Xian shrugged. Cut the crap. Do you think it's so easy to see the Valley Master? What if you're a spy sent by the Medicine Emperor Court and want to harm the Valley Master? The 4 disciples were on high alert, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. What's the matter? Why are you so noisy? At this time, a young man rushed over from afar. The young man wore a golden robe with green patterns, and there was a sense of arrogance between his brows. He walked in the air, and it was obvious that he was a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. Young Master Wu is here, the 4 disciples said respectfully. It's you? The young man saw Lin Xian and revealed a sinister smile. This young man was none other than Wu Xiaoyu, the one who had a conflict with Lin Xian. Brat, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come here. Wu Xiaoyu sneered. Let's see where you can run to this time. Young Master Wu, you know this brat? He trespassed into the valley and said that he wants to see the Valley Master. One of the disciples said quickly. See the Valley Master? Wu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered slightly. What's the matter? He didn't say. The 4 of them stared at Lin Xian fiercely. Brat, let me ask you. Why are you looking for the Valley Master? Lin Xian was so angry that he laughed. Were these people destined to be constables? I have to talk to Senior DK face to face. Lin Xian said slowly, if you delay my meeting with Senior DK, I'm afraid you will suffer. How dare you scare young Master Wu? The 4 disciples sneered. Do you know young Master Wu's identity? No need to say more. Chop him into pieces and use him as fertilizer. Wu Xiaoyu's face was cold. You want to catch me? Don't regret it. Lin Xian's face showed a trace of anger. He was the one who cured Old Man D. Quebec. Logically speaking, he was the benefactor of the Pill King Valley. But now, he was being treated like a criminal. How could Lin Xian not be angry? I'll tie you up. Wu Xiaoyu sneered. I want to see Grandpa Han anyway. You 4 tie him up. The 4 of them took out ropes and were about to tie him up. Lin Xian didn't resist and let them tie him up. He said in a deep voice, it's easy to tie me up, but it's hard to untie me. Cut the crap and let's go. The 4 disciples snorted. Lin Xian sneered and followed behind calmly. He wanted to see what would happen when he saw Old Man D. Quebec. Along the way, the disciples in the valley looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Many of them pointed and whispered. Who is this kid? He looks familiar. Who cares who he is? He offended young Master Wu. He's dead. I heard that he trespassed into the valley. He can forget about leaving this place for the rest of his life. The disciples didn't forget to greet Wu Xiaoyu respectfully as they talked. Grandpa Han, your grandson is here to see you. The young Wu Xiaoyu came to a pavilion and said respectfully, Xiaoyu is here. An old voice sounded. Then an old man in a wheelchair slowly walked out. Your father sent you again. Before Old Man DK could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Xian behind the crowd. Immediately, he straightened his body and stretched out his trembling hands. Grandpa Han, what's wrong? Wu Xiaoyu was puzzled. Following the old man's gaze, he saw Lin Xian calm and collected. Oh, this kid trespassed into the valley. I suspect that he's a spy from the Medicine Emperor Court. I plan to use him as fertilizer. Before Wu Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, Old Man DK called out excitedly, Young Lin, you're finally here. Chapter 323. Not only was Wu Xiaoyu stunned, but the other disciples were as well. They had guessed a million ways that Lin Xian would die, but they never thought that it would be like this. Grandpa Han, are you seeing things? He's clearly a weak ant. Wu Xiaoyu hurriedly said. However, DK acted as if he didn't hear anything and pushed his wheelchair forward. Young friend Lin, you're finally here. I've been worried sick these past few days. The old man's voice trembled. Why are you? DK was furious when he saw the ropes on Lin Xian. What's going on? The 4 disciples beside him trembled and almost wet themselves. Even Wu Xiaoyu's eyelids were twitching. He had never seen DK so angry before. I haven't seen you in half a year and the way you welcome people has changed a lot. Lin Xian teased. When did ropes become popular? It's a misunderstanding, DK hurriedly explained. He still needed to rely on Lin Xian to heal his leg. Moreover, the 1,000 spiders, 1,000 poisons grass that hadn't changed in decades had sprouted. This made him trust Lin Xian even more. Who did this? Get over here. DK was furious. The 4 disciples beside him fell to their knees and crawled to DK's side, crying and begging for mercy. Valley Master, we were wrong. We were really wrong. What's the use of telling me? Kowtow and apologized to young friend Lin Xian. DK slapped the 4 disciples in front of Lin Xian. Young friend Lin, I'll leave these 4 to you. Young master, please spare our lives. The 4 disciples were so scared that their faces were pale and they kept kowtowing. We were blind and didn't know who you were. We deserve to die. Young master, please be magnanimous and let us go. Yes, just treat us like we're farts and let us go. Lin Xian smiled. I think it's easy to tie me up but hard to let me go. If it were anyone else, they would have died countless times. What's the point of chopping them into fertilizer? I think you guys are pretty good. Just treat them as fertilizer. The four of them trembled and fainted. Take them away and deal with them according to your valley rules, Lin Xian said in a low voice. DK waved his hand, and the disciples behind him immediately pulled the four unconscious people away. Everyone else looked at Lin Xian in horror, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Wu Xiaoyu's face was gloomy. It was his idea to use Lin Xian as fertilizer, and it was also his idea to tie up Lin Xian. However, he did not expect his opponent's counterattack to be so fierce that he was knocked unconscious. Come here and untie me. Lin Xian looked at Wu Xiaoyu. What did you say? Wu Xiaoyu's face darkened. Are you deaf? Lin Xian sneered. I remember that it was your idea to make me a fertilizer. What, do you want to accompany them? DK immediately understood. It seemed that there was a lot of hatred between the two of them. Forget it. Anyway, the third hall master is not a good person. He always wants to get my alchemy skills. I'll just sacrifice his son this time. Xiaoyu, do as little friend Lin says. DK snorted coldly. Grandpa Han. Wu Xiaoyu panicked. He was the son of the third hall master of the Pill Emperor Hall. Now he had to lower his head and apologize. He could not do it. Little brat, you're rebelling. DK's face darkened. A huge pressure surged out, causing Wu Xiaoyu's body to tremble. I'll go. Wu Xiaoyu was about to cry. He gritted his teeth and walked over. His eyes were about to spit fire. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he untied Lin Xian. That's it? Lin Xian sneered. You're too uneducated. Didn't your parents teach you to apologize if you did something wrong? Pooh. Wu Xiaoyu's chest heaved up and down violently. His eyes were red and he said in a low voice, I'm sorry. What's with that look? Do you want to take revenge on me? Lin Xian rubbed his ears. I'm going to kill you. Wu Xiaoyu went crazy. Boom. DK waved his hand and slapped him away. Go back, don't embarrass yourself here. Wu Xiaoyu crawled up from the ground and ran out of the valley like a wild beast. Lin Xian, I'll definitely kill you. And that cripple, if it wasn't for my father asking me to get your alchemy skills, would I even care about you? I'll definitely take revenge for this. Wu Xiaoyu roared in his heart. In the valley, Lin Xian did not take this matter to heart. This Wu Xiaoyu kept finding trouble with him. If it wasn't for DK, he would have crippled this bully long ago. Is there any trouble? Lin Xian asked. He's just a little brat, what trouble can there be? DK's eyes flashed. That father of his has been eyeing my alchemy skills more than once. Does he really think I don't know? All right, I don't want to care about your Pill Emperor Hall. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm here to treat your leg. Little friend Lin, please come in. The two of them walked into the secret room. DK took out a box of ingredients and his face was filled with excitement. I've gathered all these ingredients. When would you like to start? Now. Lin Xian used his soul to scan the ingredients and found that they were all complete. He couldn't help but praise the Pill Emperor Hall's ability. Ordinary spirit transformation realm cultivators might not be able to gather all these ingredients in 10 years. But DK actually managed to gather all of them in half a year. If we hurry, we might be able to treat your leg before the competition. Lin Xian estimated the time. Little friend Lin, you know about the Elixir King competition too? Old man DK smiled. Are you interested in participating? Lin Xian shook his head. He still had many things he needed to do. If a genius like you participates, your name will definitely spread throughout the Heavenly Mountain Empire. At that time, I'm afraid the Mu clan and Black Wind sect won't dare to find trouble with you. You don't have to praise me. Lin Xian laughed. Besides, I won't be staying in the Heavenly Mountain Empire for long. AI. DK sighed heavily. Actually, I have my own selfish motives. I think if you can represent the Pill Emperor Hall, our chances of winning will increase by a lot. You guys already call yourselves the Pill Emperor Hall. I'm sure you have many alchemy geniuses. I won't join in the fun. Old man DK sighed. Little friend Lin, you don't know. Although there are a few good seedlings in the palace, the opponent is even stronger. especially the Medicine Emperor Hall. It said that someone in their younger generation broke through to the 3rd grade. 3rd grade? Lin Xian was also surprised. He was currently only at the peak of the 2nd grade. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the 3rd grade. It seemed like the Heavenly Mountain Empire was indeed full of geniuses. Lin Xian chatted with DK for a while. Then, he carried a box of ingredients and began to teach DK how to concoct the white flower marrow cleansing powder. Chapter 324. Although DK had the pill formula, he didn't know how to refine it or the amount of ingredients needed. This time, Lin Xian wanted to give him all these things. Little friend Lin, not only did you save my leg, you even gave me an ancient pill formula. I really don't know how to thank you. You saved me once, so I'm repaying you. Lin Xian smiled. No, this is 2 big gifts. The white flower marrow cleansing powder can not only cure my poison, it can also cure hundreds of other poisons. I'm aware of that. This is already comparable to the white dragon ascension pill. Lin Xian's hands trembled as he held the ingredients. His body trembled as he turned around abruptly, his eyes shining brightly. White dragon ascension pill. You've seen it before? Lin Xian asked excitedly. No, but the reward for this year's Pill King competition is this pill. It's said to be an ancient pill. DK said. The reward for the champion. Lin Xian sucked in a deep breath. Little friend Lin, do you need this pill? DK asked. Very much. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. If little friend Lin can represent the Pill Emperor Hall in this competition and become the champion, I'll give this pill to you. Really? Lin Xian was moved. This is a 5th grade pill. Hee, it is indeed a 5th grade pill, but there's only one of it. Old man DK said, not only did you heal my leg, but you also gave me an ancient level 4 pill formula. What can I give you? Even if you ask me to risk my life, I'll do it. DK said. Thank you, old man. This pill is indeed very important to me. Lin Xian was ecstatic. To fuse with the great dragon sword, he first needed to prepare 2 things. The first was a feminine item to protect his body, such as the white dragon ascension pill. The second was the chi of a true dragon. And now, the white dragon ascension pill was right in front of him. However, it won't be easy to become the champion. The Medicine Emperor courtyard is our greatest enemy. DK said. I wonder how the Pill King tournament will be held? Lin Xian asked. Alright, I'll explain it to you in detail. Old man DK put down the herbs and said in a deep voice, there are 3 aspects to this Pill King tournament. The first is the influence of medicinal pills. Within a month of the competition, the various pill factions will rely on the pills they have launched. Whichever pill faction obtains the most support, which faction occupies the largest market share, and so on will be counted in the influence. The second one is a competition for the younger generation. It's mainly about alchemy. The third one is a competition between the top alchemists of the various alchemy forces. After Lin Xian finished listening, he discovered that this Pill King tournament's assessment was very comprehensive, covering virtually every aspect. Only by winning in every aspect would one have the qualifications to become an alchemy king. For example, the Pill Emperor Hall had obtained the title of Pill Emperor many times in a row. However, in recent years, the Medicine Emperor Hall's development was extremely fast. Their strength had already surpassed the Pill Emperor Hall. Senior, how confident are you in winning? Lin Xian asked. In the past, I had a 40% chance. But with your participation, my chances will increase to 60%. Old man DK spoke honestly. 60%? Lin Xian muttered. This wasn't good news for him. However, he had no other choice now. He could only wait for the competition to start and think of a solution based on the actual situation. Forget it, let's treat your injuries first. Lin Xian began to help old man DK with all his might. In the following days, Lin Xian treated his injuries while learning alchemy from Wine Lord. Old man DK's legs gradually regained feeling. In the end, he could even walk upright. At this moment, old man DK cried. Although he was an expert of the spirit transformation realm and the Pill Emperor Hall's first hall master, he still cried when he stood up. How many years had it been? He thought that he would only be able to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. He didn't expect that he would be able to stand up one day. Little friend Lin, you are my benefactor. Don't say that. Lin Xian consoled. After a long time, old man DK finally regained his composure. If the news of Senior's legs being healed spreads out, the morale of the Pill Emperor Hall will definitely rise. Lin Xian laughed. It's not so simple. Old man DK sat back down on his wheelchair. The Pill Emperor Hall isn't as good as it seems. I'm not in the Pill Emperor Hall most of the time. Although I'm the first hall master in name, the ones in control of the Pill Emperor Hall are the other two hall masters. These 2 years, the third hall master has been very active. He often sent his son to visit me and even requested to take me in as a disciple. Seems like he's unwilling to be left out. Old man DK's gaze turned sharp. The Pill Emperor Hall was created by me. In the past, my legs weren't good, so I didn't have the mood to manage it. But now, things are different. This competition might be my chance to regain control of the Pill Emperor Hall. So, don't spread this news. You have the final say in your business. Lin Xian shrugged. But the competition will start in 2 days. I wonder what kind of pills the Pill Emperor Hall will take out this time. There were many pills on the market now, but the ones that were in demand the most were still recovery type and healing type. After all, as a cultivator, these 2 types of pills had to be brought along with them at all times. If not, what would happen if you ran out of spiritual energy in the middle of a battle? And there were also healing type pills that could save your life at critical moments. Our Pill Emperor Hall can be said to be the leader of the Heavenly Mountain Empire in the field of healing type pills. Hence, this time around healing type pills will be the main focus. Lin Xian nodded. Healing type pills were indeed in demand. Every time after a battle, he would also drink a few mouthfuls of spirit wine. Old man DK continued, other than this, because of me, there are also some unique pills in the field of detoxification pills. Healing type, detoxification type. Lin Xian understood. What about the Medicine Emperor Hall? He continued asking. Only by knowing the enemy and knowing oneself would one be able to win easily. The Medicine Emperor Hall occupied the majority of the market for recovery type pills. Other than this, their pills that could increase one's attack power were also very popular. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. As expected, their recovery-type pills were monopolized by the Medicine Emperor Hall. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to contend against the Pill Emperor Hall. Little friend Lin, this is our healing-type pill, the blood coagulation pill. It can quickly stop bleeding. This is something I've improved. Lin Xian received it and swept his gaze over it, using the method taught to him by Wine Lord to inspect it. He discovered that after DK's improvement, the effects of the pill had increased by a lot. Not bad. Lin Xian smiled. It should be a top-tier pill in the market. DK still wanted to say something, but suddenly, urgent cries rang out from outside. Let's go out and take a look. DK sat back in his wheelchair and pushed it outside. Ahead, in the main hall. A few disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall stood there anxiously, their faces filled with panic. Hi, why are you back? DK was somewhat surprised. Chapter 325. In the main hall, there were already several disciples waiting. Lin Xian pushed Old Man DK as he slowly walked over, his countenance calm. When the crowd saw Old Man DK, their flustered hearts calmed down. Hi, what's going on? Why are you back? DK asked. Valley Lord, things are bad. The news is spreading like wildfire. Hi anxiously replied. The Medicine Emperor Hall has just concocted a new batch of healing pills. They say that the effects are even better than our blood-staunching and body-strengthening pills. What? Everyone was shocked. Isn't the Medicine Emperor Hall specialized in recovery pills? When did they start to concoct healing pills? Impossible. Our Pill Emperor Hall's healing pills are the best in the market. The crowd discussed fervently. Although they didn't believe it, their expressions showed that they were extremely nervous. "Enough," DK said in a low voice. "Don't panic. The competition is approaching. This news might be spread by our enemies to disturb our emotions. Don't panic. Even if they really concocted a new batch of healing pills, we aren't afraid. Because we will soon have a new batch of healing pills. In terms of effects, it will be much better than the previous batch. Valley Lord is wise. Valley Lord is mighty." Hearing Old Man DK's words, the crowd felt relieved. The crowd dispersed. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The Medicine Emperor Hall was so aggressive, this wasn't a good sign. "Little friend Lin, don't worry. I'm very confident in my newly concocted pills," DK said. Previously, when he was in seclusion, he had been researching this new batch of healing pills. In his opinion, no one would be able to surpass him in the field of healing pills. In the Wind Moon City, there was a majestic palace that occupied a vast area. This place was none other than the Medicine Emperor Hall. "Dean, the news has already been released. Everyone is filled with anticipation," a cultivator respectfully reported. However, the Pill Emperor Hall isn't too convinced. That bunch of trash. Do they really think their alchemy skills are unrivaled under the heavens?" In the Great Hall, a middle-aged man coldly laughed. "This time, we will let them know what it means by there's always someone better than you. Hee, we will definitely crush the Pill Emperor Hall this time. It's all thanks to Elder Blackheart's help. You're truly the benefactor of the Medicine Emperor Courtyard." Seated below, a group of elders laughed. At the head of the table sat an old man in a black robe. He chuckled and said, "I hope Dean Song doesn't forget our agreement. Don't worry, as long as we can get rid of the Pill Emperor Hall and become the champion of the Pill King competition, I will definitely do as you say." Song Yunxing laughed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Pill King competition. On this day, the Inscription Alliance issued an announcement, announcing the official start of the Pill King tournament. As this wasn't their first time participating in the competition, everyone was very clear about the rules. In the following month, all they had to do was to bring out their best pills and publicize them. Whoever could win the hearts of martial artists and seize the market would be the victor. There were a total of tens of powers participating in the Pill King competition, but the most eye-catching ones were the Pill Emperor Hall and the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. The two families were on par with each other in terms of strength. They were the top alchemy forces in the Heavenly Mountain Empire, and they had been fighting openly and covertly for many years. Both sides had their own unique points. This time, whoever could bring out a new pill would be able to suppress the other party. Firstly, the Pill Emperor Hall released a new pill, the upgraded version of the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. The effect of the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill was increased by 20%. As soon as this pill was released, it instantly attracted the attention of many martial artists. Not only that, the pill was immediately sent to the Inscription Alliance for the elders to appraise, confirming that the effect of the pill was as described. Instantly, many martial artists scrambled to purchase the pill, and the entrance of the Pill Emperor Hall was almost broken. During the period of the competition, the pills were all sold at a 20% discount. Such an opportunity was extremely rare, and many people bought many sets of the pill as reserves. After all, this pill was extremely useful. Who knew when it would be useful? As soon as the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill was released, it squeezed out the other similar pills from the tens of powers, occupying almost 80% of the market for healing pills. For a period of time, everyone in the Pill Emperor Hall was exceptionally excited. The second and third hall masters were also grinning from ear to ear. Just as the Pill Emperor Hall was celebrating, and the other powers were shaking their heads and sighing, the Medicine Emperor Courtyard released a new pill. As one of the top powers in the Heavenly Mountain Empire, every action of the Medicine Emperor Courtyard would attract the attention of countless people. Especially on the eve of the competition, there was even news of them concocting a new healing pill. Other than that, they were also the leaders in the field of recovery pills. What kind of pill is the Medicine Emperor Courtyard releasing? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Very quickly, the Medicine Emperor Courtyard's new pill was released. Contrary to everyone's expectations, this new pill was really a healing pill. I believe everyone should know that the effects of our Medicine Emperor Courtyard's recovery pill, the Spirit Restoring Pill, far surpasses other similar pills. After many years of research, we recently made a breakthrough in the field of recovery pills and concocted a new pill, the Snow Lotus Clear Pill. The effect of this pill is 30% better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. Dean Song Yunxing announced in a clear voice. His voice was like thunder, echoing far and wide. The entire Wind Moon City could hear it. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. 30% better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill, this was simply shocking. One must know that the new blood coagulation and body strengthening pill from the Pill Emperor Hall only increased the effect by 20%. The effect of this Snow Lotus Clear Pill was one level higher than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. When this news spread out, the entire Heavenly Mountain Empire was in an uproar. How many years had it been? The Pill Emperor Hall had always been the leader in the field of recovery pills. Now, finally, a new pill was released, and it even surpassed the Pill Emperor Hall's pills. And the owner of this new pill was actually the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. If this news was true, it meant that the Medicine Emperor Court had not only dominated the recovery pill market, but even the healing pill market had also become theirs. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Pill Emperor Hall. Is the sky going to change? Many people felt a wave of pressure, like the night before a storm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if they were beaten to death, those from the Pill Emperor Hall wouldn't believe it. They were the kings of recovery pills, but even they couldn't concoct such an effective pill. How could the Medicine Emperor Courtyard concoct such a pill? Although they thought so, others didn't think so. Many cultivators ran over to the Medicine Emperor Courtyard to test it out. It must be fake. When the time comes, I will sue them for false information and disqualify them from the competition. The third Hall Master Wu Xiong roared in anger. Don't be impatient. When the Inscription Union finishes the appraisal, the rumors will be dispelled. The second Hall Master said in a low voice. The second Hall Master of the Pill Emperor Hall was an old woman with golden flowers in her hair. She was also known as the Golden Flower Granny. She called out to her disciples, telling them to calm down and wait for the appraisal results from the Inscription Union. However, the reality was even crueler. Half a day later, the Inscription Union announced the results. The effect of the Snow Lotus Clear Pill was exactly as described by the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. Not only that, the Inscription Union also gave an evaluation, saying that this was currently the best recovery pill in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. The entire Heavenly Mountain Empire was in an uproar. Countless cultivators rushed to the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. Chapter 326. The news of the Inscription Union's appraisal was like a bucket of cold water, drenching everyone in the Pill Emperor Hall. Many disciples' faces turned ugly as they sat on the ground. Impossible, this can't be true. Wu Xiaoyu's face was filled with disbelief. Father, quickly tell everyone that this isn't true. Enough. All of you shut up. Third Hall Master Wu Xiong shouted coldly, do what you need to do. Those who sell medicine, continue to sell medicine. The rest of you, go outside and gather information. Ahi, go buy some pills from the Medicine Emperor Hall. I'll think of something with the second Hall Master. After speaking, he and Grandmother Yuehua walked to the back of the hall. Damn it, how could this be? How could they refine it? The third Hall Master's face was gloomy. Did they ask for help? The second Hall Master guessed. No matter what, we have to stabilize the situation. We can't let the Medicine Emperor Hall continue to be so arrogant. Otherwise, we'll lose the first round. Then what should we do? The third Hall Master was irritated. Without a good pill, everything will be in vain. Forget it, let's go find old Monster Han. The second Hall Master said. That's the only way. The third Hall Master said, I'll send someone to deliver the news. Soon, the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall rushed towards the Pill Emperor Valley. In fact, Lin Xian and Old Man DK had already received the news without waiting for the disciples to arrive. After all, this was related to the White Dragon Ascension pill. Lin Xian couldn't ignore it. However, this result didn't make him happy at all. Old Man DK's face was also gloomy. His body emitted a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding disciples to not dare to approach. He had absolute confidence in his new pill. In his opinion, this pill would definitely expand the market again. But he didn't expect the Medicine Emperor Hall to take out an even better pill. There's a problem, there must be a problem. Old Man DK said in a low voice. If it's a recovery-type pill, I'll believe it. But it's definitely not a healing-type pill. Old Man DK roared, they must have found help. Lin Xian's expression was strange. Can't they find help in this competition? I didn't say that, but there's no one in the Tianshan kingdom who can surpass me in terms of healing pills. Even the neighboring kingdoms don't have anyone. That bastard Song Yunxing, where did he find such an expert? Actually, it's not like there's no way, Lin Xian said slowly. These words attracted the attention of the crowd, and many disciples looked at Lin Xian in confusion. DK seemed to have thought of something as he stared at him with a hopeful expression. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end from being stared at like that. Letting out a dry cough, he spoke, I learned some pills from my master, some of which have much better effects than the Snow Lotus Clear Jade pill. Really? DK's eyes lit up. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything else. All of you are dismissed. Old Man DK sent everyone away. Senior, a few days ago, I heard from you that most of the authority of the Pill Emperor Hall is in the hands of the other two hall masters. Is this true? Old Man DK froze, then an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. That's true. I've been looking for a way to heal my leg, so I didn't have much time to pay attention to the Pill Emperor Hall. Actually, there are also spies of the third hall master in the Pill Emperor Valley. As for the matter of the White Dragon Ascension pill, even if you agree, I'm afraid they won't let it go so easily, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Old Man DK fell into deep thought. You mean, we can make use of this opportunity to let you regain control of the Pill Emperor Hall and regain your authority. Furthermore, we can also make the other two hall masters agree to the White Dragon Ascension pill. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Okay, let's do that. Old Man DK said in a low voice. Senior, don't worry. After I get the White Dragon Ascension pill, I'll give you the pill formulas in my hands. This way, you won't have to worry in the future. Really? Old Man DK laughed. Then I'll have to thank little friend Lin. Valley Master, someone from the Pill Emperor Hall is here. The voice of a disciple drifted in from outside the door. Old Man DK and Lin Xian exchanged glances, then said in a low voice, Let him in. Very quickly, a disciple hurried in. Greetings to the Grand Hall Master. Get up, we've already heard about what happened outside. You can return first, this old man will think of a solution. Yes. That disciple could only helplessly retreat. How about this? I'll make a trip to the Inscription Union first to see if the Medicine Emperor Hall is up to any tricks. Take my token and go to the Pill Emperor Hall first. Old Man DK handed over a violet token. Sure. Lin Xian received it and kept it in his robes. After that, the two of them split up. Lin Xian quickly arrived at Wind Moon City. He wanted to understand the effects of the Snow Lotus Clear Jade pill first. The city was bustling with noise and excitement. Cultivators came and went with expressions of excitement. However, the scene was somewhat strange. The Pill Emperor Hall's side was deserted, but the Medicine Emperor Hall's side was filled with people. Lin Xian squeezed through the crowd and spent a lot of effort to buy a few bottles of pills. Other than the Snow Lotus Clear Jade pill, he also bought the specialty pills of the Medicine Emperor Hall. There was also the recovery-type spirit restoring pill and the attack-type tiger strength pill. After checking the effects of these pills, Lin Xian revealed a thoughtful expression. The effects of the Snow Lotus Clear Jade pill were indeed better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. Moreover, the other two types of pills also had their own unique characteristics. For example, The spirit-restoring pill could restore about 30% of one's spiritual energy. However, one couldn't eat too much of this kind of thing. If one ate too much, their spiritual energy would become impure and their attack power would decrease. However, this was already the best recovery-type pill on the market. There was also the Tiger Strength pill. It could increase one's attack power, temporarily strengthen one's muscles and bones, and increase one's combat strength. However, there were also huge side effects. However, it was also a good choice to use it to save one's life. These were all top-quality pills in the Heavenly Mountain Empire, but in Lin Xian's eyes, they were all trash. He had a mysterious expert like the Wine Lord. Even if he used ordinary medicinal herbs, the Wine Lord could concoct top-grade spirit wine, completely defeating these pills. If we're going to play, let's play big this time. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Since he was participating in the competition, the Medicine Emperor Hall was his biggest enemy. He wouldn't be lenient. Otherwise, the White Dragon Ascension pill wouldn't be his. He asked for a few pill recipes from the Wine Lord, preparing to show off his skills. Although these pill recipes were thrown to him by the Wine Lord like trash, they were more than enough to deal with the Medicine Emperor Hall. These pill recipes included recovery type, healing type, beautifying type, and so on. Lin Xian kept them properly and walked towards the Pill Emperor Hall with a smile on his face. Compared to the Medicine Emperor Hall, the Pill Emperor Hall was frighteningly quiet. The entrance was cold and cheerless, not even a shadow could be seen. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall sat there with a frown on their faces. Even when they saw Lin Xian, they didn't have any intention to ask. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he walked in with large strides. Where are the people? Are they not selling anymore? We're selling, what do you want? A disciple weakly asked. He didn't want to move at all. The impact of the Snow Lotus Clear pill was too great. It was as though these people had lost their souls. Lin Xian revealed a smile. The more desperate these people were, the more dependent they would be on him. However, this smile was different in the eyes of the other disciples. Chapter 327. The Pill Emperor Hall was at its lowest point, and these disciples had lost their minds from the blow. When they saw the smile on Lin Xian's face, they naturally thought that he was mocking them. Our Pill Emperor Hall is not a place that anyone can bully. If you want to mock us, you should first consider your own capabilities. The surrounding disciples shouted angrily. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. These disciples were really made of glass. They couldn't even withstand such a small setback? Aren't you guys too sensitive? Or are you really a failure? Lin Xian smiled. Which eye of yours saw that I was mocking you? The Great Pill Emperor Hall can't even withstand such a small setback? Lin Xian shouted coldly. Everyone's body trembled, waking up from their failure. They looked at Lin Xian blankly. Yeah, what's wrong with us? This won't do, we have to be alert. A few of them stepped forward, trying their best to calm down. What kind of pill do you want? Blood coagulation pill or antidote pill? Lin Xian blinked and said slowly, I don't want to buy pills. What? You don't want to buy pills? The group of disciples was angered. If you don't want to buy, then what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at us? Get lost, we don't welcome you here. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. I want to see your palace lord, quickly go and inform him. You want to see our palace lord? You think you can do that? The crowd sneered, looking at Lin Xian with unfriendly eyes. Do you know who our palace lord is? He's one of the top existences in Sky Mountain Empire. Normally, even some harmonious spirit realm cultivators can't meet him. Who do you think you are? Get lost quickly, or don't blame us for being impolite. Yes, the third palace lord specifically said that we won't show mercy to those who come to cause trouble. I have something to do with your palace lord, it's regarding the Pill King competition. Moreover, it was your first palace lord who invited me here. Lin Xian said in a low voice. You really are arrogant. First palace lord invited you here? You want to meet our third palace lord? Dream on. The group of disciples' faces were ferocious, some of them even took out their weapons. From their tone, Lin Xian could tell that these people were the third palace master's subordinates. It seems that the third hall master is indeed not a good person. Even his subordinates are so arrogant and despotic. Lin Xian sneered. He was not here to be bullied. What the hell? Don't you want to live anymore? A furious roar rang out. Young Master Wu is here. The group of people were overjoyed. Young Master Wu, this brat is causing trouble. He even said that he wants to see the palace master. Should we kick him out? It was Wu Xiaoyu who walked out of the hall. When he saw Lin Xian, his body stiffened and his face sank. Damn it, it's you again. Let's see who's going to save you in this young master's territory. Wu Xiaoyu gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. The humiliation he suffered in Pill King Valley was a great humiliation to him, so he was in a bad mood these days. Now, the culprit has come to him. He can finally take revenge. Men, this brat is deliberately causing trouble. Take him down. Wu Xiaoyu almost roared. A group of people rushed over with bloodshot eyes. They were suppressed by the Medicine Emperor Hall to the point that they couldn't breathe. They felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts and needed to vent their frustrations. Thus, Lin Xian had become their outlet to vent their anger. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He spared this brat previously, but he didn't repent at all. It seemed like the Pill Emperor Hall really needed to change hands. If not, who knew how many people would be bullied by them? A bunch of dogs, open your eyes and see what this is. Lin Xian took out a violet token and placed it in front of him. Bzzz. The air trembled as countless gusts of wind gushed forth from Lin Xian's body. The gusts of wind were like swords and sabers, blowing on the bodies of the people around him. The palace master's token. It was unknown who shouted. Instantly, everyone was stunned as their faces were filled with unease. It's really the palace master's token. Could it be that what he said was true? I don't need to explain what the palace master's token represents, right? Lin Xian coldly laughed. In the Pill Emperor Hall, seeing the palace master's token was equivalent to seeing the palace master himself. How could these disciples not know this? We pay our respects to the first palace master. The group of disciples trembled. You dare to not pay your respects? Lin Xian held the palace master's token and walked in front of Wu Xiaoyu. Wu Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, but soon after, he was filled with rage. Again he lost to Lin Xian. No, I can't accept this. He's just an ant, how can I bow to him? Wu Xiaoyu's eyes turned red. How do I know if this is true or not? He gritted his teeth. Still not giving up? Lin Xian channeled his spiritual energy into the token, forming a gigantic pill character that resembled a mountain in the air. I'm the son of the third palace master, there's no need for me to bow to him. Wu Xiaoyu quibbled again. Seems like you have forgotten the rules of the Pill Emperor Hall. Don't worry, I can remind you. Lin Xian slowly said. This is the first palace master's token. Let's not talk about you, even if your father was here, he would still have to bow to him. So what if you have the token? Wu Xiaoyu finally couldn't bear it anymore. To tell you the truth, my father is the one in charge of the Pill Emperor Hall now. Let's not talk about this token, even if that old bastard were here, it would still be useless. As for you, go to hell. Wu Xiaoyu unleashed his harmonious spirit realm aura and waved his terrifying palm, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked by the aura of a harmonious spirit realm expert. Secondly, they were afraid that Lin Xian would really be killed. If that happened, the first palace master would definitely be furious. Kneel. Lin Xian also slammed his palm down. Silver lightning surged, forming a terrifying sea of lightning. Rumble. With a muffled sound, Wu Xiaoyu's palm dissipated. His body trembled violently as if he was struck by lightning. Crack. The huge force made him kneel on the ground, creating a deep pit. With just one strike, Wu Xiaoyu was forced to kneel on the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded, standing there like statues. That was the son of the third palace master, the famous little overlord of Sky Mountain Empire. Moreover, he was a genuine harmonious spirit realm expert. Normally, Wu Xiaoyu was a domineering figure. Even the nobles and aristocratic families didn't dare to offend this little overlord. But today, he was actually kneeling in front of a young man. These disciples were scared silly, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. Wu Xiaoyu kneeled on the ground, his head was also in a daze. He had already noticed that Lin Xian's cultivation was low, so he wanted to use his harmonious spirit realm to humiliate Lin Xian. However, he didn't expect that he would be the one being humiliated. "I'm going to kill you!" Wu Xiaoyu roared towards the sky. As soon as his voice was heard, countless warriors rushed out from the Dan Emperor Hall with shining weapons in their hands. At the same time, a figure flew over from the sky, carrying a powerful aura that seemed to be able to crush everything. "Who dares to hurt my son?" This voice formed a tsunami in the air, fusing with the surrounding spiritual energy, forming a terrifying wave that rushed towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian lifted Wu Xiaoyu up and placed him in front of him. At the same time, his body emitted a silver light. What? The waves that filled the sky retreated, as if they were afraid of hurting Wu Xiaoyu. "Brat, who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Dan Emperor Hall?" The third palace master coldly shouted. The elite warriors behind him rushed over. The second palace master also walked over with his walking stick. "Do you really think that the Dan Emperor Hall is easy to bully?" Chapter 328. Plop. Wu Xiaoyu landed on the ground and immediately jumped up like a spring, howling madly, "Father, kill him, kill him." Are you injured? Come, quickly consume a blood coagulation pill." The third palace master said worriedly. Seeing that Wu Xiaoyu was fine, he turned his head to look at Lin Xian. However, when his murderous gaze landed on the token in Lin Xian's hand, it was as if he had encountered a poisonous snake. "The palace master's token!" The third palace master exclaimed. The second palace master was also surprised. She carefully examined the token and found that it was indeed the palace master's token. "You were sent by the first palace master?" she asked doubtfully. "Wrong, I wasn't sent by the first palace master. He invited me." Lin Xian's lips curled up. "He invited you?" Everyone was stunned. Was this guy crazy? "Why did he invite you?" the third palace master asked. He was still somewhat afraid of the first palace master. "Naturally, I'm here to save you," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "The Pill Emperor Hall is suppressed to the point that we can't even raise our heads. Don't tell me you don't want to resist?" Hearing this, the surrounding disciples trembled. Even the two palace masters fell silent. Of course they wanted to, but they didn't have a solution. "Father, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a kid who hasn't even grown his hair yet. What solution can he have?" Wu Xiaoyu yelled madly. "Shut up." Although the third palace master doted on his son, the competition was more important to him. "You really have a solution?" he asked. "Of course, why else would I be here?" Lin Xian laughed. Lin Xian's calm and unhurried manner didn't seem to be an act at all. "Young master, please come in. My son is still young, please forgive him." The third palace master was indeed a character. He knew when to yield and when to stand tall. At this moment, it was as if he had forgotten what had just happened. The second palace master also laughed. Since he was invited by the first palace master, he's naturally an honored guest of the Pill Emperor Hall. "Men, quickly prepare the best spirit tea." A group of people carefully escorted Lin Xian into the Pill Emperor Hall, as though Lin Xian was the Pill Emperor himself. The surrounding disciples were all dumbfounded. Wasn't this attitude change a little too fast? He's so young. What kind of expert could he be? Sure, you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe he just likes to keep a low profile. A group of disciples whispered, their faces filled with lingering fear. It had to be said that the palace master token was very useful. The two palace masters' attitudes towards Lin Xian had also changed. Seems like the reputation of the first palace lord was still there. Not only that, they had been suppressed by the Medicine Emperor Hall for far too long. They didn't want to miss out on any opportunity. Lin Xian was invited to a large hall. Aside from the two hall masters, There were also a few other elders, all of whom were alchemy grandmasters. Everyone gathered to see if Lin Xian had any ideas. "Young Master Lin, do you really have a way to deal with the Medicine Emperor court?" the elders asked. It wasn't that they didn't believe him, but Lin Xian was too young. If it was an old man, maybe they would be more convinced. "I know everyone doesn't believe me because I'm young. But this time, I'm here on the orders of my master to help the Pill Emperor Hall. So, you don't have to worry about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask the First Palace Lord later." "Master? So that's how it is. I don't think this brat is an alchemy grandmaster." A group of elders suddenly understood. Even the two palace masters started to believe him. Lin Xian laughed. "But this time, I'm not helping you for free. It's a deal." "A deal?" Everyone was taken aback, but they soon understood. Indeed, there was no free lunch in this world. "I wonder what kind of reward young Master Lin's master wants?" the third hall master asked. "Regarding the reward, when the first palace lord asked for my master's help, we've already discussed it." Lin Xian slowly said, "I don't need any treasured weapons or spirit stones. I only need a single White Dragon Ascension Pill." "What? White Dragon Ascension Pill?" everyone exclaimed. Young Master Lin's master is really arrogant. That's right, that's a 5th grade pill. And it's an ancient pill. The group of elders were unwilling, and even the two hall masters frowned. A 5th grade pill has never appeared in the Heavenly Mountain Empire before. This is the first time. To us, it's extremely precious. The second hall master said, "Why don't we exchange it for something else? No matter how many spirit stones you want, we can satisfy you. Yes, just say the word." The third hall master said. Lin Xian laughed. He wasn't worried at all. "Although the White Dragon Ascension Pill is precious, without my master's help, do you think you can obtain it?" Everyone fell silent. In the current situation, they had no chance of winning. At that time, not only will we not be able to obtain the pill, the reputation of the Pill Emperor Hall will also be damaged. Lin Xian laughed. "I heard that the champion of the Pill King competition has always been the Pill Emperor Hall. And that's how the name of the Pill Emperor Hall came about. If we lose the competition, I'm afraid we won't be able to use the words Pill Emperor Hall in the future." Everyone couldn't sit still. What Lin Xian said was the truth. If they lost the competition, they wouldn't have the face to call themselves the Pill Emperor anymore. "I want the pill and you all want the reputation. Everyone takes what they need, isn't that a win-win situation?" "I agree with young Master Lin, and I also believe in the first hall master," an elder said. The one who spoke was Elder Jean. He used to be part of the first hall master's faction. "Old Jean, I'm afraid you don't have the right to speak here." Another elder coldly laughed. "Everything still needs to be decided by the two hall masters." "Yes, and I also don't agree to exchange the White Dragon Ascension Pill," Elderly said. "Currently, we are only listening to young Master Lin's words. As for the strength of his master, we have no idea at all. It's not good to be so careless. Yes, since he has the strength, why not wait until he concocts the pill first? If he can defeat the Medicine Emperor Hall, it wouldn't be too late to discuss the conditions then." Other than Elder Jean, the others were all subordinates of the third hall master. At this moment, they actually had the idea of gaining something without risking anything. The third hall master nodded his head. "I feel that the elders are right. Young Master Lin, why don't you concoct the pill first, and after you successfully defeat the Medicine Emperor Hall, we can discuss the conditions then. After all, a 5th grade pill is extremely precious, we can't be careless. But don't worry, we definitely won't let you suffer a loss." Lin Xian laughed. "Seems like you all don't have any sincerity. Honestly speaking, with my master's strength, it's not necessary for him to choose your Pill Emperor Hall. If it wasn't for your first hall master begging me, I wouldn't have come here. Since you all are unwilling, I will find someone else. There are many people participating in the competition, be it the Wang clan or the Du clan. When the time comes and someone else obtains the title of Pill Emperor, Don't cry. Lin Xian flicked his sleeves, preparing to leave. Seeing Lin Xian leaving, these people panicked. However, they were still unwilling to give up on the White Dragon Ascension pill. Just like this, Lin Xian walked further and further away. Chapter 329. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave, a figure descended from the skies, blocking Lin Xian's path. Little friend Lin, let's talk things over. Grand Hall Lord, the Grand Hall Lord is here. Seeing the figure in black, the crowd stood up in shock. One must know that the Grand Hall Lord was usually in the Pill King Valley and hadn't come to the Pill Emperor Hall for many years. Now that he appeared, it naturally caused a commotion. Elder Jean was so agitated that his body trembled as tears flowed down his cheeks. He belonged to the Grand Hall Lord's faction and had followed him in the past. But in recent years, the Grand Hall Lord didn't care about matters and the Pill Emperor Hall was controlled by the Third Hall Lord. Now that he saw the Grand Hall Lord, he was exceptionally happy. Little friend Lin, follow me. The Grand Hall Lord's acting was on point. He laughed as he pulled Lin Xian's hand and pushed the wheelchair into the Grand Hall. Grand Hall Lord, why are you here? Some of the elders had an unnatural expression on their faces. If this old man didn't come, the Pill Emperor Hall's face would have been thrown away by you all. The Grand Hall Lord's expression sank. When he was angry, he naturally emitted the aura of a spirit transformation realm expert, causing the entire Grand Hall to turn silent. Grand Hall Lord, don't be anxious. This matter is too sudden. The Second Hall Lord said. No one knew that the Medicine Emperor Hall had such methods. I think they must have invited helpers. Yes, they have helpers. Many elders agreed. Old DK's gaze swept over, like a heavenly blade, incomparably cold. So what if they have helpers? This competition didn't say that we can't invite helpers. It's their ability to invite a supreme alchemist. If you have the ability, invite him too. The group of people didn't say anything. All of them lowered their heads and feigned ignorance. Old DK was so angry. Seems like the Pill Emperor Hall had been tormented by the Third Hall Lord all these years. It's fine if you all don't have the ability. But you all even dared to chase away the person I invited. Are your guts getting bigger and bigger? Old DK coldly asked. Grand Hall Lord, this brat is going too far, asking for the White Dragon Ascension pill the moment he opened his mouth. Isn't he robbing us? Elderly said. That's right. We don't know his true identity, so we don't dare to agree rashly, the Third Palace Master said slowly. So, you don't even believe me? Old Man DK was enraged. I'm not here to discuss this matter with you. I'm here to inform you that since little friend Lin has helped the Pill Emperor Hall obtain the championship, the White Dragon Soaring Heavens pill will belong to him. No, First Palace Master, please reconsider. The Second Palace Master also advised. I'll tell you the truth. Not only did little friend Lin's master send him to help us, he even gave me an ancient grade 4 pill formula. So, there's no room for negotiation. What? Ancient grade 4 pill formula? Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were burning with passion. This was too tempting. One had to know that although the White Dragon Ascension pill was precious, there was only one. However, the ancient 4th grade pill recipes were different. As long as one could master them, they would be able to create endless wealth. The Third Palace Master was anxious. His face could not be any darker. No matter how good the ancient grade 4 pill recipe was, it had nothing to do with him. That pill recipe was in the hands of Old Man DK, and he wouldn't even get a single strand of it. Who else has an opinion on this matter? Old Man DK asked coldly. The Third Palace Master wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the Second Palace Master's gaze. Then this matter is settled. Little friend Lin will be in charge of the first round of the Pill King competition. We can't lose this round, or else the Pill Emperor Hall will collapse. Old Man DK's roar shocked everyone. Lin Xian calmed down and began to prepare to concoct the pill. However, it was not enough to concoct the pill by himself. Even if Old Man DK was included, it still wouldn't be enough. After all, The consumption of healing pills was too large. It was not something that could be solved by 1 or 2 people. Fortunately, Old Man DK was prepared for this. He brought along his trusted disciples from the Pill King Valley and Elder Jean to form a temporary pill concoction team. These were all people that he trusted. Lin Xian divided the pill concoction into a few parts and assigned them to different tasks. This way, not only would it increase the efficiency, but it would also ensure that the pill formula and pill concoction methods would not be exposed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The situation in the Heavenly Mountain Empire was one-sided. Other than the Medicine Emperor Hall, the other participating powers were all suppressed to the point that they could not even raise their heads. Moreover, what surprised everyone was that the Pill Emperor Hall did not make any moves. Is the Pill Emperor Hall going to lose? Everyone was shocked. One must know that before this, the champion of the Pill King competition had always been the Pill Emperor Hall. Not only were the outsiders guessing, even the elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were panicking. The 2 palace masters were also waiting outside the alchemy room with gloomy expressions. Liar, that brat is definitely a liar. Elder Li's face was malevolent. It's already been 10 days and there's no movement at all. If this continues, we'll definitely lose. That's right. 3rd Palace Master, you guys should make a decision. Father, I already said that brat is unreliable. Why don't we take this opportunity to chase him out? Wu Xiaoyu said viciously. Just as the 3rd Palace Master was about to say something, the stone door of the alchemy room opened. Kakaka. The ground trembled slightly as the stone door slowly opened. A medicinal fragrance wafted out. Hey, it smells so good. What kind of pill is this? Many elders' eyes lit up. Even the 2 palace masters were puzzled as they exchanged glances. Who is it that wants to chase me out? Lin Xian smiled as he walked out. The elders shook their heads, not daring to answer. What a joke. Didn't he see the 1st Palace Master sitting behind him? 1st Palace Master, how is the pill? Granny Yuehua asked. Old Man DK sat in his wheelchair as he laughed in a low voice. Very good, this time we'll definitely win. Honestly speaking, he knew that Lin Xian was amazing, and he also knew that the pill he concocted was extraordinary. But when the pill was successfully concocted, he discovered that he had still underestimated Lin Xian's ability. The effect of this pill was 30% better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill he had researched. Even when compared to the Snow Lotus Clear pill from the Medicine Emperor Hall, it was still 20% better. Old Man DK believed that once this pill was released, it would definitely topple the entire Heavenly Mountain Empire's medicinal pill market. Don't we need to test the pill? A group of people was puzzled. Of course, but we have to test the pill in front of all the martial artists and let them know that our pill is the best. Old Man DK laughed loudly. Test the pill in front of everyone? Everyone was stunned. This was an extremely dangerous matter. If they didn't handle it well, they might lose their reputation. 1st Palace Master, please reconsider. Don't say any more. Old Man Jean, lead the disciples to spread the news. Remember, you must spread it widely. This time, we must destroy the Medicine Emperor Hall. Alright, I got it. Elder Jean left with a face full of smiles. Lin Xian, Old Man DK, and the others also left, leaving behind the dazed crowd. Chapter 330. He's even more arbitrary than before. The 3rd Hall Master's face turned gloomy. No, I feel that he's more cheerful and confident than before. Granny Yuehua continued, it seems that he's no longer worried about his legs. You mean his legs are healed? The 3rd Hall Master's expression changed. Impossible, no one can cure that kind of poison. Granny Yuehua sighed. I used to think so too. But this time, Lin Xian and his mysterious master suddenly appeared. We have no choice but to be on guard. That old monster might use the White Dragon Ascension pill to exchange for a chance to cure his legs. What should we do? The 3rd Hall Master asked. Wait and see. If that Lin Xian is really that mysterious, we'll take extreme measures. Granny Yuehua suddenly laughed coldly. Just as the Pill Emperor Hall was busy preparing, the Medicine Emperor Hall once again announced that they would be releasing a new medicine 3 days later. This time, other than recovery-type pills, there would also be new offensive-type pills. The moment the news came out, the entire Heavenly Mountain Empire was shaken. Heavens, the Medicine Emperor Hall is going to defy the heavens. So many new pills, are they still humans? I bet the Medicine Emperor Hall will definitely be the champion this time. Everyone was discussing fervently, feeling that there was no suspense in this competition. In the past, it was already very impressive for the Medicine Emperor Hall to come out with a new medicine. But this time, they actually brought out new pills one after another. The other participating powers were all lamenting. This year's competition was the most stifling they've ever been. In the past, they could still display 1 or 2 new medicines, but this year, they had no chance at all. However, when they thought of the Pill Emperor Hall that stood at the peak of the Heavenly Mountain Empire being in the same situation as them, they felt much better in their hearts. However, this feeling only lasted for half a day before it was broken. After the Medicine Emperor Hall, the Pill Emperor Hall also announced that they would be releasing a new medicine. Everyone was agitated. Was the Pill Emperor Hall going to retaliate? However, the people from the Medicine Emperor Hall didn't put it to heart. They maintained their arrogant attitude and didn't care at all. At this moment in the Medicine Emperor Hall, a group of elders were sitting in the main hall, preparing for the announcement 3 days later. This Pill Emperor Hall is really courting death. They actually dared to announce it on the same day as us. What new medicine can they have? It's just a last-ditch effort. Unless they also find helpers. But in the vicinity of the Heavenly Mountain Empire, there are no other alchemy masters like Elder Blackheart. This time around, we have to crush the Pill Emperor Hall in one fell swoop. They will never be able to rise again. Pill Emperor Hall. Hearing that the Medicine Emperor Court was going to release another new medicine, the elders' faces turned ugly. Damn it, who the hell did they find? How can there be a new drug? It's over. It's over. I'm dead for sure this time. The first hall master is actually announcing it on the same day as them, and he's even going to the opposite side of the Medicine Emperor courtyard? I won't go even if you beat me to death. The group of elders complained, while the 2 hall masters sat there with dark faces. In the alchemy room, DK frowned. Young friend Lin, even though the effects of the new medicine this time are great, it's only enough to turn the tables. It's still difficult to win against the Medicine Emperor Court. Don't be afraid. Since I brought you here, I'm naturally prepared. Lin Xian smiled. Actually, I've already thought of this situation. I still have a few pill recipes here that are related to recovery, attack, and beauty. This time, not only do we have to turn the tables, we have to beat them into a pulp. Lin Xian smiled and took out a few pill recipes. The White Dragon Ascension pill is mine, so we can't lose. Great! DK hugged the pill recipes, his eyes shining. Once these pills are released, the Medicine Emperor Court is finished. At that time, it's not impossible for the Pill Emperor Hall to unify the Heavenly Mountain Empire. The 2 of them hurriedly started to refine the pills. This time, they didn't refine too many. As long as they made a name for themselves, they could find more people to refine for them in the future. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Wind Moon City was exceptionally lively. The streets were packed with people. The Medicine Emperor Court's booth this time was at the center of the Wind Moon City, the Wind Moon Plaza. There, the booth had already been set up. They were just waiting for the time to come to open it. Martial artists were standing all around the booth, all of them waiting impatiently. In fact, there was another booth beside the Medicine Emperor Court. It was just that there weren't many people there, so no one paid attention to it. And that was the Pill Emperor Hall's booth. Idiot, they actually sold their pills at the same place as us. Did the Pill Emperor Hall's head get squeezed by a door? An elder from the Medicine Emperor Court sneered. Ignore them. After today, the Pill Emperor Hall will become history. We will be the new overlord of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Song Yunxing said in a low voice. Pill Emperor Hall. Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation. Although he had been busy with the pill concoction these days, he didn't neglect his cultivation. After a simple breakfast, he prepared to leave. Today was the day of the new pill concoction. He couldn't miss this good opportunity. Ouch, my stomach hurts. No, I really can't. I'm too tired from refining pills yesterday. I really can't walk. In the Great Hall, a group of elders pretended to be sick and found excuses, refusing to leave. They didn't want to stand on the stage and be slapped in the face. If that really happened, they might as well kill themselves. Forget it, don't bother with these trash. DK sighed. Old Jean, bring our disciples and set off. The two of you, if you don't want to be hall masters anymore, you don't have to come. After speaking, DK turned and left, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. The third hall master's face turned black. He also didn't want to go. But as a hall master, he had to go. Humph, I really want to see what kind of pills this Lin Xian can take out. Wu Xiaoyu was very excited. He couldn't wait for Lin Xian to be slapped in the face. And just like that, the three hall masters all went. Other than them, there was an elder and Wu Xiaoyu. The rest were all disciples. None of the elders went. The people from the Pill Emperor Hall walked on the streets, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. Look, it's the people from the Pill Emperor Hall. I heard they also have a product concoction conference. I wonder if their pills this time will be better than the ones from the Medicine Emperor Court? They are actually at the same place as the Medicine Emperor Court? The people in the Wind Moon Plaza were all excited, waiting for a good show to happen. If they really dare to come. Song Yunxing stood on a high platform and looked down. Hee, other than the three hall masters, there's only one elder. Seems like those people aren't willing to come and embarrass themselves. Many people sneered. Aren't they from the Pill Emperor Hall? Song Yunxing stood on a high platform and said, I didn't expect that even the first hall master would come. Seems like you have put in a lot of effort this time? Yes, Vice Hall Master Song's move is very clever. It has indeed troubled me for many days. Is it? But it's different now. Our new pill has a breakthrough, we won't be passive anymore. Is that so? Now that you mention it, I'm really looking forward to it. Song Yunxing laughed. You will see. DK led the crowd to the stage at the side. Let's start the preparations. Chapter 331. On the Wind Moon Plaza, the two stages weren't far from each other. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. It was obvious that the two clans were preparing to go all out. The surrounding cultivators were all excited. They didn't care about the title, they only cared about the medicinal ingredients. As long as you could bring out a good medicinal pill, these cultivators would support you with all their might. After all, the medicinal pills were related to their lives. They wouldn't joke around with their lives. Apart from the ordinary cultivators, there were also many representatives from the other clans present. There were also some major sects and aristocratic clans that were invited by the Medicine Emperor courtyard. Compared to the fiery atmosphere of the other side, the Pill Emperor Hall's side was a little cold. The third hall master sat on the stage with a heavy expression, his cold gaze occasionally landing on Lin Xian. It's all this brat's fault. What rotten idea did he come up with to make me suffer here? However, Lin Xian and Old Man DK both had confident smiles on their faces. They were silently waiting for an opportunity. Not long after, an elder from the Medicine Emperor courtyard walked out and said in a clear voice, Everyone, thank you for participating in this new medicine exhibition. As everyone knows, medicinal pills are a field that cultivators pay close attention to. Our Medicine Emperor courtyard has always been working hard to improve the quality of our medicinal pills, so that everyone can use better ones. Previously, when our healing pill, the Snow Lotus Clear pill was launched, it received good reviews. Even some elders from the Pill Emperor Hall secretly bought our pills. To us, this is also a kind of affirmation. After speaking, the elder even looked at the Pill Emperor Hall's stage provocatively. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. The expressions of those from the Pill Emperor Hall turned ugly as they glared at the elder. Bullshit, we didn't buy any medicinal pills at all. Wu Xiaoyu roared in anger. However, the other party didn't care at all. Not only that, the laughter of the surrounding cultivators grew even thicker. Idiot, it's useless even if you try to explain. The best way now is to give them a tight slap in the face. Lin Xian coldly laughed. You still dare to say that? It's all your fault for messing with the stage, causing us to lose face together with you. Wu Xiaoyu glared at Lin Xian in anger. Idiot. Lin Xian directly closed his eyes. Over at the Medicine Emperor courtyard side, they continued, this time, we've made a new breakthrough in the field of recovery pills. Profound Essence Pill instantly recovers 40% of one's spiritual energy and can be consumed consecutively within 2 hours. The elder from the Medicine Emperor courtyard announced. Well, everyone was stunned. This effect was too good. It was much better than the spirit-restoring pill from before. The participating forces were also stunned. Taking 2 pills in 2 hours, this is a shocking breakthrough. It had to be known that the previous recovery-type pills could only be taken once and could not be taken consecutively. Otherwise, the spiritual energy in the body would be turbid, and in serious cases, it would cause the cultivation level to drop. However, the appearance of the profound Yuan pill broke this phenomenon. This had a huge impact on martial artists. Just think about it. If 2 martial artists were dueling and both had no spiritual power left, they could only rely on pills to win. At this moment, if one of them could successively submit twice, it would have a huge impact on the outcome of the battle. Sai, we've lost. We've completely lost. The alchemists shook their heads continuously. So miraculous? Is it true? The martial artists below were somewhat doubtful. Everyone, the Medicine Emperor courtyard is absolutely honest when doing business. The elders smiled. The pills have already been sent to the Inscription Union. I believe there will be a result soon. Moreover, this time, we have prepared some pills. Everyone can test them on the spot. Test them on the spot. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was the best way to verify the pills. I'll do it. A black-clothed youth stepped onto the stage. Hee. It's actually a disciple of the Black Wind sect. Sorry for the disrespect. The elder from the Medicine Emperor courtyard laughed. The Black Wind sect is a top sect. With their disciple doing the experiment, I believe everyone should be relieved. Of course, we believe in the Black Wind sect. The martial artists below responded. Then let's begin. That disciple seemed to have a special secret technique. He actually consumed all the spiritual energy in his body in an instant. Receiving a profound Yuan pill, the disciple of the Black Wind sect quickly swallowed it. In an instant, he recovered his spiritual energy again. His fists danced and struck out with the Gale fist art. Indeed, I've recovered 40%. The disciple said. Then he dispersed his spiritual energy again and swallowed another pill. A green light flashed. The disciple's face was filled with excitement. He was so excited that he almost shouted. It can be used continuously. It's true, it's true. Hua. The crowd was in an uproar. I want to reserve 100 pills. I want all of them. The martial artists below were completely stirred up. I'm from Sanghuqing's He clan. Give me 10,000 pills. I'm from the Black Wind sect. I want to cooperate with you for a long time. In an instant, all kinds of voices could be heard. The scene was extremely lively. Song Yunxing looked at the crowd around the stage and laughed heartily. Beside him, Elder Heixin also nodded slightly. The elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard were abnormally excited. At this rate, they would soon occupy the entire market of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. At that time, they would be the #1 pill power. Thinking of the spirit stones rolling in the future, these people would probably wake up laughing in their sleep. On the other hand, the Pill Emperor Hall was livid. Except for Lin Xian and DK, the others could no longer sit still. Little friend Lin, is it enough? DK asked. Lin Xian opened his eyes. It's enough. After speaking, he picked up the golden gong beside him and banged it non-stop. This golden gong was a treasured weapon. Under Lin Xian's hammering, a loud and unpleasant sound rang out, causing the fiery crowd to quieten down. What the hell, my ears? Has the Pill Emperor Hall gone mad? On the opposite side, the people of the Medicine Emperor courtyard were also abnormally angry. An elder sneered. What's wrong? Are you jealous of our pills? Even if you're jealous, you can't be like this. If you have the ability, then take out a new pill. What's the point of causing trouble here? The martial artists in the surroundings nodded. Some of them had unkind expressions as they looked at the Pill Emperor Hall's stage. Lin Xian saw that the majority of the people were looking at him. He instantly put down the golden gong. Everyone, I'm not intentionally causing trouble. I'm just afraid that everyone is wasting money. Seeing you guys like this, my heart hurts. Lin Xian clutched his chest and said, Wasting money? How is it wasting money? The people from the Medicine Emperor courtyard grew anxious. What's the hurry? I'm not done yet. Lin Xian didn't give them a chance to speak. Let me ask, how many of you have bought the Snow Lotus Clear pill? Instantly, several people raised their hands. Lin Xian stared at the dense crowd as he sighed and shook his head. And you still say that you didn't waste money? If you guys could wait until now, I dare to guarantee that you would have gotten a better pill. Brat, what nonsense are you talking about? The elder from the Medicine Emperor courtyard grew anxious as a terrifying aura gushed forth from him. Don't be anxious, let him continue. I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeves. Song Yunxing's expression sank. Everyone, our Pill Emperor Hall is going to introduce a new healing pill called the 100 Herbs Pill. Its effects are 30% higher than the blood coagulation pill, far surpassing the Snow Lotus Clear pill. Chapter 332. The effect was 30% better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. This was incredible news. One must know that the Snow Lotus Pure pill was only 10% better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. Based on this, the 100 Herbs pill was 20% better than the Snow Lotus Pure pill. Everyone was stunned. Their first thought was that it was impossible. This pill was way ahead of the Sky Hill Empire. Full of nonsense. The elder from the Medicine Emperor Hall coldly snorted. 30% better effect? Aren't you exaggerating a little too much? If there was such a miraculous medicine, why didn't you take it out earlier? Yeah, it's obviously fake. He must be here to cause trouble. The disciples from the Medicine Emperor Hall roared. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He slowly said, If I took it out earlier, how can I slap your faces now? The elder from the Medicine Emperor Hall was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Song Yunxing's expression also sank. Originally, it was a good product launch, but because of Lin Xian, it had completely lost its effect. Where did this brat come from? Do you guys know him? The people around him shook their heads. Song Qianqian gritted her teeth and said, It's him. You know him? Song Yunxing looked at his daughter. I met him on the ship. This brat isn't from the Sky Hill Empire. Song Qianqian's face turned cold. Where did this brat come from? Hurry up and scram. If he continues to cause trouble, don't blame us for being impolite. The elder from the Medicine Emperor Hall exuded a terrifying aura. However, Lin Xian directly ignored him. He said in a clear voice, The 100 Herbs pill has already been sent to the Inscription Union. I believe the results will be out in 2 days. However, in order to prove to everyone, we have decided to test the medicine on the spot. The warrior who will be testing the medicine this time is the son of our third hall master, Wu Xiaoyu. Such a move is enough to prove our confidence in the new medicine. What? The little tyrant is testing the medicine? The crowd was in an uproar. They rushed towards the Pill Emperor Hall's booth like a tidal wave. In a short moment, the booth was completely surrounded. There was no helping it. The effects of the 100 Herbs pill were too shocking. If it was real, it would be enough to topple the market. Fuck, when did I say I'm testing the medicine? Wu Xiaoyu jumped up. The third palace master's face also darkened. He had never seen a new medicine before, so he did not believe that it could increase the effect by 30%. Now, he was actually using his son to test the medicine. This was obviously premeditated murder. Dad, I won't go. I won't go even if I die. Wu Xiaoyu was scared and kept begging. First Palace Master, isn't this a little too much? The third Palace Master asked in a deep voice. Whether or not we can succeed this time depends on you. Sending your son up is the most persuasive. For us, there is nothing to lose, DK said slowly. At this juncture, do you think I will harm you? He, young Master Wu is a little shy. Everyone, give him some time, Lin Xian said in a clear voice from the front. The surrounding cultivators roared with laughter, and the audience cheered endlessly. Wu Xiaoyu's expression was ferocious. He even had the intention to kill. I'll kill you. Xiaoyu. The third palace master suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Go test the medicine. What? Am I your biological daughter? Wu Xiaoyu panicked. We've never even seen that new medicine before. Who knows what effects it has? What if there are some side effects? What should I do then? This is a competition between us and the Medicine Emperor courtyard. I believe the first palace master won't joke about the future of the Pill Emperor Hall. So, go test the medicine obediently. The third palace master wasn't an ordinary person. Although testing the medicine would make his son suffer a little, for the sake of the competition, it was all worth it. Wu Xiaoyu's face fell. He reluctantly walked forward and glared fiercely at Lin Xian. He wanted to eat him up. Did they really let the little tyrant test the medicine? However, the surrounding cultivators were stunned. Even the people from the Medicine Emperor courtyard couldn't sit still. Could it be that the Pill Emperor Hall really has a healing medicine? Song Yunxing's expression changed. With the current situation, not many people were looking at their booth. They all ran to the Pill Emperor Hall. So, they could only watch. It must be fake. Competing with us is just asking for humiliation. The elders sneered. At the Pill Emperor Hall's booth, Wu Xiaoyu stood there with a gloomy face. His eyes seemed to be able to kill. However, the pressure of a harmonious spirit realm expert didn't have any effect on Lin Xian. Lin Xian picked up a profound rank sword and said with a smile, "Let's start the test." Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were excited. Wu Xiaoyu circulated his spirit energy and formed a tight defense. His defense was very secretive, but it couldn't be hidden from the experts present. He actually used a defense. Looks like this Wu Xiaoyu is very unwilling. That kid is obviously not a harmonious spirit realm expert. Even if he has a weapon, he might not be able to break through Wu Xiaoyu's defense. Looks like they are not harmonious internally. I really hope they screw up. Let's see how they will deal with it when the time comes. The elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard sneered. Lin Xian naturally saw through Wu Xiaoyu's little trick, but he didn't put it in his heart. Wu Xiaoyu was just an early harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Looking at his poor luck, it was obvious that his cultivation was forcefully increased by the use of pills. This kind of trash, Lin Xian could kill him in a matter of minutes. The sword light flashed, and the sharp sword light slid towards Wu Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a miserable scream was heard. Wu Xiaoyu's face twisted, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. On his chest, there was a terrifying sword wound. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like the Pill Emperor Palace was serious. The elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard widened their eyes. They were laughing at Lin Xian for not being able to break through the defense, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face in the next moment. Song Yunxing's face was gloomy. He had a very bad premonition in his heart. On the other side, the third palace master's face couldn't be any darker. It's just a pill test, there's no need to be so ruthless. The third palace master's tone was unfriendly. Young man, it's normal for you to not control your strength well. Old man DK laughed. Wu Xiaoyu covered his wound and gritted his teeth. You are taking revenge. You are right. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to him. Wu Xiaoyu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His chest was heaving up and down, and the spirit energy in his body was surging rapidly. Young Master Wu, you can't use your spirit energy now. Otherwise, the wound will automatically heal and we won't be able to test the pill. At that time, I'm afraid we will have to use another sword. Wu Xiaoyu's body trembled, and his face was incomparably ugly. However, he didn't dare to use his spirit energy. Everyone, now is the time to witness a miracle. Lin Xian took out 100 herbs pill. Wu Xiaoyu swallowed it sullenly and stood at the side, waiting for the pill to take effect. At this moment, everyone in the square held their breaths. In a moment, the blood on Wu Xiaoyu's body stopped flowing, and the wound quickly healed. Not long after, the entire wound was clotted, and there was an obvious improvement. Everyone's mouth was wide open. Everyone can see that the wound is clotting quickly, and the injured area is constantly improving. Lin Xian quickly said. Wu Xiaoyu was stunned. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just taking revenge on him, but he didn't expect the 100 herbs pill to be so miraculous. At this moment, other than Lin Xian and Old Man DK, everyone was stunned. Chapter 333. After a moment of silence, the entire Wind Moon Plaza was in an uproar. These people clamored to be the first to place their orders. The Black Wind sect and the other major powers were also shocked. Not only were they shocked by the miraculous effects of the 100 herbs pill, they were also staring at Lin Xian. Wasn't this brat the person they were searching for? Isn't he a cultivator from a remote country? How is he related to the Pill Emperor Hall? What should we do? Should we make a move? Not for now. There's news from the southwest that the Purgatory Hall and the Purple Demon Hall have revived. They have already taken control of that area. Even if we ask them, we won't be able to go there. Not to mention, this brat is so close to the Pill Emperor Hall. At this crucial moment, it's best not to touch him. If not, the Pill Emperor Hall will go crazy. In an instant, all the major powers came to a decision. They acted as if they didn't know Lin Xian at all, passionately discussing business with the Pill Emperor Hall. On the opposite side, those from the Medicine Emperor Hall were stunned. Why did the situation change in an instant? The elders from the Medicine Emperor Hall had pale faces as their bodies trembled. They couldn't accept this reality. I don't believe it, this must be fake. Someone went to buy a pill. In the end, when he returned, his expression was dispirited. This pill is indeed better than ours. Song Yunxing stood up abruptly, his expression dark as he stared at the booth in front of him. Beside him, Elder Blackheart's eyes flickered with a demonic light. Elder Blackheart, do you have any other methods? Can you take out a pill better than the 100 herbs pill? Song Yunxing asked. I do, but the price is astronomical. Not only that, you might not be able to concoct it. Elder Blackheart said in a low voice. In the aspect of healing pills, I'm afraid there's no other pill that can surpass the 100 herbs pill. Indeed, the 100 herbs pill was good, but the price was cheap. This kind of medicinal pill was simply invincible. Damn it, it shouldn't be like this. Song Yunxing clenched his fists. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. First, he would defeat the Pill Emperor Hall in the aspect of healing pills. After that, he would take out other new pills and take over the market. At that time, not only would he win the first round, he would also control the market of Heavenly Mountain Country. But today, the Pill Emperor Hall gave him a ruthless slap to his face. Something's not right. Song Yunxing's eyes flickered with a cold light. The Pill Emperor Hall doesn't have the capability to do so. They must have a helper. Don't tell me it's that brat. He saw Lin Xian. But no matter how he looked at it, Lin Xian did not look like an alchemy master. We must investigate thoroughly. Dean, what should we do now? An elder asked. The healing field is their market to begin with. The current situation is, at most, it's just going back to how it was in the beginning. We still have the Xian Yuan Dan in our hands, and we even have an attack-type pill. As long as we operate properly, victory will still belong to us. Yes, we still have Xian Yuan pills. Hope was restored in the eyes of the surrounding elders. The news of the 100 herb pill seemed to have grown wings as it spread throughout Wind Moon City, and even spread to the entire Tianshan kingdom. Moreover, The Inscription Alliance had also issued an announcement that the 100-herb pill was genuine and worth buying. The booth of the Pill Emperor Hall was packed with people. Those who couldn't get a seat all went to the Pill Emperor Hall. Like a black flood, a group of people rushed towards the Pill Emperor Hall. "Medicine, I want to buy medicine." "Yes, buy as much as you can." A group of people clamored. The elders inside were all alarmed. They stared blankly at the impatient crowd and subconsciously asked, "You all want the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill?" "What blood coagulation and body strengthening pill?" "We want the 100-herb pill." "Hurry up, I can't wait any longer." The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were stunned. They had no idea what the 100-herb pill was. "Did you all go to the wrong place?" one of the elders asked. Instantly, someone told them what happened in the Wind Moon Plaza. When the elders heard this, their eyes were as red as a rabbit's. "There's actually such a miraculous healing pill? The first Hall Lord is indeed mighty. You call out all the disciples and treat these cultivators well. Let's go take a look." These elders turned and ran. Their speed was shocking. Wind Moon Plaza. Everyone. The elder of the Medicine Emperor Hall circulated his spiritual energy, his voice like thunder. "In order to express our sincerity, our Medicine Emperor Hall has decided to sell the Xian Yuan Dan today at a 30% discount." The cultivators in the surroundings cheered as they laughed happily. They were the ones benefiting from the conflict between two hegemonic powers. Just as these cultivators were about to leave, Lin Xian's voice rang out once more. "You all don't need to go. Our Pill Emperor Hall has also researched a new recovery-type pill." "What? A recovery-type pill?" Everyone was shocked. Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. The Pill Emperor Hall was planning a counterattack. Everyone knew that the Medicine Emperor Hall had always been the leader in the field of recovery-type pills. But now, the Pill Emperor Hall wanted to introduce a new one. What did this mean? The Pill Emperor Hall was retaliating. A few days ago, the Medicine Emperor Hall attacked the recovery-type pill domain. Now, the Pill Emperor Hall attacked the recovery-type pill domain. It seemed like the hegemonic powers were not to be trifled with. However, the recovery-type pill domain had always belonged to the Medicine Emperor Hall. Now that they introduced the Xian Yuan Dan, the Pill Emperor Hall probably didn't have any advantage. The cultivators in the surroundings discussed fervently. "Revenge, this must be revenge." The elder of the Medicine Emperor Hall had his face flushed red. "Continue to brag. I don't believe they can really come up with a new pill that surpasses the Xian Yuan Dan." Song Yunxing looked at Elder Blackheart, wanting to say something but hesitated. "Don't worry, Dean Song, this Xian Yuan Dan is this old man's proudest work. In the Sky Hill Empire, there is no one who can surpass me," Elder Blackheart said confidently. With Elder Blackheart's guarantee, the cultivators of the Medicine Emperor Hall felt relieved. On the Pill Emperor Hall's booth, Lin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "The qi-generating pill can instantly restore 50% of one's spiritual energy. Within 2 hours, you can take 3 pills consecutively." What? The crowd was speechless. The effect was even better than the Xian Yuan Dan. One had to know that the Xian Yuan Dan was a new pill from the Medicine Emperor Hall. Furthermore, Lin Xian dragged his voice. The qi-generating pill is not only useful for cultivators below the Harmonious Spirit Realm, it is also effective for Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators. Boom. Some of the Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators were too shocked and accidentally released a strong aura. They couldn't be blamed for being excited. Lin Xian's words were just too impactful. "May I ask this young master, is what you said true?" a middle-aged man asked with a trembling voice. Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators were already able to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so the pills they needed were different from other cultivators. It's true, the qi-generating pill can increase the speed of mobilizing spiritual energy. Impossible. On the opposite side, the cultivators of the Medicine Emperor Hall couldn't hold it in anymore. "Kid, don't talk nonsense. Even our Medicine Emperor Hall doesn't have this kind of pill. How could you have researched it? Why can't I?" Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that your Medicine Emperor Hall is the holy land of pills? You can't do it, but it doesn't mean that others can't. Don't think that your pills are good. In front of this young master, they are nothing. Chapter 334. No one had ever dared to insult the Medicine Emperor courtyard, let alone in their field of recovery pills. However, Lin Xian's arrogance didn't seem to be an act. This gave the people of the Medicine Emperor courtyard a bad premonition. They don't tell me they really have it? I don't think so. Song Yunxing couldn't sit still anymore. He took a deep breath and stared at Lin Xian. For a long time, the Medicine Emperor courtyard had been dominating the market of recovery pills. This was also the reason why they could compete with the Pill Emperor Palace. If this field was conquered by others, what awaited them would be a disaster. Elder Blackheart's eyes were gloomy. He had just made a promise and someone jumped out to slap him in the face. This made him extremely angry. Interesting, I want to see if this pill is real or fake. His voice carried a chill that was like 10,000 years old ice, causing people to shiver. Feeling the elder's gaze, Lin Xian's body trembled inexplicably. It felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He frowned and swept his gaze forward. When he saw the elder, he suddenly felt an obscure soul attack. Pumph! Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent rumbled. Sword light flashed in his eyes as the formless sword intent destroyed everything. Although this soul attack was obscure, it couldn't be hidden from Old Man D. Quebec. He snorted and his powerful soul power rushed towards the Medicine Emperor courtyard. Rumble! Like thunder, the sky above the Medicine Emperor courtyard changed. Old Man DK didn't attack, but the warning was very obvious. Lin Xian acted as if he didn't see it and said enthusiastically, "In order to make everyone believe, we will choose a cultivator to test the pill." Everyone was excited to sign up. In the end, Lin Xian chose 4 cultivators. 1 Meridian's Condensing Realm, 2 Sea of Soul Realm, and 1 Harmonious Spirit Realm. This covered almost all cultivation levels, and the result of the test was the most convincing. Not long after, the stage was filled with joyful laughter. It's true. My spirit energy has recovered by 50%. Even the Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivator nodded with satisfaction. The speed of circulating spirit energy is indeed much faster. Such a miraculous pill, I must buy it. Yes. We must prepare more. Ladies and gentlemen, if you buy the 100 grass pill and the chi generating pill together, you can enjoy a 30% discount. I want it. What? Ha, Elder Duan, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we'll have to change our agreement. An old man from the Black Wind sect chuckled. The chi-generating pills from the Pill Emperor Hall aren't bad, so we temporarily don't need your profound yuan pills. Yes, me too. I want to return the goods. Me too. Many people ran over to the Medicine Emperor Hall's booth and returned the pills they had ordered. After which, they ran madly towards the Pill Emperor Hall's booth. Those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard were all dumbfounded. Their meticulously planned press conference had now become a battlefield for the Pill Emperor Hall. And they had actually become foils. This blow was too big. Just a moment ago, they were still dreaming of unifying the Heavenly Mountain Empire's elixir market, but in the next moment, they fell from the clouds to the ground. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. Impossible, it can't be the Pill Emperor Hall. Elder Blackheart, hurry up and think of a solution. The group of elders were all panicking. Father, I'll go kill him. Song Qianxian gritted her teeth. If I knew he was a scourge, I would have killed him at the Profoundine River. Song Yunxing's countenance was terrifyingly dark. He stared at Elder Blackheart. This was his last hope. Elder Blackheart was also infuriated. Fine black chi seethed around his body, exuding a terrifying baleful aura. However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't take out a pill better than the chi-generating pill. In the end, he could only shake his head with a dark expression. Pooh. Hearing Elder Blackheart's reply, Song Yunxing coughed out a mouthful of old blood. Father! A group of people panicked and hurried over. Elder Blackheart spoke in a low voice, "Don't be anxious. Even if you lose this round, I can guarantee that you will win the last 2 rounds. Not only that, we're only halfway through the first round. We still have a chance." Song Yunxing suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly nodded his head. "There's still time, we still have a chance. Don't worry, I won't let the White Dragon Ascension pill land in the hands of others." Elder Blackheart's voice was filled with a thick killing intent. The Pill Emperor Hall was in a frenzy, everyone was fighting to buy the pill. At this moment, outside the crowd, a group of old men were trying their best to squeeze their way in. They were wearing the robes of the Pill Emperor Hall. They were none other than the elders who were pretending to be sick. At this moment, they didn't seem sick at all. Each of them was as fierce as a ferocious tiger, rushing towards the crowd. Hoo, they're finally here. A group of elders climbed up the stage and were stunned when they saw such a fiery scene. "Oh my God, what did I just see? This isn't a dream." Look at the faces of the elders from the Medicine Sovereign Hall. They're even more bitter than bitter gourds. Not only were they agitated by the scene, even the 2 hall lords were shocked. Earlier, they thought that they would lose all their face here. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would take out a miraculous pill like a magic trick, turning the situation around bit by bit? That feeling was indescribably satisfying. "What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and get to work," the 3rd hall lord ordered. "Xiaoyu, stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and get to work." The 3rd hall lord dragged Wu Xiaoyu out of the hall. Lin Xian smiled as he walked to DK's side and threw the remaining pills to Elder Jean. "Go and get busy." After saying that, he sat down and drank a mouthful of tea. Elder Jean howled in excitement. He circulated his spiritual energy and roared, "There's also the attack-type Dragon Tiger Bone Strengthening Pill. It can temporarily increase one's attack power and has minimal side effects. There's also the Beauty Nourishing Pill. If a beauty eats it, I guarantee that she'll be 20 years old every year." These 2 pills shattered the last hope of the Medicine Sovereign Hall. The group of people felt as if they had lost their souls. The last 2 pills were also selling like hotcakes. One could save one's life, and the other was the favorite of women. At this moment, all the female cultivators, or even the male cultivators with wives, went all out to buy the Beauty Nourishing Pill. The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall all had smiles on their faces. As they worked, they unceasingly praised Lin Xian and the Pill Emperor. Their expressions were as flattering as they could be. From the looks of it, everyone wanted to worship Lin Xian as if he was their ancestor. However, not everyone was happy. For example, Wu Xiaoyu and the 2 hall lords. The former was purely jealous of Lin Xian, while the latter was worried that the Pill Emperor Hall's control would slip away. Today's exhibition not only allowed the Pill Emperor Hall to regain its glory, it also increased the prestige of the 1st hall lord. They believed that not long after, there would be a group of elders and disciples loyal to the 1st hall lord. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the stage. His heart finally calmed down. The first step of the Pill King competition could be considered a success. As long as he won the next 2 rounds, he would be able to obtain the White Dragon Ascension Pill. Compared to the Pill Emperor Hall, the Medicine Sovereign Hall, the loser left with their tails between their legs. Chapter 335. Pill Emperor Hall, Alchemy Room. It had been 3 days since the new medicine exhibition. In these 3 days, the alchemy room had been busy. There were too many people ordering pills these days. Some cultivators had even finished ordering next year's pills. There were even some major powers who had signed long-term contracts with the Pill Emperor Hall to continue buying pills. Everyone was unusually busy. Some people hadn't slept for 3 days. Lin Xian was very relaxed. He had already handed the matter of alchemy to D. Quebec. Moreover, he had divided the process into many steps. As long as DK didn't say anything, those people wouldn't be able to grasp the contents. However, Lin Xian wasn't idle either. He was preparing for the 2nd round of the competition. The 2nd round was a competition for the younger generation. The age of the participants couldn't exceed 30 years old. The others were fine, but the young third-grade alchemist from the Medicine Emperor Hall made Lin Xian somewhat worried. A third-grade alchemist could become an elder in the Inscription Alliance. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the second round was based on the quality of the pills. A third-grade pill could easily defeat all second-grade pills. Moreover, the other party had a spirit-grade artifact, the Scarlet Dawn Spiritual Stove. The Pill Emperor Hall had a few youths, but the best was only a second-grade alchemist. Although it was already very shocking in other places, it was still lacking when compared to the Medicine Emperor Hall. Lin Xian tried to break through to the third grade. He had been stuck at the peak of the second grade for quite some time. It was time for him to break through. However, it wasn't so easy to break through to the third grade. Not only did it require strength, it also required luck. Just like that, Lin Xian calmly cultivated. Wind Moon City, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Wu Xiaoyu hugged two beauties as he drank drunkenly. These 2 days, his mood was extremely bad. First, he knelt before Lin Xian. Then he was used as a guinea pig on the stage to test his pills. As the son of the third hall master, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, Lin Xian was the benefactor of the Pill Emperor Hall. He couldn't take revenge. The most despicable thing was that he was actually rejected when he asked to participate in the alchemy. Little bastard, after the Pill King competition, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Wu Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He decided that as soon as the competition was over, he would send someone to assassinate Lin Xian. Who made young Master Wu so angry? A soft voice sounded. Who is it? Wu Xiaoyu turned around abruptly. Patter! The wine glass in his hand fell to the ground, and he was stunned. Not far behind him stood a woman in thin clothes. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible, making one's blood boil. Her face was even more beautiful, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Hee, so beautiful, so beautiful. Wu Xiaoyu was mesmerized. He pushed away the beauty in his arms and quickly rushed over to hug her. The peerless beauty smiled foolishly, but her body slid out like a fish. Annoying. The beauty acted coquettishly. Wu Xiaoyu felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen, as if there was an evil fire burning in his body. Little beauty, come and let Big Brother take good care of you. Wu Xiaoyu's face rippled. The peerless beauty's red lips parted slightly, as if it had infinite magic, causing the entire space to change. What's the pill formula for the qi-generating pill? A seductive voice sounded. Wu Xiaoyu seemed to be drunk as he replied in a daze, I don't know. The pill formula for the 100-herb pill? You don't know? Who knows? Can you get it for me? The peerless beauty said softly. Wu Xiaoyu's expression became very agitated. It's all in the hands of that little bastard. And that old cripple, the two of them monopolized the pill formula, and even my father doesn't know. Plop. Wu Xiaoyu fell to the ground and fainted. What a good-for-nothing. The peerless beauty curled her lips and looked to the side. You heard it, there's nothing. Beside her, the air fluctuated, and a dignified man walked out. It was Song Yunxing. He looked at Wu Xiaoyu on the ground and frowned. I didn't expect that even Wu Xiong couldn't come in contact with the pill formula. It seems that old man DK invited him. Fairy Zhao, please act and help me obtain the pill formula. Song Yunxing spoke. After this, I'll definitely send over the pills you need. Who are you going to act against this time? The peerless beauty lazily asked. A young man. I don't know the details, but I know that his surname is Lin. Song Yunxing spoke in a low voice. If we can control him, all the pill formulas will belong to us. Surnamed Lin? The peerless beauty was stunned, as though she thought of something. Why don't you ask him out first? Maybe we can subdue him without making a move. The peerless beauty smiled. For some reason, she was very curious about this young man. Sure. Song Yunxing nodded. In the Pill Emperor Hall, Lin Xian was drinking tea in a pavilion, silently comprehending the knowledge of alchemy imparted to him by Wine Lord. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew past, piercing through the void and nailing itself to the pillar behind him. The black tail of the arrow trembled unceasingly, and there was a piece of paper stuck to it. Evidently, the person who shot him was extremely sharp and direct. Lin Xian waved his hand, opening the paper as a smile appeared on his face. The Medicine Emperor Hull finally couldn't endure it any longer. His silhouette flickered as he vanished from the pavilion. In the deserted streets near the Pill Emperor Hall, Lin Xian's footsteps echoed in the air. "It's him." The peerless beauty hidden in the shadows was astonished, her beautiful eyes darting about in all directions. "I wonder why Dean Song is looking for me?" Lin Xian stared at the silhouette in front of him as he asked. "Sir Lin, I'll be direct." Song Yunxing spoke in a low voice. "Whatever benefits the Pill Emperor Hall gives you, I'll double them. As long as Sir Lin agrees to cooperate with us." "Hee, there's no need." Lin Xian laughed. "I'm a man of principles. Since I've agreed to cooperate with the Pill Emperor Hall, I won't consider anyone else. Dean Song, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." After speaking, Lin Xian turned and left. "If you don't cooperate with us, you'll regret it." Song Yunxing was enraged. "For the second round, we have a third-ranked alchemist. It's impossible for the Pill Emperor Hall to win. Then let's wait and see." Lin Xian's voice was filled with disdain. "Damnable fellow." Song Yunxing saw that Lin Xian didn't even stop, and his heart went crazy. He had already stated very generous conditions. If it was someone else, they would have long agreed. However, Lin Xian didn't seem to be moved in the slightest. This person cannot be allowed to live. Song Yunxing's killing intent surged. Since he couldn't use this person, he couldn't give him to his enemies. In that instant, Song Yunxing had the impulse to act. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Firstly, this place was too close to the Pill Emperor Hall. If he acted rashly, he might attract the attention of Old Man de Quebec. Not only that, a pair of jade-like hands stopped him. "Dean Song, let me try this person." The mysterious beauty smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble Fairy Zhao." Song Yunxing sighed, as his silhouette gradually disappeared. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, everything was peaceful. In the Pill Emperor Hall, other than the alchemy room, the other places were also quiet. Lin Xian lay on his bed, his hands resting on his head as he stared at the night sky outside the window. Suddenly, the air in his room trembled slightly, as though there was a gust of wind blowing past. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to move, he felt an ice-cold body slipping under his blanket, coiling around him like a poisonous snake. That body was cold and slippery, as though it could ignite the evil fire in his body. Chapter 336. Lin Xian's heart throbbed as he felt the cold and alluring body in his arms. The person was too fast and had even concealed her aura. If it weren't for his powerful soul, he wouldn't have been able to detect her. Even so, he was still a step too slow. Lin Xian felt a pair of cold hands moving around his body, causing his entire body to tremble. The great dragon sword intent in his body rumbled, and he immediately regained his clarity. He snorted coldly, and silver lightning flashed around his body. Lin Xian counterattacked with his palm. His control over his power was very precise. It seemed fierce, but it didn't destroy anything in the surroundings. Even the air only rippled slightly. Silver light flashed, like lightning cutting through the darkness. With the help of the light, Lin Xian saw a seductive body lying lazily on his bed. The woman chuckled lightly, and her palm danced lightly, bringing with it an indescribable power. A gentle force, like water ripples, cleverly parried the lightning fist. For some reason, although Lin Xian had never seen that beautiful face, he felt that the woman's eyes were very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, now was not the time to think, because the other party's palm had already arrived. The jade bowl danced, and the surrounding spirit qi gently stirred, as if forming a small world, enveloping Lin Xian. The woman's control was also very exquisite. She only controlled the energy within a small area, and didn't alarm anyone else. Lin Xian's 5 fingers danced, forming a circle of electricity. Like a sharp saw, it cut through the imprisonment. At the same time, 50% of the great dragon sword intent in his body suddenly erupted, forming a terrifying sword chi that pierced toward the graceful body. Ah! The mysterious woman felt the danger and screamed. Mysterious runes appeared in her eyes, forming a defensive barrier. Ding ding ding! Rapid sounds of collision rang out, forming a string of sparks in the air. You're still the same, so ruthless even against beauties. The mysterious woman said bitterly. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lin Xian frowned. The runes in her eyes were too mysterious, and they were actually able to block his sword intent. I'm so sad. The woman's voice was mellow. You heartless person. I even followed you for a period of time. Lin Xian was surprised. This seemed to be an acquaintance. Suddenly, a figure with a seductive expression appeared in his mind. You're Zhao Shui. Hee, at least you have a conscience. The beauty laughed. But what about your face? Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhao Shui. Little scoundrel, what are you looking at? Zhao Shui chuckled and posed in an even more alluring posture. Lin Xian blushed and didn't dare to look anymore. However, he still had doubts in his heart. Although Zhao Shui was beautiful back then, she wasn't stunning. She wasn't as alluring as she was now. What if this is my true face? Zhao Shui moved closer to Lin Xian. Even though Lin Xian looked calm on the surface, his heart was pounding madly. Even though he was extremely strong and could easily make the Yao Huang courtyard run in circles, he was actually just an 18-year-old boy. At that age, the body was extremely restless. Besides, Lin Xian had never experienced this kind of thing before, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Yes, nervous. He didn't know how long it had been since he had felt this way. Even when he was fighting against Lin Feng, he hadn't been nervous. You're blushing. Zhao Shui moved closer to him. Are you still a pure and innocent boy? You came here to flirt? Lin Xian smiled wryly and touched his nose. You're really a blockhead. Zhao Shui leaned against Lin Xian and played with her hair. The Yao Huang courtyard invited me. What? Lin Xian was surprised. They failed to recruit you, so now they want to kill you. Zhao Shui said slowly. But don't worry, I can't bear to do anything to you. But you still have to be careful. How do you know those people from the Yao Huang courtyard? Lin Xian was puzzled. Open a business. Otherwise, I'll starve to death. Zhao Shui rolled her eyes. Sigh, this mission failed. It seems like I won't get my reward. Zhao Shui sighed. What kind of reward? Lin Xian was curious. A level 4 pill. Zhao Shui said. Why don't you help me refine it? I'm only a level 2 inscription master, okay? Lin Xian muttered. I have a way for you to get your reward. What? Zhao Shui suddenly hugged Lin Xian's arm. Feeling the softness of Zhao Shui's chest, Lin Xian's body stiffened. He pulled his arm out without a trace. He slowly said, I can create 2 pill formulas. These 2 pill formulas don't have any flaws just by looking at them, but they won't be able to be refined successfully. And if they really succeed, there will be a big surprise waiting for them. As long as you're not afraid of them finding trouble with you, you can give it a try. Lin Xian said. So mysterious? Zhao Shui blinked her eyes. Then it's decided. But I won't personally deliver it. Seeing Lin Xian's puzzled expression, Zhao Shui continued, your pill emperor Hall's Wu Xiaoyu can be used. Lin Xian laughed. This woman was really strange. After which, he asked Wine Lord to create 2 fake pill formulas and used his soul force to inscribe them on the jade slips. These pill formulas stored in jade slips were different from ordinary paper. These pill formulas needed to be sensed with one's soul force and could record all the details of the refinement process. Done. Lin Xian passed the 2 jade slips over. You're so nice. Zhao Shui kissed Lin Xian's cheek and left with a smile. Zhao Shui didn't leave the Pill Emperor Hall. She found Wu Xiaoyu again and used her illusion technique, instilling him with fake memories. You risked your life to steal these 2 jade slips. The reason was to meet that peerless fairy. Now, quickly go to the drunken immortal pavilion. Inscriptions flashed in Zhao Shue's eyes as she set up a powerful illusion technique. After which, she placed the 2 jade slips on the ground. She had the mysterious stone eyeball, and the illusion technique she cast was even stronger than Lin Xian's. Wu Xiaoyu didn't resist at all and was completely lost in the illusion. When Wu Xiaoyu woke up again, he discovered that there was no one around except for the 2 jade slips on the ground. Rubbing his head, he suddenly remembered that he risked his life to steal these pill formulas. Hee, little beauty, this young master is coming. Licking his lips, Wu Xiaoyu ran towards the drunken immortal pavilion. Drunken immortal pavilion, 3rd level. Zhao Shui helplessly shrugged. That brat was together with old man D. Quebec. I couldn't do anything. However, I met Wu Xiaoyu again and used my illusion technique on him. That brat is lucky. Song Yunxing coldly snorted. After which, he smiled and said to Zhao Shui, "Thank you, Fairy Zhao." "Ha, this young master is here again. Little beauty, quickly come out." A loud voice suddenly rang out from below. "Who is it?" Song Yunxing's expression sank. "Master, it's the little tyrant of the Pill Emperor Hall." Someone outside the door replied. Chapter 337. Wu Xiaoyu had been shouting outside the door for a long time. Just as he was about to use his spiritual energy to open the door to Drunken Immortal Pavilion suddenly opened. "So it's young Master Wu. Please come in." A few flirtatious women pulled him in. "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you so slow?" Wu Xiaoyu said unhappily. At the same time, his big hands had already wrapped around the young women beside him and kept rubbing them. "Where's the little beauty I saw yesterday? Hurry up and ask her to come out." Wu Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with excitement. "You heartless man. Why do you still want a beauty when you already have us?" The young women beside him coquettishly complained. "I'll keep you guys well. Today, I want that little beauty." Wu Xiaoyu was like a hungry wolf. "Don't worry, young Master Wu. We'll go get her for you, okay?" They quickly left, leaving Wu Xiaoyu alone on the 2nd floor. Not long after, a strange fragrance wafted in the air. Then, a hazy figure appeared. "Little beauty, it's really you." Wu Xiaoyu's saliva was dripping. He had never seen such a beautiful person. "Did you bring the things?" A seductive voice sounded. "Yes, I brought them." Wu Xiaoyu's eyes were misty. He flicked his storage ring and took out 2 jade slips. "Hee, you're so obedient." Zhao Shui waved her sleeve and released an inexplicable energy, causing Wu Xiaoyu to faint. Next to her, the air fluctuated and Song Yunxing's voice appeared. He grabbed the 2 jade slips in his hand. Using his spiritual energy, Song Yunxing quickly read them. And he smiled. Generally speaking, he didn't find anything unusual. However, according to his cautious nature, he didn't dare to make a rash decision. "How is it? Can you give me my reward now?" Zhao Shui asked. "This." Song Yunxing smiled. "I can't confirm the authenticity of this pill recipe yet. Fairy Zhao, please wait a little longer." "How long do I have to wait? I'm pressed for time." Zhao Shui's face darkened. "How about this, Fairy Zhao, come back with me. I have an expert in my residence. As long as he thinks there's no problem, I'll give you the things immediately." Zhao Shui pondered for a moment. She remembered that Lin Xian had said that there was no problem with this pill formula just by looking at its surface. Even if it had just been refined, there wouldn't be any problems. "Little bastard, I'll believe you this time." Zhao Shui pouted in her heart. "All right, since Dean Song has said so, I'll promise you," Zhao Shui said. "However, I hope that Dean Song can keep his promise this time." "Of course." Song Yunxing smiled. In the main hall of the Medicine Emperor courtyard, Zhao Shui followed Song Yunxing back. Not long after, she saw a black-robed old man drifting over like a cold wind. "Elder Blackheart, the pill formulas are in my hands. However, I still need you to appraise them." Song Yunxing handed over the 2 pill formulas. Elder Blackheart used his soul power to check carefully. After a while, he nodded with a serious expression. No problem. I didn't think that there would actually be someone with such profound attainments in alchemy. Really? Hearing that there were no problems with the pill formulas, Song Yunxing was so excited that he almost jumped up. Fairy Zhao, this is your reward. With a flip of his palm, he took out a small white jade bottle from his interspatial ring. Zhao Shui received the jade bottle, opened it, and took a whiff. Only after discovering that there were no problems did she bid farewell with a smile on her face. In the following days, the Medicine Emperor Hall was once again bustling with activity. They purchased medicinal ingredients, arranged the pill formulas, and prepared to concoct the pills. Some of the elders were extremely excited. As long as they could concoct the 100 herbs pill and qi-generating pill, they would be able to contend against the Pill Emperor Hall. At that time, with the addition of other pills, they would have a very high chance of winning. Song Yunxing was also filled with pride. His ambition to unify the entire alchemy market of the Sky Hill Empire rose once again. This time around, he had to win beautifully. After the preparations were completed, Song Yunxing led the other elders into the pill formulas. Even Elder Blackheart followed them in. This time around, they purchased a large amount of medicinal ingredients and used many top-notch pill furnaces, hoping that they would be able to concoct top-notch pills. As the stone door closed, waves of heat could be felt from the pill formulas. Time flowed by slowly, the pills gradually took shape. The elders all had wild smiles in their eyes. Song Yunxing also nodded his head in satisfaction. However, at this moment, the pills in the pill furnaces suddenly trembled violently. Calm down. Song Yunxing coldly snorted. Don't be too happy. If you want to celebrate, it wouldn't be too late to wait until the pills are concocted. The elders nodded their heads and started to concoct the pills. However, the pills in the pill furnaces were abnormally violent, as though they had gone crazy. Dean, we can't control it anymore. Some of the elders broke out in cold sweat. Impossible, did you all follow the pill formulas? Elder Blackheart asked in a low voice. We followed the pill formulas completely, there wasn't a single mistake. The elders were on the verge of tears. Could it be that the pill formulas? Before Song Yunxing could react, the pill furnaces in the distance suddenly exploded. Rumble, the fuse was ignited, and all the pill furnaces in the room exploded. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. The pill furnaces were blasted open, and within a radius of 100 meters, a huge explosion occurred. The entire Medicine Emperor Hall was rocked by an earth-shattering explosion. The ground trembled unceasingly, and a black mushroom cloud rose up into the sky. At this moment, many cultivators were looking at the Medicine Emperor Hall, their expressions filled with doubt. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he instantly clapped his hands and laughed. You still dare to laugh? I guess the people of the Medicine Emperor Hall hate you to death. Zhao Shui doubled over in laughter at the side. The terrifying sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the Wind Moon City. Many cultivators rushed over, wanting to find out what was going on. However, when they discovered that the pill furnaces of the Medicine Emperor Hall had been blasted into a deep pit, and dozens of elders were charred black, standing on the ground in an abnormally sorry state, everyone was stunned. What's going on? It seems like the furnaces exploded. Some cultivators were puzzled. That shouldn't be, with the standards of the Medicine Emperor Hall, how could their furnaces explode? I think the Pill Emperor Hall must have driven them crazy, the cultivators in the surroundings discussed animatedly, shaking their heads and sighing. Song Yunxing stood in the ruins, his face terrifyingly dark. His body trembled, and he roared into the sky. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Beside him, Elder Blackheart's chest was also violently trembling. He had misjudged once again. Previously, he patted his chest and was certain that there was no problem with the pill recipe. In the end, the slap to his face was even more thorough. The entire pill furnaces were destroyed. Damn brat, I will definitely catch you and refine you into a pill. Elder Blackheart's body emitted a terrifying aura. At this moment, The people of the Medicine Emperor Hall knew that they had fallen into Lin Xian's trap, but they couldn't say it out loud. How should they say? Could they say that they had stolen the pill recipe? This was a great taboo in the alchemy world. And what they had stolen was a fake pill recipe. This made them even more unable to admit it. A group of alchemy grandmasters actually couldn't distinguish the authenticity of the pill recipe. If this were to spread out, they would probably laugh themselves to death. The elders of the Medicine Emperor Hall roared into the sky, wanting nothing more than to find a hole to burrow into. This feeling was too sullen. On this day, the news of the Medicine Emperor Hall's furnaces exploding spread throughout the Wind Moon City, and even spread to all parts of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. A dignified alchemy magnate actually became the target of ridicule. This situation was too strange. Wherever the people of the Medicine Emperor Hall went, there would be people pointing at them. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.